Welcome everyone to the Overwatch League Spring Stage Open. We have the best teams from APAC, the best teams from Korea, the only team from
So
Australia.
the best
I'm Lemon
team,
Kiwi, and this is
still the best team.
Avril. Yeah, still the best.
Yeah, it's me, Lemon Kiwi, with my co-caster Avril. We joked about this 3 years ago, but it's been 3 years and people haven't heard it since. So I'll say it again. When this duo happens, in the once a blue moon, it does happen. It actually makes more sense for me to be Lemon Kiwi, you to be Avril. The names actually probably sound more correct.
I don't even see myself. I do see the Korean casters though, but we have a lot to get through today. Let's drop how this format's going to be broken down shortly, but it's just weird that I get to cast this with you. At least I got someone who's covered feels like all the contenders regions, like a Thanos gauntlet.
They wouldn't let me do NA. So there's that. I actually have never done EU. So there's 2 regions. I've never done South America when that was around. So that's 3. Yeah, I don't know. All the ones on a certain side of the planet, certain part of the hemisphere, even though Asia's mostly northern hemisphere. But yeah, all of the teams that we're going to be seeing today, all these regions. The first year that we've had Pacific back as well was on the OG Pacific broadcast way back in 2018 through to like 2019. So it's the return of a lot of these Pacific teams from South Asia, Southeast Asia, all that kind of stuff. And we'll be seeing plenty of them over the course of these broadcasts where the top 5 teams from that region will be playing through up against Korea, Australia, as you mentioned. And looking over the overview here, it all eventually feeds into the Overwatch League as well. They've already played an Open Division. We've already played through the Contender season. We're now in the Overwatch League Spring Stage Opens East. The middle of that graphic there, Spring Stage qualifiers is what the Overwatch League regular season for the Eastern region is going to be. And then Overwatch League teams and the Contenders teams from this Spring Stage Open will come together for the Spring Stage Knockouts at the end of May.
There's just a lot going on, and this is the clash of regions where it feels in this open really setting who is the best region. You got APAC versus Korea versus Australia, everyone arguing that Korea's at the top, but how close is APAC? And then you have kind of this dark horse of Australia that you were even saying look good in scrims. So the top 6 of this open go up against the 6 teams from the Overwatch League East in the knockouts, and then only 2 spots for APAC in the mid-season madness. And I wonder if any of those are going to go to contenders, because Overwatch League is looking so stacked this season. They've pulled a ton of good talent from contenders.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's just going to be too much competition, right? Because you have 12 teams total. Between the 6 teams you're going to see from this open, combined with the 6 remaining teams in the Eastern region for the Overwatch League for 12 total, only 2 of them get to make it to the mid-season madness. Even looking across the Overwatch League teams for APAC at the moment, they're super stacked. So it'll be tough. It'll be super tough for some of these contenders teams to make it through, but I'm going to be excited to see them play against the Overwatch League teams a little bit later on anyway. Got an overview here of what our 12 teams is going to be for this open period, this open bracket. Not an open bracket, but the open part of this stage for the Overwatch League qualifiers. 6 from Korea, top 5 from Asia Pacific, the best team from Australia. I think for the Korea side, there's no real major surprise there. Maybe Team Diamond could have snuck in, but it's all the usual faces. You know, O2 Blast, you expect them to be there. Panthera have always been a top team. Poker Face's team is almost completely ex-Overwatch League players as well. Dreamers has a lot of favorites on them. SPG is a returning team that did super well last year. NT's a little bit newer, but they got a lot of existing faces that we know and love.
Yeah, O2 Blast, Poker Face at the top of Korea. They're the teams to beat. And Honeypot, the only team coming from Australia, have a lot to represent, just being all lonely over there. But then there's teams like Rhodes, top of APAC, not Panthera, sorry. Just the other APAC teams, seeing how close they are, like MDY, like Varrel, and others. And we're going to have some good matches today. We're going to cover the first section. So Avril and I will be covering Group A. So DAF and SPG, Dreamers and MDY. Then we'll be dropping to Group B. And I like that this is kind of separate groups, because a lot of teams that have played each other are actually separated away.
Yep. And it means that you sort of get an even distribution of where the Korean teams are, where the rest of the other teams that are non-Korean are going to be as well. The way this is going to work is the top 3 teams from each group will make it through to the knockout stage. So the 2 groups don't end up combining for like another bracket here. You just have to make it out of your group. And I'm going to say this, like, I think 3 out of 6, like 50% of the teams making out is pretty generous. So there's a good chance of, I think, potential teams that you don't expect to make it through. There are 6 Korean teams, so you'd probably think on paper like, well, who are the best teams? Usually they're the Korean teams. You say there's 6 teams making it out of 12. Well, shouldn't the 6 teams from Korea make it out? Possibly, but I don't necessarily think all 6 Korean teams will make it out. For example, in this group B, Rhodes is super strong. So in this group B alone, it's quite possible that only 2 Korean teams make it out alongside Rhodes, which is a Chinese team with some extra Overwatch League talent on there. And in group A as well, you know, I think there's a strong chance that not all 3 Korean teams will make it out. So we'll have to see.
And you'll see the schedule. We'll be covering those semifinals tomorrow at the same time, same place, 11 p.m. Pacific, and whatever that converts to y'all's time zones, where I'm really interested to seeing Honeypot. I know it's just Australia has been at least considered this afterthought when it comes to the power levels of regions, but I'm secretly thinking they're a dark horse and are looking very strong. Dreamers, MDY, whoever comes out of that have a tough task ahead, because also you don't get to scrim teams from Australia, and every region has their different interpretations of the meta, whether there's some regions, like I heard APAC is stronger on Diva, Australia likes Junker Queen, there's a lot of dives, sometimes the regions prefer Hammond dive over Winston dive. Here's the map pool. We're pretty much going everywhere.
Yeah, nothing crazy about this, I think. Basically what we saw all over in the contender season as well. We didn't do Havana in Australia, to my memory. We did a different map, but all the other maps are the same. But I've seen a decent amount of Havana already. Still sniper heavy, all that kind of stuff. Take another look at the schedule here. This is just for today. And we're not going to see any of the O2 Blasts, Rhodes, Honeypot, etc. teams for the first day. So, I mean, some of the real favorites to make it through, you're not even going to really see until the second day.
Cool, and it's even time zone adjusted for Pacific, and I know it gets confusing of which day is it? Yeah, it's technically, you know, it's Monday, Tuesday, time. Wednesday, and then we have Monday, Tuesday next week. 5 days of open over, I guess, 2 weeks. To get through and decide the 6 teams going on to knockouts to face the 6 Overwatch League East teams. And it's a tough task ahead of them. We'll start with our rosters though. Our first match, DAF versus SPG. DAF have a lot of hype behind them, and surprisingly we have Dank starting, played Guangzhou Charge Academy back in the day, even have some time in North America for Uprising Academy, was technically on the roster for Honeypot before joining this roster, didn't actually play.
Yeah, he hasn't played since realistically Uprising Academy, because he's listed as being a part of a couple different rosters but never really got game time. He was one of the players alongside Color Hex on Honeypot that didn't actually get game time at all. I mean, obviously, this is kind of Adam's team, right? So he's going to be leading the way. Ace, most notably, returns to a damage role. I was checking out some DAF VODs, and Ace was actually on tank for a while. The most notable part of this roster that you have to remember is that there's no Yoshinori 2K because he's underage, and he won't be able to play in any sort of hour-related stuff. That's even with the age range being brought down to 17. Yoshinori 2K is still unfortunately too young. So that's a major part of the piece of the puzzle away from DAF. That will probably affect them for this tournament, and especially versus a team like SBG, which has a lot of good talent on this. I mean, you got 2 ex-Overwatch League players in Aldo and 2U. Aid comes back from, I'd say, a very successful season with SBG last year. You saw in the Pacific showdown where SBG came second. Yeah, they kind of got rocked by O2, but they were still the second best team there, and Aid proved how good he was, especially those hit scans.
And I know everyone's expectations of these teams should be changing because of just the amount of roster changes. You pointed out DAF had to pick up a whole bunch of players to make up for just their players, some of their star players, like you said, Yoshinoru being too young to play, and SPG lost a bunch of their players to top teams. Yeah. And not sure how much they're announced, but missing Top Dragon is a huge deal. Just, you know, how DAF is missing Yoshinoru, SPG losing Top Dragon is equally difficult. SPG was competitive with O2 Blast with their original roster, or we're gonna wonder if they're gonna reach that same peak of being top 4 in Korea with these roster changes.
I mean, Korea is always very competitive, and the talent always moves around. I will say that the SPG talent still looks pretty good in my eyes, although in particular, I think Top Dragon's going to be a standout, but although still a very good player. I think, you know, he had a bit of a run on Defiant last year, it was okay. He had a really good run the year prior on O2 Blast alongside all the O2 Blast favorites. I still think this guy's got talent. So good replacement for Top Dragon. We're going to move over to map number 1 here on Antarctic Peninsula, where the meta has shifted. and you can already see that Wu-Chan highlighting over the Life Weaver pick here. So I don't think Life Weaver's going to get any game time. Could prove me wrong. Not going to be the case. We are playing on the patch where Life Weaver has had some of the bindings change, has had the buffs come through. Not going to see it yet, though.
And fun fact about SPG, although he's not playing, Aid's brother is on the team. Milgaru is the other tank for SPG, but the Zarya, again, interpretation of the meta. We don't get to see this on the North American side of things, so kind of like how the finals meta was-ish, or at some point, you remember the Dallas Fuel days, Zarya bubbling that Reaper, and Aldo was usually the Genji player, and similar knows how to be supported by an off-tank, and SPG gets some good picks. Taking out that Ana, that's a lot of heals gone for Daf, although now they've got the point cap, so Daf now start to hit the backline, but SPG have the numbers.
It is 4v3 though. Daf actually had the numbers there because an additional member of SPG went down, but as the respawns come on through, we'll see how this impacts gameplay. First ultimate coming online is going to be Wu-Chan with the window. And they're setting off on the side of the map. SPG were late to the point. Daf were there early, and the Zarya pickup is kind of an adaptation to the metas. HY vision goes down.
Playing so well off of this speed, and Dan can try to block as much as they can, but the Reaper damage is just too much. And at least you're able to start off with a 30%. You get to fight back this next one with ults sort of coming online soon.
And SPG didn't even need to use the window there, so just a clean pickoff on the casting of HY vision. Play the 5v4, no ultimates online for Daf, despite capping the first point, despite being ahead. Now the metrics. You know, if Daf had just even, I think, the one ult, they could have survived there. Nan onto Dank. The Ramacho would have been super strong. See if Daf can force their way in. I mean, Metro Wall could be a factor this particular fight as well. We'll see how far SPG have to pull back.
Yeah, and Wu-Chan has a really cool story. He was actually a flex DPS player, and the Amp Matrix, not what SPG wanted, as they just get folded by a launcher by 3-4 ultimates from Daf. That's a huge investment. But to just bring up my point again, that is the question mark, right? Wu-Chan is the newest pickup flex DPS, now playing flex support, and this is a backline change for SPG, and they're still adjusting to that.
He just threw it into Narnia. This completely went off the map. It just he put it into the enemy team. He didn't even put it for his own team, so that was just a complete flub of ultimate. SPG lost too many members. I probably could have sound barrier to save that fight, but they gave that one up. 38% good Byron to start out with.
Ooh, 1-1. Good sleep from Wu-Chan, who's now on the Ana.
Good shot.
High vision with 2. Grab thrown from 2U. Probably has enough energy and is confident to take this fight for SPG. DPS ultimates 2 would clear the way, and it's a flip for SPG.
I mean, SPG, they come in super strong again. Swap over that map over towards an Ana. Run their way in. Grab's the only ult they need. Walk over Daf, who, despite high vision, like you sort of mentioned, they're getting some couple of good shots in. 2k, not enough. Should be equalizing. I mean, that's actually 2 fights. The fights that SPG win, they win pretty convincing without having to use too many ultimates. Ace on the big flank here. To be fair, he's not going to be really challenged on this flank, so see if the spam is good.
Not sure about the off-angle Symmetra, but the rest of Daf go forward, takes that 1 HP. Now Aldo is on the flank, going after the rest of SPG. I guess there's maybe a Lucio or a Symmetra back here that managed to back cap, but it's not going to be something they hold on to. SPG getting the flip shortly. We'll be back in the lead.
The Nana coming through now. This is 2U's time to shine. One of his key heroes, one of his signatures. Cleaning up Daf. It'll be equalized 79-79 in a short while. SPG took that one very aggressively. They understood that Ace was on a flank. They said, let's just 5v4 this. Confident enough to keep running forward, but Daf will keep the players alive. Need to keep the photo up. All this Nano coming back in. Nano Annihilation at this time, it could be pretty good. I don't think they can necessarily win the entire map off of it, but they will push to 99 if they can win the fight of it.
Ooh, that and okay. Double 3k for SPG. This down there on top 93% and growing. Daf had the ults, but they just didn't have the sustain. And, you know, thank God for this Photon Bear. What would they do without it? SPG take round number 1.
They also don't have the tempo. I mean, this is twice now where SPG kind of just ran out. Yeah, they kind of just ran forward at them. Daf weren't prepared for the timing of it. They were thinking they had more time to play with, and they probably, if the fight went slow and Daf go in, play the Nano Annihilation combo, and SPG don't get to teleport Auto in, get that nice Death Blossom off, would have been a very different story. So let's take a look at that again. Just walks forward, what's even a TP, runs at the supports with a little bit of a speed boost, backed by the sound barrier to make sure he was going to stay alive. There was also a sleep dart onto Dank. So the one tool that Daf actually had got shut down by Wu-Chan as well.
And the bubble too from 2U, well thought out SPG. They have the rush comp. They're playing together now. Aid on the Sojourn. This is if they do roll out with it. Aid was in Sojourn jail for the longest time during that meta. It's a hit scan with a lot more mobility if they're worried about the dive.
I don't know if DAF are making the right choice here. Previously in other metas, you know, on different patches, on labs here for Antarctic, we see mostly Brawl. We don't really see a lot of dive, a lot of Winston, and SPG will easily take high ground because of that. And DAF already on the floor.
DAF just hoping the dive passes, and against the Reaper, yeah, I'm surprised they brought this out, but Aputo missing for DAF. Not the heals to sustain through. This is SPG farming Aid with 2. And that'll be the first cap shortly too. And as long as that Zarya lives, you saw how 2U fight after fight, SPG accumulates energy, and that's good.
DAF got to look for some swaps here. They need to think towards Brawl again. I don't think the Winston's going to work out for them. There's a Ram straight away. Again, for a map like Labs, it's super strange to be playing the dive, and SPG get to continue bringing out the greatest hits. I mean, 2U loves just, if he can play the Zarya, this is what he's going to go towards. Aid spent all of last year playing Sojourn. DAF are now heavily behind. What they do actually have, and I like this change up, is the Mei. The Mei will allow them to isolate some picks here. We'll see if they can find 2U from the Mei wall.
Hopefully 2U conserves those bubbles if he is the target of these bubbles. Dash step up to the point. The Mei wall is just a block Aid off a little bit, but he still has sight lines on to the rest of DAF. SPG though, it's a 1-1 trade, 4 versus 4, nano available, and he gives it over to Dank as he punches his way through, gets rid of the bubbles of 2U, identifies those cooldowns are gone, wants to win the tank matchup and hunt for more.
That was well played there. Played the ground game, had the nano available, got a pick on the high ground. It was traded. But eventually the nano is what carries through. Dank will now use the nano to be able to not only win the fight, but build ultimate toward the Annihilation. You're in a defensive position where Annihilation is going to be strong. SPG can outrange here. They're about to have Overclock and Window at the same time. So this is where we need to see Wuchan place a much better Ant Matrix than last time.
Yeah, he's looking for a good one, either on the top of the high ground or just open. Really, he likes to put it in front of his team, and the Annihilation to zone them off, but Dank, in the celebrator they got from Holly, just got obliterated. And SPG feeling real good, although they do want to flip the point here eventually, and they were able to conserve most of their ultimates. It's feeling good for SPG.
It was a good fight from Aid's POV. Not that we got to see it, but the point being he got a bunch of kills there. Overclock not necessarily used. Sound Barrier carried through that fight as well. Another successful fight for SPG where they get it cheap. Don't have to spend much. SPG just need to wait for one more. They're going to have to give up a lot of ground here waiting for Junjae, although just getting the backline again.
And although got bubbled and at least got countered this time, it was 1-1, and DAF react as SPG gave up the space. DAF, well, they ate it up. 41% and growing. DAF dead-eye to zone, and they're comfortable.
SPG took risks there. I mean, I still think they should have just backed out, waited for Hyunjae, played that one slowly. Could have still had some feet on the point between Bubbles and the Reaper to just keep it alive for Hyunjae and then play their ult advantage there, but they spent 2 ultimates, technically lost the fight, and that's kind of like the bad side of what we're seeing from SPG. They want to keep the tempo up, but there they just burned 2 ultimates for not a lot.
Oh, SPG, they throw the grab, but 2U is so low, needs to rely on Aldo to get in there, but he got pooped away from Polly, and DAF with the nano and the high vision. Loving to see these nanos be, or these Cassidys be supported the way they are, and high vision delivers.
Just the grab to play through. SPG couldn't walk up, no damage, follow through, and that is going to be it. So clean fight from DAF in the lead now. Should be hitting the first 99. Dank needs to very quickly find this Annihilation. I mean, that could be the game winner right there. There's nothing on board for SPG at all. They have no real options. They have to find a pick somehow. It's going to have to be an Aid headshot, although in the back line. DAF are in the lead. I expect DAF to be able to take this round if they don't whip it. Oh, that's a shot as well.
Oh, that is big. 4v5 as SPG have to run in. 98%. DAF hoping to force the round 3. And it's Dank leading that charge close to the Annihilation. Does get slept. SPG can now take up some space and ignore that bubble. Tank. As although saved by the bubble after the sleep from Aputo was delivered. Dank, Annihilation. How did SPG even get inside of this objective with all the ultimates that DAF have left? Even High Vision got another Deadeye. He used one last fight. He's a menace, and SPG just can't get enough done.
That's going to be big coming through. No members alive. No one can touch too many ultimates online for DAF. I mean, even at the end there, if you thought SPG had a shot, not going to happen. Blizzard with the sound barrier coming on through, even though there was a couple of trades in there. Dank did get slept with the Annihilation in that final fight in the OT. Best possible place for Annihilation. DAF had the correct correct ultimates coming online. SPG had overspent on previous fights, and this is where I think the tempo hurts them a little bit. I'm going to rewind a little bit further back to the one where Aid and Aldo decided to go in and use their ultimates. It was 4v5. SPG just fighting off way too much than they can shoot. They could have just played that one safely, kept their ultimate bank safe, but they took some risks, and this is that tails into the coin.
SPG, their ult's not as effective as they were on Icebreaker. I mean, 2U throwing the grab, which got some people, but 2U died immediately. Aldo got booped away. Aldo went for Death Blossom, bubbled, and only got 1 kill that time instead of the 3. You're putting all these eggs in the Age basket against High Vision, where High Vision is enabled a lot more. Yeah, the nade hits SPG, just slows them down, but high ground control is what SPG is vying for. Maywall comes out from Ace, I guess, just to protect themselves, but SPG in the driver's seat.
Early Maywall being broken is, or rather being placed, is a little bit awkward for Daph because that's their engage tool. They're playing this sort of pseudo dive plus the May, and they need to lock out some members to use the prime target. They want him.
Oh, dang, up and above. Goomba stops 2U, and that's the fight for Daph, and these supports shouldn't be here much longer. Hey, they gotta run for their lives. Wu-Chan can't get away, and Daph will be capping first.
Yeah, Daph, I mean, they were able to disengage the first Maywall and then re-engage the second Maywall, beautifully defined to you. And that's the other thing about playing, I think, the Zarya on this particular round as well, is like you need some high ground, low ground control, and there's just no, upward mobility for 2U Zarya. So 2U probably should have come out on the D.Va on this particular round. See how far the Zarya really takes this team. It's going to be hard to play up against a dive team on this particular map.
At least bubble Aldo, there it goes, harassing Dank, bursting that bubble both morally and physically, but Dank, with his revenge, nanoed, going after the supports. Now has that identified Wu-Chan without cooldowns, but the bubbles from 2U and the boops from Hyunjae to save Wu-Chan. Dank gets punished on the approach, and without that tank, without Ace, no shot Daph hold this.
There's just no diving support. The problem for Daph is because they are opting to play both a Cassie and a Mei, which is more towards a Brawl for DPS lineup. They don't have the Tracer, they don't have the Sombra, they don't have any dive support for Dank. So Dank's going in solo. He's nanoed up, which is good damage, but they don't have the extra amount of damage, which is why Hyunjae and Wu-Chan both live on 1 HP. Both those supports were very close to dying, but did not go down.
Now SPG have the nano to work with, barrier to keep them alive, but they lost Aldo from a headshot to High Vision, and Dank, Primal, the Blizzard, the Deadeye too. Is this necessary? Daph want to make sure they remember this. 2K from Deadeye. You don't expect that to get as many kills as it does. He is on fire.
When you run out of bubbles, not much you can do. You could try and hide away, but there's a Primally Monkey there as well. So Daph, to take it through Blizzard, they spent a lot there. They put down a lot of ultimates. It's High Vision that brings the goods. SPG as well spent big. Nano Clock combo in there. Not nearly as strong as it was before all the nerfs to Sojin. Daph in the driver's seat currently. Sleep onto Aldo. They probably don't know that there's grab coming online. They might know about the Blossom.
It's weird that the Zarya is just playing on the low ground, obviously, to try and get the flip, but Daph can surround them. I mean, one anti-grenade. This is just going to summon bubbles out of 2U, who wants to save those for Aldo, or dives onto Wu-Chan, and the grab is thrown from 2U, and Pali uses the sound barrier. It's not enough to keep them up, but High Vision is a threat on the field. Aldo trays it back with the Death Blossom. One-man advantage for SPG as they fight tooth and nail to get this point back. They get the flip, but after all, it's 85 for Daph.
It's a strong lead. Okay, so Sound Barrier was played in response to the Graviton Surge. There we go. And then beyond that as well, the Reaper opted in with all those Death Blossom. Ended up being enough. So, like you said, one Sound Barrier not going to be enough to hold them through them. 2U just needing to find the goods, which he does. 85, strong lead though. SPG can definitely snowball this one a little bit further. They have more ultimates coming online that are strong. It will be a little bit more difficult for Daph to find a good Blizzard. They've already lost one player.
Oh, the Blizzard and 2U's bubbles have been expended, and Blizzard doesn't get anything. Yeah, the speed from Hyunjae is great. They fall off the high ground, though, so SPG will have to fight that one back. Nano to your Zarya. Don't have a ton of charge, but you look real threatening doing it. Daph have split up from each other. Okuno's been identified, and Daph get cut down from just the nano usage alone. But with Wu-Chan dead, SPG are only up by one person, and you rather don't have a lot of heals. Daph can fight their way back.
I mean, they've stolen the point away, so that's one thing going the way of Daph, and SPG are going to have to contest this one quickly. Not expecting Deadeye to get much this time around. Not a lot of players in the open. Wolf force to 99. That's the only ultimate gone. Apuda now rushing towards this nano. They need to put that nano onto Dank.
Late ultimates coming in. Nano close,
He's
but
dead.
Dank couldn't live to get to the primal. You'll have to Nano high vision. He's clutched for you before.
Boostio.
Starts with the kill on A, and I guess Polly is the bigger fragger, and it still works out. You kill Wu Chan, and this barrier from Hyunjae won't be saving SPG today. 99% and gone. Daff will be taking map number 1.
I can't believe the Boostio worked. I cannot believe the Boostio actually worked. I don't even know if it was obviously not even intended. It was definitely supposed to go to high vision. Dank dying super early there should have been the death knell. That should have been Daff out of the round, out of the map. But yeah, they survived without the tank, and the Nano into Lucio actually ends up getting a bunch of frags in there. It just wasn't much more, I guess, online for the side of SPG. Interesting final fight there.
Yeah. I'm liking the Cassidy pick over Sojourn. Like, you know, we already know based on hit scans that Sojourn has to build up towards that high damage while Cassidy can output it pretty consistently. And I felt like High Vision's involvement in every fight was felt in Aid here and there, hot and cold. But we know Aid can flex to different hit scan picks. So maybe the Cassidy would be better. Didn't feel like the mobility was necessary. Wasn't really the target of focus. It was more his supports.
And I think it's just what a crazy start for Daff, right? I mean, they come in as the major underdogs in this matchup. We talked all about the fact that they lose their star player in Yoshinori 2K. You know, he's like kind of the baby Patapan. The next big DPS player come out of Thailand, and they don't have him. And Daff have to kind of play with others. Dank comes in specifically for this tournament on this roster, having not played with them previously. And they pull through versus SPG, who what are they again? Top 4 Korea. So that's an incredibly strong start for an APAC team, and a massive statement for APAC right out the gate.
And that's a good point. Like, this first match of this APAC Open is the clash of regions and really measuring which region is at their strongest. We got the 4th place of Daff from APAC versus the top 4 of SPG from Korea. And a lot of people at least felt that this was going to be a one-sided affair in favor of SPG, just based off of kind of presumptions of comparing regions. But like you said, SPG fell off just because of the ult efficiencies and high vision. You nano him, and he gives you multi-kills after multi-kills.
Well, I don't know if we have too much more to talk about for that particular game, Lemon. So why don't we throw this one to a break and see what happens on map number 2 here for the Overwatch League East Region Spring Open.
welcome back everyone to the Overwatch League Spring Stage Open. We still have the DAF versus SPG Group A, the first match, top 4 VAPAC versus top 4 Korea, and it's APAC that's ahead.
Surprisingly so as well, but looking at how they played there, I think the Ramatra comps are good. We even saw the adjustments coming through on labs where they started on the Winston, wasn't a particularly strong pick. They noticed it straight away, right back into spawn after losing a fight, straight away going back onto the Ramatra, and they actually end up winning, coming back on that particular round and taking us to, the decider, where I think this time they started on the stronger comp. I'm not a fan of the 2 Zarya on specifically sub-level. I think that's actually the weaker composition there. And DAF played to their advantages. They played the dive well, and they managed to lock it out. So super well done.
And we were kind of talking about DAF of how a lot of their success was behind this young player of Yoshinaro 2K, who's 15 years old and not able to play. So DAF had to kind of emergency pick up a ton of players. And I'm glad that kind of High Vision can pick up the mantle and bring DAF to victory. And SPG still working around, losing their top players like Top Dragon. That was their version of Yoshinaro 2K. But Top Dragon went to O2 Blast, and Lee Soo-min went to other teams. So it's SPG at a weaker form than they were before.
Weaker, but I don't think they should be. Well, I don't want to say this week so far because we've only just seen the one map, and maybe further down towards the deeper in the series, we'll see more better performance, I'd say, out of SPG. This is like a double Elam tournament though, so falling down the lower bracket super early would be pretty bad news for SPG, who in this particular group A, probably the weakest of the 3 Korean teams. You've got O2 Blast, Dreamers at SPG, and definitely Dreamers and O2 Blast are much better. So when I hinted at earlier that not every single Korean team will make it out of their group, SPG in Group A is the most at risk, and already that risk is being shown with them being 1-0 down.
That's just map 1, and it was off of just a lot of this 2U. Zarya 2U was on Dynasty, if y'all remember back in the day, playing a lot of that Diva, that Sigma, alongside Marvel back in Overwatch 1, and really improved his flexibility throughout time, and is known as the best Junker Queen in Korea, if you want to say that, and has added Winston and Doomfist to the roster. Now is known as one of the most flexible tank players, and I've heard it's almost shocking that he's not in Overwatch League.
Well, he might be able to force his way back in through the qualifiers if they can make it into the top 6. We'll see how our Hollywood goes for bringing this series back around. It's back over towards the Zarya Reaper composition, something the SPG really want to play, and Dank possibly caught out there, but does jump away in time.
So far, so good for SPG, and still back to the 8 Sojourn. At least this mobility would help out getting to these high grounds. We'll see if he sticks with it, but building up towards that energy. It's a lot of shooting this shield of Dank to build up the Sojourn charge. SPG have the high ground, but they are a sort of death ball where it's a lot about bubbling although and seeing in what position you can go after, catching Dank off guard, but they collapse on the High Vision. And somehow Wu-Chan gets found in the back wall. I thought safe and sound up top, although might have spotted a threat. Just goes to check, and where is the rest of DAF? Well, somehow still contesting. SPG will steal away a first take. They get high ground control right back, and Polly not able to wall ride to safety, and that should be the full cap for SPG, although maybe a recontest in the cards.
No, Polly dead. If they don't have the support here, if they don't have full 5, it's too difficult, so they're gonna just keep it alive for B, play early for B. I think if Pally lives, they would have gone for the recontest this. That final Lucio just kind of chilling on A. Not ideal for DAF, and Nano's coming online as well, so there was maybe a final chance of recontesting with that alone. Oh, just gets demolished by Pudo.
Good to see, and at least teleporting up there. You want to maybe take the elevator with the rest of the team, get the bubble, have maybe a boot from Hyunjae.
But still got slipped. The bubble got burst, I think, just instantly.
Oh, okay, I didn't see it. SPG can just, I mean, there's 2 options. You go and fight for the high ground, or you play under the roof and just push the cart, but that gives the initiative to DAF, who have the Nano.
DAF need to be dropping.
Oh, well, this pulse bomb drop, it just dropped onto nobody, so Ace will be there for the flank pressure. Dank gets nanoed, has the primal. Sound Barrier in response from Hyunjae as SPG funnel their damage of this Reaper right into that tank, but Polly gets isolated yet again. That's 2 picks for SPG.
Still 3 up for DAF, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Primal was forced way too early. I think they dropped too late as well. Payload was quite a fair ways along, and you're giving SPG time to also collect their ultimates. DAF had the combo alive and available. Ace now going towards the sim. SPG already around almost the final corner here. They've lost all positioning. SPG hold all the cards. It's another one of those classic SPG fights that we saw in Antarctica where they barely use any ultimates. Just one sound barrier ends up being enough here.
Dank in trouble. Sounder has to be popped, and Dank just used the jump. At least he can drop down, but SPG, they're waiting. Although you saw him just at the door, looking for a cheeky angle for the Death Blossom, maybe wanting to teleport, but just collapses onto Dank, punishes him while he's without that jump, without that tank too. Daft don't have good initiative. The Deadeye too didn't feel good, comfortable, safe enough to drop. Maybe could have had a better angle. SPG too, overclocking and heading right to B with plenty of time.
The fact that they burn sound barrier early means they have no defense versus Grav, so Grav comes through, catches enough members, and that's going to be enough to clean up Daff. I mean, Deadeye, no angle, no vision whatsoever, even from the high ground, just couldn't see anybody. SPG hides effectively from that. Not too sure what the deal with the Symmetra is. Possibly just to teleport high vision to the high ground for the Deadeye, but that's a gimmick. I don't think that's going to be a good enough play at all. Clearly it wasn't. Ace brought nothing else to the table. So now over towards the May, which is far more effective in this matchup.
Oh, the drop down! Although Death Blossom and Dank just came back on the Ramatra, even 8 swaps to the Ash, but SPG have a momentum push coming.
SPG's momentum is so far extremely quick. They have basically all the cards here in terms of forcing these fights when they want to. Daff can't get away in time. Speed boost, although in with a bubble and a Death Blossom, and it's a free fight win just off the back of that one. SPG are in a bit of a rebuilding phase here, so survive up against this Nano, which will go over to Dank. And then we'll see if SPG can sort of counterplay after that. It's actually going to go to high vision.
Oh, he drops! He bursts the bubble of Tuyu! And we're not even out of the woods yet! He's hunting! And the members of SPG are just prey. Daff, I mean, I love the way they just keep nanoing high vision. You can depend on this guy. A bit of a back cap, but not too worried.
And that's not a normal thing you see either. I mean, just not just the fact that you nano the Cassie, which is fine. I mean, you can nano either the Cassie or the Ram here, but the fact that high vision just runs at these straight front lines there. He's running above ahead of everyone else on the team. Runs at 2, you burst the bubble and just right clicks him down. I mean, that is incredible to see, and SPG couldn't stop him. I'm not too sure what Wuchan was. The sleep dart didn't come through. Maybe it didn't, just missed. But high vision got away with murder there, straight up. That's so much work.
Dank has Annihilation, Blizzard. If they can just lock SPG into a tiny area and even draw the fight towards the front of the cart, that would be ideal. Annihilation first to catch SPG going through the left doorway, although gets slept and booped away, not even woken up. And although was nanoed, he's able to get some value from it, but the bubble to bring him back because the focus has to be on Dank. Mid Annihilation, he's so low, but he's getting full supported by Opudo. Look at that ult charge go up. Daft survive and thrive.
Ice block coming through, final frag onto A. Should be a wall coming up as well for the final few kills. I mean, this is great staggering. This is what you need. Should be able to get 5 here. Wuchan not going to make it out alive. And it's a delayed 5k, but it's exactly what you need. All the team of the SPG wiped. Annihilation, super strong when it comes online in that particular scenario. And yeah, the sleep move onto all though denies any sort of counterplay that SPG had. SPG wanted to once again be the ones to pull the trigger first and fire the weapon, but when that gets shut down, SPG had very little left to play through.
We have Grav versus the sound barrier and a Bob from Aid. 2 minutes left from SPG, but having to reset to use energy is not ideal. It's a late scaling hero that prefers to take fight after fight without dying. SPG kind of scout this high ground because they thought they spotted Ace here, who still hasn't given this up. High vision, Deadeye, and he's nano to bring down this bomb, but didn't pull the trigger, as SPG only had to rely on that bomb. But Dav, Salver with only 2 or 3 people left, just as an automatic response to the grab, when I think they just could have given it up either way. SPG head for the parking lot with almost 90 seconds left, and Dav just not ready for it.
I think Daff could have done a lot more there. They actually had plenty of ultimates through. The Bob, surprisingly, is what got most of the damage through, as the rest of SPG just run full. They take the high ground. Notice there were a couple members falling back. Notice that Ace had actually already burned the ice walls, so easy for them just to kind of walk up. And the fact that Bob kills high vision, who got nattered and was trying to Deadeye and just couldn't see enough members, that is brutal. Take a look at how Aldo got his multi-frag a little bit early on to give SPG momentum. Straight from the high ground down, runs forward.
I like that SPG just took initiative at that moment, just sending the Bob in, drawing Daff's attention, taking that moment to step up. And then, like you said, Daff just didn't use the ultimates in time, and the sound barrier, you know, just No one's even alive to thrive and try to have a counterfight at that moment. And SPG, I mean, they had the opening and they took it, and a minute 20 is a decent time bank. And I know just back at Antarctic, SPG struggled once Aldo was getting countered. He was getting marked a lot better, so Aldo wasn't pulling off these 2-3Ks that he is this map or like in the round 1 of Antarctic. And Daf got to go back to how do we shut down Aldo?
Daf just didn't know where to pick their fights. I mean, they were trying to scout a little bit from the higher ground, trying to harass from there. Again, lost their wall and lost all ability to counter players. I think probably the bigger thing there, the bigger head scratcher was losing high vision to the Bob. I think at that point you just accept your losses. I'm dying to this Bob. I should probably just back out and forget the Deadeye. Daf will now be playing this dive comp once again for the opening stage of both A and B. I think on the A defense as well, kind of let Daf down. So that one, again, could have probably been a retake at minimum if they didn't lose Pally.
Now Ace is on the Reaper too, was playing Tracer last match, hoping to have a bigger impact this time to just drop the cooldowns, and even best Aldo on the hero. He's been playing most of his time. Now Dav had made the space to at least get that first tick, but SPG have a recontest in the cards.
Yeah, they do. They didn't lose a second member there. Super important. They kept everyone alive. Wu Chen drops the lamp, so make sure that they still have 5 here, but they won't have the lamp for the recontest. They still have to fight out of these chokes, and they break out properly.
Wade in trouble, and Ace hunts him down 5v4, and Daf should be able to finish this one off, but SPG do step up. It's 2U leading the charge and having the bubbles be front facing, but Aldo rates, and that's just all she wrote for this point. It's nice, at least for Daf, that this got so scrappy. They're able to build up some important ultimates to keep the momentum pushed.
And A getting shut down in the flank there is very important as well. That guarantees the 5v4. A debatably showed himself super early, or at least didn't have the sort of damage potential just to run out and snipe, trying to alleviate some pressures from Cafe, which I appreciate, but he just gets taken down, too low HP. SPG won't be losing that much ground though. Dank's trying to hold some high ground, but he'll have to give that one up. SPG can still, they should be forcing high ground here and making that window play.
Oh, he thinks maybe he can get the Death Blossom too, and you spot out some supports. Pluto's got backup though, so Aldo's gonna think twice, but it does give SPG back that high ground control. And as much as they can scrap away, you gotta build up 2U's energy so you can have more damage in these fights.
Well, right now, they can just play through everyone else. Overclock and Blossom being available is huge.
What?
I don't even know how High Vision managed to get that shot, but that's a clean 5v4 now.
Evened up after a Death Blossom from Aldo. 1-man advantage for SPG, but they're so low. The Soundbeer, the 3-man by Polly, gives Daf just a nail in the coffin to win the fight and keep the cart pushed.
And huge sleep dart from Maputo onto Aldo as well, so that's what happened to the Death Blossom. Only just got the one, could have gotten more. Put Aldo onto 1 HP as well, with both your DPSs gone. Aid, dead, Aldo critical, wraithing away. SPG lacking the damage output, Daf keeping the pressure up, and this is the kind of patience that they need. It's been SPG kind of setting the tempo of the game so far on 2 maps. Daf are really catching up now. Those revs up. Zapala rounds the final corner here, although trying to get the movement from that high ground. Nearly takes Tank down, actually.
Yeah, that got really close. Nano available. Maybe give this to Dank, or if you think Ace can get a good Death Blossom. High Vision just overclocking, loses it to Ace, but the Death Blossom from Ace through the immortality, through it all. Traded right back as Aldo was on the flank. Ace wins it at the end of the day. It's scrappy, 2v2. Daf have point B in their sights, but without Ace, you're missing a bulk of that damage, and Dank knows it.
You don't have healing either. Pally and Puto both went down. It's a 2v2, but SPG still have a healer and they have a tank. That's super important for just keeping the point alive. Even if the 2v2 is a clear stalemate, SPG have respawn advantage. So SPG, they can grind that fight out. It's a guaranteed win. Daf, you just needed Ace to somehow find probably Hyunjae there, but it wasn't going to happen. So SPG will be able to hold this position. They can hold this for a while now because they have the double support ultimates. They have the opening frag here, and Daf will have to reset.
It's a random charged right click from 2U2, and I don't know what Dank's cooking. It's good though, especially with Puto. Just sustain you, that was gonna be tough. Either way, reset as a team, I guess.
They force an ultimate, but at the cost of just everyone dying, at the cost of feeding ultimate. So you got 1 ultimate out of Wu-Chan, then you just fed your entire team into building ultimates for the rest of SPG. I'm not too sure that was a good trade, and it was a time loss as well. Better just to cop the loss, the 1 player going down, waiting for the 5v5 again, and going once more.
2 minutes for Daf, still fighting for the high ground. Aid Maybe getting sights on that back line could get that one shot. The 100 charge, but Daft taking a different route, trying to come through the bottom of Hotel.
I think they're going to go all the way around towards Payload if they can. Maybe force the fight on low ground. Which will still be hard because he can do a lot there. You don't want Aldo dropping down on top of you, and Aldo's already on the floor. So you dropped as well.
Oh, spooked off too. Ace is so far away from the rest of the team, though. He's on the left and Dapper on the other side. But at least through all this scrapping, you've got some ultimates, but Ace just couldn't get back to safety, even with health pack access. So it'll be up to Dank. Got the Nano and Primal Rage. Countered by the Soundbeer of Hyunjae. And SPG have more tools around the corner. Death Blossom, Graviton. What do they want to invest? Well, you might not even need it. The Soundbeer was enough. And especially taking down Daft. That's easy for SPG.
Daft just didn't know where they wanted to take a fight again. I think it looked like they were going to go for the full wraparound towards point if they can, back of the prison. They did force some SPG members down, although until you both dropped, and you know they were thinking, could we take a fight here? But losing Ace into the 5v4, Daft still wanted to play the 5v4. The second time they wanted to force 5v4, this time with the ultimates, and it just doesn't pay off.
Graviton versus the Sound Barrier. You got the Tracer of Ace to try and really anchor the card. It is marked by SPG, not much progress. 8 is slept, so Dank is just ruining the rest. Daft now have a head start, stomping away at SPG. I don't think I have a chance to recontest, even with the respawn advantage. 2 is going to be staggered out too, so Daft have finally gotten point B.
I mean, that's what you need. You need the Primal to start splitting up SPG's backline. Wu-Chan gets caught on the sidelines, Primaled away, and the rest of SPG, no counter trades whatsoever, and Daft just kind of roll up, survive against the Grab. That was still technically like a 4v5-ish, because the Grab got 1 kill, but because the fight takes place so close to Daft's respawn point, they have the respawn advantage there, so they can push forward. Trying to get the cap. Good stick, but the lamp will save it.
Not feeling so good without their Winston. That's the power of Aldo and friends. The burst damage too close. Not without High Vision getting some revenge, but still Dav need to reset. They got 90 seconds to get to the end, so this is already going to be a time disadvantage.
They're not going to re-up the match now. 120, it's gone. Daft now just hoping to cap at all, and I'm not actually entirely sure if there's going to be a draw-only scenario if they cap with no time here. There is more than 1 minute for SPG, so that actually might be the case, which does mean that time is on now for Daft. Nano being available.
Overclock for Aid, trying to respect that space, still loses that to High Vision. He's hunting for more. SPG only using the overclock in that fight, but Daft heading to that parking lot at the end. SPG with respawn advantage.
SPG have the ult advantage here as well. They have respawns, which means they can play through this final fight. Not even a pulse bomb in spawn would be enough here. You have the lamp still available. Double bubbles have been burned, so that's maybe something to play through.
Oh, Wu-Chan in trouble. Able to peel for himself. That Blossom from Aldo does get slept as Daft continue to stuff the spawn room doors of SPG. You've removed Aldo. Bulk of damage gone. 2U throws the grab, but barely has the health to maintain it at 1 HP, supported by Wu-Chan or somebody. SPG trying to stay alive, but Daft with 15 seconds left have finished off the fight. Just need to get rid of these stragglers and we'll be able to cap, but really a big time bank difference between these two teams.
Yeah, and they managed to cap with time barely, so not the OT. They won't have to play for a draw-only scenario. 1 minute to 2:12. So clutch just to get it in the final, but within 10 seconds of the map finishing. And a brilliant primal from Dank. That was so well played. The sleep dart onto Aldo as well. He's spinning on top of the payload, but no one from Daft is on the payload. That could have been the game-winning play. Could have been Aldo cleaning things up. He's left alone on that payload, and this as well. Another nano of the High Vision, the nano clock combo completely destroys Aid, and they keep on going. The momentum built from this particular fight, and then identifying the left side spawn room was going to be their next staging area. And this has been a weakness of Daft, right? Not being able to really figure out where they want to take the next fights. And this time around, the fact that I think Ace on the Tracer also just getting behind. You see Wu-Chan dropping down the window, trying to play through that left side spawn, and Ace just being a menace there, allowing Dang to also just follow through the prime. I mean, that was the play that gets Daft the cap.
Also, Ace's pulse bomb getting negated by the immortality field, so it's just not an ultimate you can depend on. Maybe having less value in something like a Death Blossom. Either way, Ace has been kind of hovering between the two, and High Vision continues to get ultimate support, having the nanos like we saw in Antarctic, and Aid not really the same. I think it's been some to 2U, although at 40% charge, some to Aldo, and SPG still capped with a huge time bank, so Daph will be attacking first.
Well, SPG mostly have played through this Lucio BAP so far, so they're not going to be playing through any sort of nanos, no Annas on board. And it was mostly through the fact that I think 2 just had his double bubbles forced way too early in that last engagement. Defense, though, needs to be a lot better for SPG. I think both teams on A so far kind of struggle on this defense. Debatably more so Daph. That's 1 bubble gone, if I'm counting correctly.
Kind of missed the jump back. Oputo not able to support Dank and his dreams. And Daph, I mean, with the 1 minute they had, the accomplishment would have been capping the point, but with less than 30 seconds left and no ultimates to really build up to, not even a nano, this is going to be a struggle.
I mean, accomplishment will be getting at least 1 tick here to make it competitive, and currently at the moment, if they don't win this, Dank is on critical HP. He needs to not die. If he lives here, they can get nano, but he can't die.
7 seconds and someone has to touch. It has to be up to Ace and Polly, and Ace able to trigger that overtime there, living in the back towards the mini pack.
No,
Daph, nano, and it doesn't hit Dank in time. Dank dies, and High Vision too. SPG cut them down before they can make it to the point. Ace's pulse bomb has an impact when there's only 3 alive. It's not enough for Daph to keep it rolling, and not even a tick will be acquired with the 1 minute they have.
That's heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking, and that's... People don't realize this, and you know, maybe you got to play a lot of Ana to know this, but the nano can miss. If the nano is a projectile, it's almost an instantly hitting projectile. But if the target dies before the nano hits, the nano just fades away into nothing, disappears, falls off the screen. So the nano just didn't hit because Dank died as soon as the nano got deployed, and Dank died straight away. So just no nano. I think they played that too slowly anyway. I think if you're Daph, and then as soon as the nano comes online, why are you waiting? Like, Dank needs to be in a position to jump straight away. Nano comes online, Dank jumps, hit the nano straight away, no questions asked. Dank was on critical HP, the nano comes through, and it just didn't hit. So, I mean, that's what cost Daph the ability to fight for A. And that actually came close. Remember, that came down to something like a 2v2, a 1v2, Aputo the last one. It was Aputo and Ace versus 2 members of SPG. So you imagine the nano actually hits, very different fight.
SPG had the, minute 12 now advantage, have to get the 25% to tie the series 1-1, which is not a guaranteed affair after we just saw how much 1 minute struggles, but at least with 2 minutes, you definitely are guaranteed ultimates and at least hopefully some charge from 2, depending on how many times he gets reset. But yeah, this is feeling SPG tying things up, I think.
I mean, at minimum, it's going to be a draw, if not SPG winning. And A ends up being the bane of Daph, and that was true in regulation time. It's true in the OT as well. To be fair, 1 minute is just not a lot to play through. The Daph even playing the double flex support here, so SPG going to change things up. They don't need to be playing Brawl into this double flex support. It's Ram double flex support, which is super weak to dive, and SPG are like, if we dive this, I mean, Dank can't save his team at all. Dank's not playing a Diva, he's playing a Ram, which cannot protect backline.
I thought he was going to stick to the Zarya just to have, you know, you have 2 beautiful bubble targets of the Genji and the Reaper. Having more mobility this time to play that much quicker. There's the engage. 2U jump to the high ground. They've almost isolated that Zen. They got to deal with the immortality first. The focus goes awry for SPG. They lose the mech. The DPS are too low. 8 is getting some dash resets, but Daph fight their way back. Still very close affair. SPG, though, will have to reset.
This is fine for SPG. They just need to regroup now. These players that are still dying here need to get out and not stagger themselves. And the respawn advantage goes the way of SPG. The reason they're playing the Diva is because they want a heavy dive in and then just Matrix 8 and all those. They go really heavy. They only have to get the 1 tick here. Dank's already used Nemesis, needs it again.
Oh, that Zen gets protected by the immortality. Oputo doing everything they can to heal them back up and has gone towards the Ant Matrix. Daph have at least Dank anchoring that as SPG just... That wall is slippery, but getting to the back, getting to that Zen seems to be an objective of Aid. Will have to do this solo. Doesn't have the bubble to depend on this time, and Aldo collapses with Aid as they coalesce on the same targets. It's 3-4 down for Daph, and they won't be able to defend this in the last 30 seconds. SPG get the 25 or 33%, and we'll take the map.
Daph just taking massive risks with that composition. Ram double flex, not even nearly as good as Diva double flex there, but if you play the Diva double flex, you probably, I think, lose the Zarya. So it's between a rock and a hard place. I mean, SPG just set themselves up for great success, knowing they only have to get the 1 tick. Daph have very few options. And I think Ram double flex is just too susceptible to dive there. And you see how easily it is that Aiden, although can get to the back line and dash around, even the first fight which went awry for SPG, it's fine. You can play through the better respawns there. You have a respawn advantage. You get to the point first. The other team's locked into cafe and they have to walk out because it's one tick. And at that point, I think it's basically over. So SPG played that super well.
And am I stupid? It might be late at night, but Oputo, I had written down he's like this flex DPS player, and now he's playing flex support.
Yeah, he's role swapped.
This happens a lot in these regions where you have DPS that go to flex supports that come to DPS. Well, usually DPS going to support, which is really interesting.
I think he role swapped a while ago. No, has he? No, he's played both. He actually, in contenders, he also played some DPS. So I don't know. I thought he had role swapped a lot earlier, but I think he's maybe bouncing between the roles because you also had Ace bouncing between different roles as well. Ace has both played tank and DPS. This was before Dank was added to the roster, so I don't know. Maybe DAF are just kind of like a weird team that does that.
I know a lot of teams, I mean, in this APAC Open have had to change their rosters. Oh, is it Wallplay that completely changed their roster like a couple days ago? I mean, it's a big deal that a lot of the teams have these young contenders players that aren't age eligible to go all the way to mid-season madness, so you have to panic and replace kind of these star players.
Oh, I think they've only really had to make the one major replacement, and I think they replaced the tank as well, but I don't even know if they had. Rud Hung was maybe the only tank I saw listed, and not a particularly impressive play. I think Dank is probably a big upgrade there, but 1-1 now. So
well, yeah, SPG, I mean, they've made upgrades. Also in their gameplay, they've tied the series 1-1. They're going to throw it to a break. When we return, we'll have map 3. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League Spring Stage Open. We have our next map coming up soon. It's Tie Series, DAF 1-1 against SPG. It's a banger of a first match.
It's a very strong look for DAF. I mean, I'm pleasantly surprised. I thought with DAF losing Yoshinori, you know, adding Dankin is always fun, but hadn't seen him play for like a full year plus. Had no idea what to expect there. SPG still looking like a very strong team on paper, and I thought this would be a much more one-sided game for SPG, but even Hollywood, even the one that SPG won, that was a huge fight. I mean, they really had to work for that. I think DAF could have actually maybe come out ahead on Hollywood as well. This could have actually been a 2-0 for DAF, and I don't say that lightly. I truly believe DAF probably could have won Hollywood. It speaks well to DAF's ability to go further in the series and maybe get that upset.
Yeah, and just kind of looking back at my notes, talking about Oputo coming in on that support. I have written down that it's Xiaote and Pale that did a lot of the tournament play before this, so there's just a lot of changes coming in. I feel like I kind of left my expectations open to who was going to be starting with just all these new players either coming in or leaving. But I do know we're going to Rialto next.
And this is the map of the snipers. So High Vision has done well on Cassidy so far. Is he going to do equally as well on the Widowmakers? I would like to imagine both teams would be bringing out Widowmakers here. If not, you're going to see some Hanzos. You need some long-range capability on these maps. This is also where I think 2U's D.Va is going to really shine. So for DAF, and I think DAF might have picked this one because they lost the last map. I mean, what's Dank going to play here? He's probably going to have to play the Winston. Could force the Ramantra, but you lose any verticality there. This is a very strong D.Va map. I would be surprised if 2U play Zarya again here. I think on A especially, you really just need the D.Va. Once we get to C, could see the Zarya versus Ram kind of stuff again. But, you know, early A, Widowmaker D.Va all the way.
Yeah, we saw the Zarya Genji Reaper from SPG at the end of Hollywood, which, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because, yeah, they definitely looked better with the speed.
That was a specific counter comp, though, so I wouldn't expect that again unless they scout out something they encounter.
At least playing more aggressive and with more speed. They looked good. Okay, we'll see what the counter picks are at the end. But Dank, yeah, wondering if it was going to be him still playing. Didn't get any word of substitutions where Rottung is available for the off tanks if they had kind of Sigma in the cards. But I'm still kind of getting to know the regions and what their bread and butter is.
I looked at the official rosters, the ones from internal, so not on Liquipedia, and there's no other tank listed, so it's just Dank. They have to play with only Dank here. And 2U's going to start on the Sigma, which is still viable on this map. I think the D.Va is still stronger, but he's going to go to the Sigma anyway. And it's the Sigma Brig combo, and yeah, we are playing on the new Brig patch, by the way, so you've got to see the new big Brig shield, all the Brig buffs come through. See how that works?
Oh, I'm excited for that. That'll be my first time casting it too. I want to see how strong it really is. But off now to the high ground. DAF, they go just to set up High Vision. The best spot for Vision, but it's still a 2U throwing up shields, and Hyunjae is still in this corner, and they managed to punish DAF, who I'm surprised couldn't get a better head start.
But that was a huge read from 2U as well. He just trusts his team to deal with Dank. He turns around and he sees a Puder. That's so well played. Has the hand out. Kinetic Grabs eats the Bionade, and that secures the fight. I mean, no Bionade to follow through. Dank is caught on the side. 2U trusts his team to take care of it. That is extremely well played by SPG on the opening.
Now DAF still going back to the high ground, but at least not going through the window. Dank can kind of jump from the low ground. And you have Aldo anchoring on the Tracer. That was a hero he was working on a lot back on Toronto Defiant. There is a pick from High Vision onto 8. Oputo is missing. Not a lot of heals for DAF, but still just trying to force a 2U back is going to be difficult without resources.
Now, 2U's been forced on the ground here, so if DAF can, I was going to say, stay alive, get this nano off, they can play through and have advantage here because there's no sniper on the opposite end. With Dank going down, DAF going to have to reset unless High Vision just frags out. Got the 2 so far. 2U's probably down here as well. He's caught out.
Yeah, he'll be staggered and... Wait, what? How did he just kill 2? I thought he was going to die.
Said his name,
and Aldo
actually
is hanging around too. Either way, DAF... just down 2. I guess they're still having control of the card. You got Primal. You want to stuff this choke, but SPG are coming back with so many tools.
SPG will have more ultimates here for sure. And this is where the Brig ultimate's going to really shine. I mean, cool, Primal's going to be available. That is a decent kill from High Vision to start things out, though.
Just keeps winning those sniper duels. There's all the ultimates unleash. Nano Dank, Dragon Strike, Pulse Bomb from Dap, throwing it all on the table as SPG just hope to rally through Gravitic Flux. SPG making the space, 4 meters away from Dap with 90 seconds left. The Sounder was enough sustain from Dap to live through the Flux, but what is next? SPG down a healer, only have the vision of aid, and he just isn't finding any targets, anyone exposing themselves to this sniper, and Daf just play this front to back and they'll cap.
There's no tank left. If 2 goes down, SPG cannot hold. Aid can't do anything about it. Could even be a respawn here in terms of changing heroes. I think he's done that thing where you can now go into spawn and get the better spawn so you're not stuck in position. He's just gone back over towards the other spawn. And Daff will, off the back of high vision, once again impress, and we impressed us on the other 2 maps. Here on the Hanzo, I was saying it's going to have to be either the Widowmaker or the Hanzo, and the Hanzo so far has been brilliant.
There's 2 contesting the high ground, will be bullied back by Dank. We have a pulse bomb from Ace. Immortality is still something he has to worry about, but I guess just clips down Aid. So you have 5v4 for Dank, and they're going to be more aggressive. Ignores the tank. Dank goes in, supports in his face. Tuyu is slept. Can't even fall back for Peel, even if he wants to. And Daft split them all up with the Primal, and you just send Ace to execute. This is a great fight for Daft.
I mean, Dank just so easily gets onto the backline there, and now that the fight is opened up, Ace can join in. He's got the attention of both supports. I mean, that's perfect. No one turns around for them. Tuyu has to keep his face forward to try and stop Dank from walking up. Dank with the attention of both supports means he can lock them both out. The Primal means he's absolute safety. Can't die in that situation. So Daft, they find the fight for them. And while that's happening, they have pushed the entire way through. They never let go of the payload, which means as soon as they win their fight, they get the instant capital on scene.
Pulse from Ace. Nothing. Maybe the Immortality can't tell. For Tuyu, he gets slept again. I like that Daft just ignore the tank, go after the supports. SPG supports getting close to Ant Matrix 2, which can hose Daft as Dank didn't get the nano in time. Just miscomm there. Dragon Strike from High Vision gets them ahead. They go to frag Tuyu, who just collapsed them right back, and Daft have to go back to the drawing board.
I mean, I think they could have had a good shot in that fight. If Pudo was out of nowhere, I think he definitely got tagged by Ed. I saw he took a headshot from Ed and had to back out, but they really lose that much line of sight. I mean, I thought Pudo still would have been able to walk through, find a pixel of Dank and throw that nano in there. They could have completed the fight. Dank was in position. He was really aggressive. He was maybe even expecting the nano. That's why he's so far forward. High Vision got to kill off the Dragon, but they invested in that fight, but they didn't invest in the nano.
Well, Pudo might want to think about where he's putting his stocks into. You think it's gonna be Dank. I was just on the Hanzo, it's not really a nano target you usually see. Grab Flux hits at least 3. That's big, but the Sound Bear keeps them up for now. Daft counter with their own nano Winston. Primal Rage from Dank in a tiny room. That is not where SPG want to be, but the rally from Hyunjae manages to give enough sustain that somehow through all the ults, they only drop 1. SPG living, fighting back. Ant Matrix 2. Bit of a push from Daft, but they're all split up from each other. It's not going to go further.
It's another one of those crazy far forward at Matrixes, but they'll get the kill on the Dank, which is most important anyway. SPG keeps it up once more, so they're really burning down the clock now. This is where I expected Daft to maybe change comps. I think the dive gets less effective the deeper into this map we go, so I'm a little surprised we haven't gone over towards the Ram yet. This is where the Ram versus Zarya matchup would be really strong. 1-for-1 trade though.
Ooh, that nade from Apudo hit 3. He's so gross. Mortality is saved to you, but I don't think he really wants to be alive in this situation. Daft heading back again.
Although the final 2 is huge, that will stop the momentum of Daft. Daft can't push in to the end of the payload as much as they want to here because they need the rest of the plays. They don't have all 5. You see, they already have to back out. No Dank is important. So the payload stops just at the entrance. Huge double pickup from Aldo. Stow away the momentum of Daft. Now with 120 left, I mean, this is going to be, what, 2 fights left? 2 good fights anyway. One that's going to have ultimates, one that's not.
Daft, nano, but grab Flux is what's going to be a pain, and there's no barrier to respond it with. Can he get the group up? But pulse bomb from Aldo. Man, do you even need to invest more? This sleep, I mean, still the Tracer's able to recall out. SPG thinking twice about this grab Flux, and you might have to unleash it now to you. Throws it out. Why is this Lucio keep getting nanoed? And Dap, it's working. I don't even know why we criticized it anymore. 48 seconds for Dap, and they're getting a late stagger on to you.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't the intended target. Yeah, no, I checked. It's not the intended target. Pally literally jumped in front of Dank, so that was not even on purpose. But they've made the best of it. Sound barrier just on the two members. Can it be enough? Dank's still alive for now, barely.
God, just losing that momentum too after you had a late kill onto two. You didn't have tanks to worry about. Dragon Strike, Daft go back in. They found their numbers. Although is gone. Daft don't have any more ultimates. Ant Matrix from Wu-Chan to win the duel against the Tracer and really just use it for himself. Ace loses that. Daft losing wind in their sails too. 5 seconds left. 3K for the Baptiste player. That's what you like to see.
And last time on Hollywood, Ace was able to kind of win that duel, or to at least really ruin the day of Wu-Chan. The fact that Ant Matrix comes down from spawn this time, Wu-Chan outplays him, dances around the window, and off the back of killing Ace, will take down the rest of DAF as well. I don't know if the Boostio is going to be the thing most at fault here. It certainly... Oh, Dank didn't even die off the back of that one. So to be fair, I think Boostio was not the most egregious thing there, given that Dank was still alive and still ended up primaling. So yeah, I don't even think the Boostio was the biggest issue there. I think they just like lost to respawn advantage, lost to a Dragon Strike, lost to Wu-Chan on the window, and Daf ran out of fuel.
It's just comms getting messed up, thinking that Poly is used to playing with Jiao. I'm not 100% sure on the experience of how much time Poly and Oputo have been playing together. Either way, it happens. It's happened twice in this match.
He just jumped in front at pixel perfect angle. Oputo had Dank lined up and Pally just at the wrong time jumped in front. That's just one of those unlucky things. That's what happens when you don't nano confirm.
Judging the settings now. But
you know what actually is a legitimate setting that is like an advantage for players is, this wouldn't even be called a setting, but if you're a Tracer player, you should have that sitting emote unlocked. That's actually a buff. If you don't have that, you're actually not playing optimal Tracer. If you don't have the correct emotes. That's true, by the way. It's real.
So true, especially if you can sit in the bush. I've seen a lot of TikToks about places where Tracer can hide and contest the car without knowing. But that's cringe. You're not going to see that here today. Oh, hey, body shot into that Zen.
Died.
Okay, it was body shot. Close. It's close to no cigar, but SPG can at least bully this Winston with the Diva comp to you, doing just that, pushing Dank down, getting them low, needing maybe the chase down from Aldo, but not getting access. Dank healed back up to full and back to the high ground.
Ace has done well to get that kill. Aid has not had the best time sniping so far, is under pressure a lot, but it is a big trade. Tally down for SPG is huge, and this is kind of the Diva double flex I was hoping to see a little bit earlier. Tuyu really doing some work so far.
SPG, 3 minutes left. Don't want to lose this mech from Tuyu without Hyunjae with Wu-Chan dead. There's nobody keeping Tuyu up, and this is not staggers they can afford. You know, you take a kill. Yeah, living is great. At 80% too, given that old charge to Hyunjae and Wu-Chan, who are now back. Daf have to be careful.
I mean, if Tuyu gets DMX'd, that's a big stagger. So the living there is humongous. Like you said, is all feeding the old charge over to specifically Hyunjae. I hope Wu-Chan didn't take any of that. They need this nano.
Poly is isolated. Although went for the hunt, it just gets random headshot by High Vision. And maybe he has to be the focus of the dive a lot more from SPG. Either way, more picks come in for Dav, staggering things out. Even Ace has the space to go hunt down that Widow. And SPG, almost half their time bank left.
Ace has played this so well. Every single time Tuyu is turned around and he's looking forward, Ace has gone to the back line, and Tuyu just cannot protect both back line and front line when Ace is going after Aid, and Aid's going to swap now. This Widowmaker isn't getting enough sight lines. Tracer in his face the entire way through. Ultimates are online now, but it's online for both teams, so it's got to be a Nano versus Nano fight. Pally can't jump in front of Dank this time.
Nano Diva right after High Vision forces the jump back by Oputo by themselves, and a Pulse chases down High Vision. 2 picks for SPG, but not before that trades it out too. No supports for the defense. And SPG can go forward, but they gotta kill Dank, and he gets some, he gets woke. That is not what you wanted to have happen. 90 seconds left for SPG, and they still gotta get point A.
Dank survives at the back of at the end of all of that as well. So getting woken up at that specific moment, jumping away, stalling Pay a little bit more. I respect that because we'll give Daff the opportunity to get the respawns in. Payload's not even quite at the final hurdle just yet. We are going to be able to see now Kitsune Rush probably clean things up. This is a huge ultimate to have at this stage, and Daff probably don't have anything to defend.
Yeah, Dank immediately jumps back. It's countered by the rally. He's trying to sustain the defense. You see the new stun into effect from Brig. SPG still depending on the Kitsune Rush. 2K from Wuchan might have evened up the numbers. Self-destruct at the front too. You allowed to get back into mech thanks from the support of Wuchan, and SPG will lock that one in.
Yeah, Wuchan played that one well. They were actually down on members. It's a 3K from Wuchan. The TP onto the Baby Diva to make sure to remix as well. Humongous. That's exactly what you need. The Kitsune Rush probably didn't do as much as I thought it would. Losing a play at the top of the fight while you play the Kitsune Rush probably has that impact. You see the new Brig Shield as well, being super tanky. Ashing players and stunning them backwards slows things down for SPG, but superior ultimates for SPG means that they will be able to grind that fight out. Just gotta play this one patiently, push it out.
High vision on the Sombra. That'll affect their tempo as soon as that Sombra translocates out. This could be a moment for SPG to dive in further. Yeah, Aid just getting harassed by Dank, who's nanoed, keeps chasing down that Genji while the dash has been used, but now has garnered the attention of the rest of SPG. At least High Vision takes the moment to hack that to you, farm up, try to divide the attention. Dank goes back in. Daff have no ults, but they're just scrapping their way through, hoping to get anything while their Sombra is involved here in 2-3 SPG with the lead.
SPG defend that well. I mean, they were stuck inside that room. Fashion store, I think. You very rarely see anything happen there, but SPG just holds strong. Daff maybe overstay their welcome slightly. I was going to say Dank nearly has a primal there, so if Daff wanted to continue the fight, they probably could have. Daff realistically should have backed out into, I think, the museum again. Just kind of held high ground, held the indoor section. But they'll have EMP here after High Vision comes back.
Nano, Kitsune Rush so much. SPG, they Nano Aid, who didn't have the Dragon Blade yet, but you deflected the High Vision, you dash into 2. Support's gone for Daff, and recontest, not really much of the cards, just the primal that was left over from Dank. Not able to jump away. Point B capped for SPG.
Out tempo there as well. High Vision, you saw at the start of the fight, ends up translocating backwards, so they couldn't set up the EMP play. Ideally for Daff, they begin the fight with the EMP first, and they're the ones to get the first engage, but they're just going to do that. Now we're going to see some staggered kills here. Apruda will be lucky to make it out alive, and lucky he is for now, as Daff will move over towards a brawl composition. This will be High Vision's final fight, playing with Sombra, play the EMP and then swap over towards, I guess, the Cassidy after that. Pally probably needs to go over to the Lucio after this as well, so we need to see both these ults out this fight.
EMP ready as High Vision gets into position. SPG just waiting for this to happen. Kitsune Rush to try and counter it. EMP hits a few of SPG. You actually using the self-destruct, thinking this is winnable, gets back into mech. You don't have aid, but you got friends around the corner, and SPG just brawl their way through up the contact of Aldo as they head for the final fight of C.
And like I said, High Vision was swapping anyway, so I don't even know why he bothers translocating. Just die in the fight, just try and help your teammates, try and get some frags, and if you at least trade your own life, it's worth it. Daff will be playing the composition they want to. Now remember, the SPG don't need a cap here. They just have to finish off the last 2 meters, so it is final fight time. Daff at least have also got the only ult. Play through the Nano.
Make sure to confirm that target on the Nano. Hopefully it is Dank. Ace also close to the Blizzard, which perfect ultimate for this section of the map where SPG are just going to fight in this secluded area. But SPG, you can tell they're trying to take maybe different angles, left and right, scouting different openings. And Ace and friends maybe trying to take initiative. High Vision be hunting for Hyunjae. And with the Diva in his face, he's playing his life.
The slower this is, the better, and High Vision finds it. Pick so massive. Gonna force the reset now. This is where Dank can farm ultimate. Dank needs to use this moment where Aid is gone to get as much of this annihilation as possible. If they can get into the O2 with nano annihilation, it's super winnable. They even have the Blizzard. Daff cannot have these ultimates forced out before the OT happens. That would be disastrous. Daff can absolutely win this map if the correct ultimates come online.
Oh, 1 minute. Box of victory in the sight of SPG, but like you said, also very defendable and winnable for Daff. Many ultimates coming online, but the Nano's always a good start.
You just got to live versus Nanoblade. If they just huddle up inside the Blizzard, they'll be fine.
Ooh, going after Puto used the Blizzard trade, slow down the Genji. It's a 1-1 trade after the Dragon Blade is dealt with. SPG, though, not in the best positions. Annihilation is still in the bank. You might as well clean up this fight. 30 seconds left for SPG, and they've drained every ultimate except the Sound Jedi coming up from Daft.
That could be it. SPG, they have to run towards the payload. You can see that Daft are chasing. They're looking for anybody there. Any dragons. Can we take one kill? We want a 5v4. All those gonna have to die of those. So Tunche, they found it. They knew somebody was still there, and they get the 5v4. That could be the map over. Pally has a sound barrier as well. Daft got all the ultimates. SPG got nothing.
SPG just need to get that trade back. Punish Daft for not using the sound barrier early. SPG just playing this slow. We'll get the touch in overtime to you there. Sound barrier used from Daft. They engage in. Speed in from Pally's call. High vision with the Deadeye around the corner. All the picks go Daft's way. And SPG have 2 use left. Self-destruct can be used. Not even Kitsune Rush not having any effect. And Daft will finish off this fight and this map in their fashion. And 2-1. They go to match point.
The SPG, they banked on the wrong horse. They bet on the wrong horse indeed. Nano Blade, just the Genji in general, not really good in the current meta. They're still trying to really force this Genji. And you want to bank on a Nano Blade to win you through? Not going to happen. He had a good run on, I think, the Genji a little bit early on B. But for a final fight situation, Annihilation is coming online. Blizzard, Deadeye, Sound Barrier, all just about to be there for Daft. I mean, perfect scenario. They defended, I think the second to last fight was the most important one for them. Or was it technically speaking, it would have been the third to last fight there, because the second to last fight was one that all the ultimates got blown. And the final fight was where they just find the final kill onto the Ana player, who was, I believe that was Hyunjae. And after that, 5 versus 4 with ultimates, Daft take it away. So they set that up so well, and it was maybe a little concerning that Daft didn't get further, but at the same time, Daft got as far as they needed to on C. I mean, that's a nearly completion on a map that you don't often see completions on. So yeah, I mean, full respect to Daft. They're in the lead now, 2-1. This is such a good performance from Daft.
It's just that last fight came down to overtime. Either team could have won it, and it was about shutting down that Nano Blade you pointed out. I like the idea of the Blizzard, whether it was going to freeze the Genji or not. You at least slow down the follow-up that was going to come from behind the Genji, or at least you disrupt the focus and the support that could have gone into the Genji, and he only had a 1-1 trade with those 2 ultimates. So, man, that was a clash of styles. It's been cool to I never get to cast this region, so it's pretty wacky.
I mean, when you have one team with an off-tank player and 2, and the other team with only a main tank player and Dank, this is where the main clash of styles is going to come through. And High Vision also isn't playing the Widowmaker. A didn't get a lot done on the Widowmaker. Got pushed out by Ace. Ace, I think, was kind of like the silent carry on this particular map. He did such a good job just pushing Aid away and making sure Aid was going to have a bad game. And I also don't fully trust the Sigma on this map as much as I think you should have just played mostly D.Va. So there is that as well. But when he did play the D.Va, that was, I think, a much better look coming through from SPG.
Especially when you're battling against teams you haven't scrimmed against before. And I know there was one international tournament. Was it the name escapes me now.
Showdown?
That one, Showdown. But I know that was a little while ago. And that was the only test of just what was going to work against what teams. And top 4 versus top 4 with APAC ahead for Daft. They're on match point. We're going to throw it to a break. And after this, SPG will pick where we're going to next. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League Spring Stage Open. All the contenders teams battling for those 6 spots for the knockouts, and DAF representing Asia, APAC going up against SPG from Korea, up ahead in the series 2-1.
And a brilliant last map as well. I mean, the 2 maps that DAF have won look so good. Even the map that DAF lost on Hollywood, I think was winnable. I mean, there is a world, and I say this seriously, there's a world where DAF could have 3-0'd the series already, because Hollywood also looked very winnable for DAF. If it wasn't for a couple of small mistakes here or there, the OT situation for DAF wasn't really good either. But map 4, I mean, DAF could clean this up 3-1. I'm on the DAF train now. Like, every map I see, I'm more and more impressed by DAF. SPG should be doing a lot better than they are, but you know, they're sort of falling by the wayside here. Still very competitive though. It's not like either team is getting crushed. No one's, you know, losing in a one-sided fashion. This is like an ultra competitive series where an APAC team, and basically what I expect to be Team Thailand. I actually just checked the Team Thailand Overwatch World Cup Twitter. They haven't announced their team yet. I mean, it better just be this team, because DAF look good.
I hope it's this team. They'd be actually looking really solid. And we have a substitution being announced from SPG, who have taken out Tuyu and replaced them with Milgaru. This is Aid's brother, so of course the synergy is there. And this is a new player and a very young player on the team. I wasn't expecting too much play time, but going to New Queen Street, I wonder what he's cooking.
Here's a fun fact for you about Aid and Milgaru. That's not just the fact that they're brothers, which I actually didn't know before today, by the way, so that is a pretty fun one from you as well. But both Aid and Milgaru actually debuted in Contenders Australia. They didn't play Contenders until Contenders Australia, if my facts are correct on that one. They used to play on a team called Will Be back in Australia, and they both had a bit of time on that team. I don't even think they played together. They played at different stages, but there it is. Now in Contenders Korea together on this team. Milgaru is a main tank player on the same hero pool as Dank, so we're not going to see probably any Zarya, Sigma, Diva kind of stuff here. My expectation for New Queen Street, most likely going to be a Winston mirror, some sort of Winston dive mirror. I think there's still a fair chance that the Ram could come through for Dank. I don't know if Milgaru picks up the Ram or not. I don't know what his hero pool is for 2023, given the last time I saw this guy was in 2022.
Yeah, just Milgar, that main tank player, coming in to do something, and we're gonna find out just all the different looks from these teams, like we said, with the roster changes, of course, facing different teams. You gotta keep those secret strategies up your sleeve, and SPG have picked this map for a reason. And it's always funny just trying to study up on just this APAC Open. When you pull up the roster sheet, there's just like a million people available, a lot more substitutes and things to try out.
Yeah. And this will be, I mean, the fact that they're putting all their eggs in the basket of Milgaru here, try and come back and force us to a map 5. It'd be great to start things out here. First game of the Spring Stage Opens between our contenders teams, cross-region as well. One of our rare cross-region events that we have. And we go all the way to 5, and it's between Thailand and Korea. I mean, what a way to kick things off. But DAF, I think, in my eyes, they have the momentum behind them. They have the confidence now. They know that not only are they as good as SPG, but they're in fact currently even better than SPG, given that we're at a 2-1. And as I said earlier, maybe even possibly a 3-0 by now. They'll have to look back on that Hollywood. No matter what happens here, even if DAF end up moving to the lower bracket, they are going to be a threat.
I'm just kind of looking at SPG's roster. They have I believe they still have Argon on the roster, and that was a really mechanically sound Tracer player. And I know Aldo was maybe more known for his Genji and Reaper and things like that for the Toronto Defiant back in the day. And maybe surprised SPG haven't tried Argon with how much Tracer they are trying to pull out. But I guess sticking to one roster is what SPG want to run with, minus exchanging that tank.
I think Aldo is also a fantastic Tracer player. That's been previously one of his signature picks as well. So he's just a more proven player. Argon is kind of a very new player. And looking over, I mean, all those history is kind of well documented at this stage. 2-time Overwatch League player, has been in and out. Now trying to force his way back in with the qualifiers, but I'm to lock in here as we see what the real compositions are going to be. Don't get baited by the Life Weaver. Unlikely to see that today or at all during this event. It's going to be a ball coming through from Milgaru, so we're going to see the old New Queen Street Wrecking Ball comp. The Brig Zen. Very old school.
Yeah. feel like you're depending a lot on these hacked packs from Aid, and of course the ranged heals from the Brig onto the traits of really any of these flankers, as SPG just take the initiative, but as soon as they round the corner, just a random headshot hits Aldo. It's a 4v5, SPG giving up that statue control immediately, and Dev could get some bot push in.
I mean, High Vision's just been such a standout so far this series. Gets the first blood on New Queen Treat and allows Daft to take control of the opening push on payload. SPG, though, don't really lose too much more off the back of that one, so straight away marking the back line. There's the hack. Oh, denied, actually.
Yeah, Aid has been marked. He's gonna know his place back there. SPG at the front, though. They want to kind of collapse from multiple angles. Daf still getting decent push in, throwing the nades, seeing if it hits anyone. Gets Wu Chan low, and the ace is up there to get the finish. High Vision barely still up, though, as Daf still get the execution. Milgaru is able to pile drive High Vision up. Still not the execute for SPG. Daf, almost a flawless run so far.
I think SPG are just too split here. Milgaru didn't get healed the entire time because I think he must have been on the other side of the map. This dude is on a mission, right? He was on 1 HP, and they can't engage because your Wrecking Ball's on 1. You have no ability to do anything outside of Aiden, although jumping in. So Daft play the fights patiently. Apura throws in a Bionade, only catches one member. That one member is an instant death. And now Wu Chang goes down to Ace again. And Ace has been farming this out of the back line. He's got Hyunjae, and it's like, that's double supports he's looking at.
And Hyunjae just swapped to the Baptiste, maybe try and buy time with the Immortality. Either way, missing Wu Chan, though. Sound Bear for Daft. They go on in. And I guess maybe Ace will want to chase down Milgaru. Does grab the Mega, so you don't want to get too distracted by a flanking Hammond. Yeah, the extra spawn available for Daft. Having the Nano, giving it to Dank. And oh, Ace has been hacked. Able to blink away in time. Not locked down by SPG. High ground push for Dank. Primal to get these out of the window. SPG just haven't found a stable moment.
Perfect primal coming through from Dank. Double supports caught. Minefield will slow down the rest of Daff, and the only thing that goes wrong here for Daff is they can't keep pushing forward. They need to get past this Minefield, but they should be able to cap off the back of this one. And Deadeye's available as well. EMP is now up for Aid. SPG should probably not be able to hold on to this cap, and there it is, finally. Daff will secure that one. Took a while, I was surprised. Once again, Milgaru on low HP can't engage, and this is slowing down SPG's ability to play in the EMP and other ultimates.
Yeah, I only got the one mine kill from Milgaru, and Daff, the forward spawns, EMP in a small room from Aid, only hits Aputo in High Vision, and he only confirmed one of those kills, but that's a bulk of damage gone without High Vision, that star player from Daff. But still, that was like the first time we've seen Daff even remotely lose a fight after a 59-meter start.
I mean, that's a perfect start as well, because you just need a cap, and now they're ahead for the rest of the game. 6:46, they can sort of play this one patiently. SPG have to do the bulk of the work now. EMP's gone, so you lose a fight, you get some ultimates out. EMP off the table is a huge relief for that, because it's probably the most dangerous thing you have to think of. To work their way slowly back over towards payload. They're working towards Nano.
Oh, present. Not open, though. Does SPG want to match that pace? Having Transcendence, having the Ant Matrix, they'll throw that down on the card, or at least near the statue. And High Vision just trying to dance through the bullets. Daff not feeling too good. Unnecessary Transcendence, but a tempo push nonetheless for SPG, who now get the frag onto the support, stagger them out. SPG can get close to tying the score.
Oh, that is the ultimate BDE that I've seen so far in this game. Probably applied at the wrong time, but you just walk forward into a window. Not recommended. It's punished as you'd expect now onto his own Sombra. As we're changing comps up slightly, not by a lot. In fact, Daff gotta be careful. They're gonna get camped out. Daff have kind of flubbed this fight enough that SPG are gonna be able to find this cap, and otherwise Daff, they had retained a few more members. Nano onto Dank, they could have kept this one, and the lead is about to be gone. Can they even prevent the flip here?
Yeah,
surely Daff prevent the flip.
See, Nano to Dank, he's going in deep. Immortality used just to buy time. Now the Primal's next on the menu. SPG needing to keep themselves up, and you wish you had that Transcendence back, but Dank gets burned down eventually. Overstayed his welcome. Thought he was going to get more support. Sound Bear wasn't enough, and with that, SPG will take the lead.
He just needed the rest of his team to capitalize while he was on, once again, looking at double supports. Dank solo, single-handedly, locks out both supports in terms of their attention. And the rest of Dank just need to take advantage then. Take down Milgaru or the other players while it's happening. So the lead is now gone. Daff on the back foot now. Lost too many fights subsequently in a row.
Oh,
EMP looking
from
decent as
A.
well.
Just hit the supports. High Vision's hit the SPG supports, and no one has any healing at all. All damage is permanent, and it looks like Daft stole away a bot, and although heading for the hills.
Yeah, it's just going to be the health packs that are hacked out in terms of who gets what. The EMP for EMP trade there. SPG still happy with that. I mean, with 4:17 left, they lead at 72. It's not a huge lead compared to what DAF are having, but DAF have to kind of do a soft recap here. SPG can still have plenty of opportunities to hold.
The dodge on the hacks. Both Sombra is building up towards their next set of EMPs. Meanwhile, DAF pushing the bot forward. We're trying to get to those forward spawns. Get a sleep onto, I believe, Wu Chan, who got dangerously low. That kill's not confirmed, although wins the Tracer duel. 5v4 for SPG. They'll take the bot back in a great pile drive from Milgaru. The DAF backline is pressured and gone.
Pretty sure that was Ace running after Wu Chan to try and secure that kill, but just gets caught out in a 2v1 after Wu Chan gets woken up rather. And now SPG back in control. High Vision changing over towards the Cassidy now. I believe that's also what. How long has Pally been playing this brig now as well? That's changed. Oh, he's been on there for a while actually. Cassidy probably a little bit of a better pick for High Vision. He's been far more impactful on that. Just dies.
Just dies. SPG have the ultimates though, including an EMP, which now that High Vision has changed away, I believe, this will be a good win condition for SPG, who I guess don't even need it because A just gets a 2k, and now they get to stagger out this back line. And DAF, yeah, they need to just get back together. This is the 82 meter plus.
Dank actually chose not to primal there. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Possibly could have primal to continue the fight. I'll assume he chose not to primal on purpose, but that does mean they're about to lose 100 meters. Now High Vision dead again. That is really brutal. I mean, they know who the target is. SPG, if they get rid of the star player in High Vision, the game gets a lot easier.
And the hack plus the pile drive, that's clinical from SPG. I'm getting game 5 vibes, I don't know, with 2.5 minutes. And ults to spare for SPG. They could just save these for the retake. DAF are gonna have to dwindle them down. They win the fight now, but the war is far from over.
Exactly. I mean, they have so many more fights to win. The fact that SPG got extra 20 meters out of another fight win from 72 to 92, so not quite the 100 that I said, but SPG hold on to ultimates. I mean, they didn't need to push their luck there. They didn't need to overspend. All spawn just got spent there, I think. I'm gonna go for it now.
That's nice. Free 2k. Get that out of the way. I mean, DAF can, at least silver lining for them, that's one less ultimate to worry about. It's SPG. That's enough for them to get bot control back, which sets DAF further back from coming back.
The problem for DAF is they're gonna have to spend their own EMP at some stage, and probably a little earlier than they want. Actually, if they can kind of just... No, never mind. They just got farmed by aid, so they're going to have later respawns now. I don't think SPG are going to get more meterage out of this, but they completely reset DAF all the way back to their own spawn. I'm not just talking about the players, but the bot as well.
EMP for DAF. We see Ace getting into position, revealed by Milgaru, and it only hits that Hammond. So DAF not getting the maximum value, but you just had to pull the trigger when you're decloaked in that spot. You knew you wanted to go for a tempo push there. Minute 7 for DAF. And Rally and Nano. Unless High Vision could go big here with the pulls, DAF need a head start, more than that.
I mean, even if that was a 5-man EMP, they got a team wipe, it's still a fight that SPG can afford to lose just because of time and distance. Ace just needs to not use ultimates at all, but at this point in time, even while using ultimates, DAF are losing this fight. Pally's Rally is not going to be doing enough right now. Ace is trying to steal payload, not going to work for them either. And with less than a minute left to go, SPG have all but locked up this map, looking for a secured map 5.
Yeah, 35 seconds left, and SPG up like almost 40 meters at this point. Milgaru's hacked, unbothered, thriving, moisturized, feeling good.
In his
DAF,
lane.
not so much. In his lane, CF taught you a lot. But SPG on the bot, just seeing how far they can get, and it's DAF that jump into the back. They clear the back line. There's no healers. SPG, though, they make damage at the front. Aid with a 2k, although it's hacked and he's involved too. SPG have to fight for the bot back.
The 2 kills that Aid got, I mean, it's huge because it's going to stagger through the respawns for DAF a little bit. They'll probably, they should be able to get back. Given the payload didn't have huge distance, it should be okay here. They're off the payload, by the way. Dank jumped away, which means I think Ace or High Vision has to continue.
Anchor there momentarily. Primal from Dank. That's the sustain you need, and don't need to hack that target. It's a corpse now. SPG, though, creating corpses themselves. Overtime and up ahead. Ace unleashes the EMP, fighting with teammates dead. Daft, this is just not going to work out. No matter how much High Vision pulls his weight in, SPG forced the game 5.
Yeah, I mean, there was just no tempo remaining for Daft. For Daft to win in the last minute, they would have to already be pushing payload past the midway mark, getting the soft cap, and then, you know, heading into territory and gaining some meters. The fact that they were still stuck in their own spawn, payload was still in their own spawn, I mean, it just wasn't going to happen. They don't have enough time, and the most dangerous place for them to be in is mid-transition for payload from one side of the map to the other, where they can get EMP'd and just dived upon, and that's just repeatedly happening time and time again. Aid was such a menace there. You see the final fight, 2 supports dead, Dank on critical HP, just no shot for Daff. It was a well-fought map that Daff led on, but this is I think the first map of the 4 so far where I can say that SPG were definitely much better here. The other 3 maps felt a lot closer. This one was, especially after the first 4 minutes, way more SPG favored.
And that was after Milgaru's substitution, kind of his first map coming in, synergizing so well. First time we've seen 8 on the Sombra, I think, or at least that's a way louder performance than what he's had previously, having to deal with High Vision, who's been shut down a lot, just the double flanker overwhelming him. And it's cool to see Milgaru come in, win a map. So that is looking good for SPG. But we go to Control as our last one, and that was taken by Daff last time.
And I think this is where Milgara gets swapped out for 2U again, because, well, what are we going to have for the last map? It's going to be Control again. I have a funny feeling SPG go back to the Zarya stuff here. I would like to see Diva, but I think they're going to play more Zarya, so that would be my prediction for where SPG go.
It's Daft's choice of map, so thinking Winston, who knows? It seems to be Dank's bread and butter. But we're going to throw it to a break. When we get back, we'll have Game 5 of our first match of the APAC Open. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to game 5 of our first match of the Apex Spring Open. This is exciting, and a lot of people thought this was going to be a one-sided series, and we found out the Korea and APAC are way closer together than we thought.
Certainly these two teams, DEF, SPG, I mean, I had said earlier that, you know, out of both groups, one Korean team might struggle, or at least I mentioned that not every single Korean team might make it through. We're about to find out whether that's going to be the case. I mean, it is double elim, so whoever loses still got a second chance here, but I mean, it's looking dangerous for everybody else because SPG are probably struggling a bit more than I would have thought, and DAF are a lot more impressive than I gave them credit for. Maybe some of the changes they made, Dank coming in probably helps them a lot. Even losing Yoshinori, though, is not as huge as maybe I would have thought. It's still a pretty big loss because he was by far the standout player on this team previously. Currently, I mean, High Vision's kind of stepped into that role and been the mega carry of this team.
After SPG took a very one-sided new Queen Street, it will be Daf's choice of map to end us on Nepal, and substitutions, Mielgaru out, Tuyu back in.
There it is, which means pretty sure to be Zarya time. At minimum, it's going to be Ram time. And I mean, just trying to think across the different rounds in Nepal. Yeah, I mean, is there a chance for the Winston for Dank again? I think maybe Shrine could be Winston potential, but this is SPG, man. They came through very much wanting to play Zarya comms, although back on the Reaper would be a big expectation as well. It's been their bread and butter. This is what they want to force, and if they're confident they can win the entire series off of it, then it's what they're going to go towards, and certainly the entire series will rely now on them winning off the back of that.
I think Tuyu can even flex Sigma on Sanctum, but we will be starting on Shrine, which is pretty open to any type of composition, anything from Dive to Zarya, and then of course Village would be strong for SPG if they want to run that Zarya Deathball Rush. But Dank going to be sporting the Ramatra Ace. We've seen that May before back on Rialto.
A bunch of different maps at this stage.
But yeah, I'm not going to.
But I think that's important because it shows that they have identified what they think the match is going to be. They know Tuyu's back in, they know what he's going to be playing, and they understand that this is most likely going to be a brawl matchup or a brawl type matchup where the May is going to be the difference maker. So watch where those walls come down.
Yeah, Dank taking some pressure here from this Reaper. SPG have the point, positioning, able to just bubble, although to step up and gather some charge. SPG are okay with these fights, really taking their sweet time. Zoldo kind of stuck on a wall. Ace just using that. Daf now positioning forward towards the fight, starting to harass the front, playing from front to back. High Vision comes through the right side. Not a lot of Sojourn charge, whilst trying to stay in LOS of Okudo, their main healer on Ana, and losing Ace off contact. It's not a good start for Daf.
Daf needed to go hyper-aggressive there. As soon as they lost the player, they can't even cap point here. They're not going to be able to. SPG give them some space, then instantly pounce on a player. And losing Ace means your entire ability to engage is gone. Now you just have to rely on picks, which only High Vision can deliver. He had one charge rail shot. Couldn't quite find the head. Not quite the same Sojourn we're used to seeing from last year. And for Daf, I mean, that was it. The only other out was maybe Okudo getting the nano. Going to end up taking too long. So SPG play that patiently. Found the first frag. They're mostly ahead now. It's going to be Kitsune Rush versus Nano.
And then you have a 90 charge Zarya of Tuyu, so I wonder if it's going to help out. Kitsune Rush available, Nano on to Dank, and it's a tank duel as Tuyu just runs after Okudo, gets them low, but never gets the execution. Tuyu found first. Sound barrier used from Hyunjae, hits 3. Daf do the same thing, 3-man barrier each, and although the 2K that really sets apart this fight, now make it more. SPG still have an annihilation to deal with, but with no support, Dank is not a threat.
5K for Ordo coming through. Got the entire back line, gets the front line as well, gets everybody on the side of Daf. And Pally's sound barrier, unfortunately, just wasn't there in time. It's not that he used it late, just didn't have it. He only gets a sound barrier as, I think, High Vision dies, and Okudo dies straight away as soon as the sound barrier comes down, so he never receives it. It's just 2 free kills for Ordo, uncontested.
Now you got the grab to work with too, and maybe he thought they would want to throw this down at the choke. Daf though, they pull the trigger first on their Blizzard. SPG only have 8 frozen, still gonna miss them. 5v4 for Daf. They take back control of the point, or at least are trying to flip SPG came through the front stairs to contest, to extend that 72% lead. And Vision didn't even have to use the overclock to frag as much as he did.
Really nice turnaround. The Blizzard, although not really fine, I think I got one member. It caught aid only in terms of actually freezing, but it forced positioning and allowed Daft to walk on forward. SPG got caught out, and off the back of one frozen member that convert the 5v4, Grav ends up not being the tool that turns anything around for SPG. So yeah, we flip over control here, as 74 is still a very large lead for SPG though, so that's something they can still really lean on, as they're roughly about a fight ahead, and Daft don't hold on to that good of ultimates.
Oh, Vision overclock as SPG just zoom on in. Vision looking for any targets. SPG just try to fight back against it. It works out. SPG now step on in, and Daft dismantled at the seams. Not able to kind of close the gap from the score enough. It's still decently close, but SPG back in the driver's seat.
They're just missing the support ults. I mean, both Oputo and Peli only got the support ults after they'd basically lost the fight. Overclock just feels really weak at the moment, along with Sojin in general feeling pretty weak. Vision nearly just dies here. We saw that across our previous map on New Queen Street, where Vision eventually goes over towards the Cassidy, but he just kind of gets first picked over and over and over. That would have been brutal if he died.
Death Blossom just walks on in, Nano and Bubble, but the Salver from Polly just ate most of that damage on a single kill after what you thought was great execution. SPG rally back towards the point, fight in their favor so far, 4 versus 4. He got the grab available too. The Soundbear from Punjay just for the tempo. High energy, Zarya melts the rest of Daft. We got the trades, but with the grab here onto these supports, Daft don't have the healing to really extend this, as Daft just kind of counterfight the rest of SPG while TU extended forward, and Dake makes this kind of winnable.
Hey? So Annihilation, best ultimate of the game, maybe. He's just kept it out. He's soloed the entire team. He's just done it. I mean, SPG looked like they were going to get that. You were right. The tempo was that they believed they were going to close out the game. They're like, yeah, 99, we'll just grab, clean up a couple of extra supports, whatever. We finish, right? We win. But they forget about the Annihilation. And Daft, despite having very little in the bank, Dank just pulls that one through. And it's just so strong of an ultimate that he's able to turn the fight. We're now going to get double 99s with the Blizzard on board.
Yeah, SPG thought that was gonna be the round for them, and fighting through the Blizzard. This can be off of positioning. You can just speed away, wraith away. Aid keeps the jump forward. That a lot of options for SPG to get away from this. Wall comes up first. Aid throws the Blizzard at the entrance. SPG have 2U frozen, who doesn't even take that much damage, but Deadeye from Vision catches Hyunjae wall riding. This nade could finish off A, although he is very low. Wraithing back towards his supports, doesn't make it on time. And SPG, even though the Blizzard was not too much of a factor, just couldn't win the vanilla brawl. First round goes to Daft.
And once again, it's one of those zoning Blizzards, right? Which sounds like a meme, but in this case, in OT, it's worth its weight in gold. Where SPG, they want to be able to contest point. They can't walk through the position that they want to come through in that main, or rather, I think it was a side angle. And it forces cooldowns. It forces so much out of SPG. That was, I think, 2 fights ago. The 2U thrown in the grab and them just kind of believing they'd won that one. That was probably the moment for SPG to rethink, because if they play that one more patiently, if they didn't get too greedy and just, you know, played it slowly and realized maybe this fight isn't as one as we think it is, this could have been a different round for SPG. Daft clutched on through as well, though. That was a very difficult fight to win, and Dank pulls through an ultimate at the right time and it just cleans up.
Tank clutches for the team. We go to Sanctum, not the Sigma, but the Ramatra once again. 3-man anti from Wu Chan will just slow Daft down to not take that pillar's control. It's where Aid can get these random headshots on the Hanzo. That's a win condition itself, playing on that right side on an off angle that Daft have to protect themselves from. Ice wall up from Ace in more to defensive fashion, as Daft still try to establish on his pillars.
I mean, Dank is being repeatedly dinked here, so SPG, every single time he takes damage, SPG can just walk forward, and they should be. As Daft lower HP. Point does open though, has to be contested, so Aid's gonna do that.
Aid is slept though, and doesn't matter. To use winning the frontline brawl, and maybe Daft might cap in front of SPG, but I'm feeling SPG are still winning the overall fight after the head start they got over on pillars, and Daft will have to reset.
A good sleep to at least allow Daft to walk away, but the health advantage was too much. Aid on the off angle was doing way too much damage there. The amount of times he shot Dank specifically with the headshots as well. Means that Daft just can't walk up. They have no area control. SPG run in to you with a major health lead, and they'll get the cleanup. Wuchan's also going to get the first nano here.
The Maywall comes up behind Tuyu, who gets antied. Able to block most of this. This is an opening for Daft to work with, but Dank gets walled! And that is just deja vu, but Dank paid the price, and Daft don't have a frontline or really anyone standing behind him.
It's the difference of the 2% there. Pudo can't get there, can't get his nano up in time. Wuchan does. To use half HP, but it's fine. They live. SPG now firmly in the lead, 100% on the annihilation. I mean, they're just getting all their ultimates a little bit quicker here. A really good one that you'd like to see from Daft is the Dragon Strike, to at least buy them the opportunity to fight for point, to buy them into a fight, but it's just far too far behind here. And SPG are looking at another 70% lead.
And Blizzard from Aldo, and they speed on in, but Daft disengaged perfectly. They don't get frozen at all, but the nano to Dank as he rotates back towards the point. He is slept, so he'll be a non-factor. Maybe allowing them to flip, but that is it. SPG take the fight while Dank is asleep on the job, and this has been a flawless Sanctum for SPG thus far.
Yeah, beautiful to watch. There's a 70%. Now it's Daft's turn finally to make a comeback of it somehow, but they still don't really have major advantages. They have the annihilation where 2U doesn't, but it's well defendable from a sound barrier alone. Just about every single ult you see on board currently is going to be used despite it being a big last one for Daft. SPG can afford to lose this one. Daft cannot. There's the Dragon Strike to buy them in. Oh, what a shot made.
The jump snipe on the Ace 5v4 for SPG with the barrier advantage too. Daft's annihilation gonna be not important. 95% plus. Daft had ultimates to spare. I mean, the barrier would have been nice, but 100-0 to force the round 3 in game 5. This doesn't get any closer than this.
No, I mean, they had the in terms of being a pure mirror, like it was almost a 100% mirror outside of the Hanzo exchange. The opening Hanzo difference, I think, was pretty huge for SPG, to reiterate the fact that Aid set the tone of the game by getting all that early damage onto Dank, meaning that Daft were behind. And once Daft were behind, the SPG snowball was too much to handle, because SPG were ahead in all regards. They had all the ultimates where Daft didn't. They had all the positioning. Daft had to consistently fight out of chokes. SPG had control of those areas. So fairly unlosable for SPG unless they were going to make mistakes, and they played that one flawlessly. So we're going to go, as you mentioned, the final round. It's going to be Ram versus Ram, and not even going to see the Reaper. Going to see the May coming through from Aldo. So they trust him. Now
oh,
this
first
time
Maywall. Pudo is actually isolated off. He can't heal this fight, and Dank's been anti-grenaded, and somehow Daft lived that, but really not gonna work out. SPG with just a better Maywall right off the bat.
Wuchan hit everything there as well. He landed all the utility that he needed to. Dank barely got to play the game there. Daft, though, only having lost the one member, they're still trying to rotate to fight for early control and point. They can still prevent the early cap. They don't have the HP, though. Dank, especially on half.
Oh, SPG lost Wuchan through a headshot from High Vision. At least honors are exchanged, but Dank is just that much lower than 2U, so SPG comfortable with having the point, just having a Lucio and a May to go and clean up, and not an issue for someone like 2U, although it's not the safest position you've been in with High Vision still on the field. 1v1 versus Aid in the headshot, although Aid was at the health disadvantage. SPG will only have the 26% before the flip, and Daft are back.
I think SPG should be ahead here. I'm surprised that Daft even got that cap. Ace is back on a Farah, by the way, just to change things up. This is an unsupportive Farah. I think Pally should probably go to Mercy after this. Farah is a really... I mean, you got one map left. You might as well pull out all the stops. Farah is traditionally good on Village, so why not? Just needs a little bit more support to play through. Dragon Strike online. So many more ultimates coming online as well.
Ooh, the flip for SPG too, but Pally drops a sound barrier to help Daft get back into it, but Ace won't have presence on the point, but all the way around it. Blizzard and Annihilation from SPG versus the Dragon Strike of High Vision. But the 4K comes through for Daft. That's the cleanup they needed. They get the objective back.
Pally didn't swap as well, so surprisingly going to end up staying on this Lucio. To be fair, though, I don't think Ace has been pressured in the skies, but at the same time... Okay, he's just gonna... Is he gonna... Oh, yeah, okay. I was gonna say, like, this is... It'd be weird for Ace to solo fire this one, which means either Ace is gonna swap or Pally's gonna swap. And they'll eventually make that happen. Now the Sombra online for A, which is a little bit of a shame to me, because I think the Hanzo was very good. They want to have some sort of pressure versus the Fire, and SPG are changing a decent amount on the top including the Diva, to try and deal with the fire now.
That's going to be
Early
good
sound ban,
pressure from the Diva. And oh, well, just going to bully the Mercy first. Pally just can't find a moment of safety. And Ace is next on the hit list. SPG flipping the point back. Getting the bully onto Dank is nice. What's the problem? As soon as they get it at the 100% mark to contest and extend what little they have to 62% plus. Moral charge to SPG. Pally next to extend. Not a winnable position for Daft, but staggering, I guess.
Unless Dank is swapping, I'm not a fan of primaling just to extend like 4% on the point. Seems like a very expensive way to just get a couple of extra percent. That's not even going to be very impactful. You're going to see the 70% now. Ace over towards the Mei. So, you know, you had 2 good fights on Afara. 1 good fight, realistically, considering 2 coming back on the Diva just completely destroyed Ace and Dank. So got to be the Ram, because now they forced 2U onto the Diva. They can go back to Ram and play a Brawl versus Dive, which is preferable for Daff, except for the part where Ace dies.
Except that part. SPG extending out of these doors. You don't see that too commonly, especially when Daff can just Mei-wall somebody off, but we'll be back soon. That's an important time for SPG. Getting aid into position for the EMP. Kitsune Rush, so many win conditions for SPG and no ult response for Daff. They make it out the doors. All 5 hit by the EMP, and Daff fall like flies. Don't even think you needed the Kitsune Rush, but hey, why not?
That should be it. I mean, 94% accounting here. SPG have everybody up except for Wu-Chan, but Wu-Chan's already deployed the ultimate, so it doesn't even matter. Daff, they're barely gonna touch.
SPG overtime goes away in round 3, game 5. They have done it. They move on to the semifinals.
And they made a risk call there. They wanted to play the fire. It was, you know, worked out for them for a single fight. 2U's Diva pick instantly counters that one, but beyond that, I think what really did it is it feels fairly inconsequential at the time, but you'll remember like at more than just about a fight and a half ago, I think it was Ace that kind of just randomly gets picked off as a Mei as Daff were respawning and changing compositions, and that one death really cost Daff a lot because it means they don't have the time. They would like to run 2 fights on this Ram comp. They only got the 1 fight because they had to wait for Ace, and that 1 fight they got was versus SPG on full ultimates, basically 3 ultimates, 5-man EMP, full scouting. You know that Daff is playing a Brawl composition, which means they're not going to have anyone on flanks. They're going to be 5-man stacked, which is perfect for EMP. And SPG only need to win 1 fight. Look, they're not favored in compositions, but they have ultimates, so they're favored in terms of ults, and that's what gets them the win.
I know Aid just popped off on the Sombra, both on New Queen Street, on Nepal at the end. Huge value EMPs, and I think found the hero that he truly shines the best on. SPG.
Also the Hanzo.
That too. That was great. SPG move on to the semis to face O2 Blast, one of the scariest teams coming out of Korea.
And yeah, I mean, this is quite a bit of a banger to start things out from, but SPG had to really pull out all the stops to win that. That was not an easy game for SPG at all. Extremely hard fought. Straight from the first map, and they didn't win the first map. They were down 1-0. They were down at one stage 2-1. It was Daft that had the match point first. I think one of the bigger letdowns for Daft, 2 things that really let me down for them was the New Queen Street map, generally speaking, outside of the first 4 minutes, and then also Sanctum as well, where they were just completely out of the map. They had nothing to do with that map at all. So those are the 2 times this entire series that I felt like they were maybe a little bit further behind. But if we're looking at the play of the match here, it is Aldo on the Reaper. And I don't think he played much else aside from the Reaper. It was mainly just the Reaper, but he had a 5k on Shrine, and he had just a number of plays early on the series that we're seeing in the highlights here.
It's been great to see Aldo again. I miss him. I was wondering where these players who just kind of fell out of Overwatch League, are they retired? Are they back in contenders? They go into, I mean, some North American players go into collegiate. But it's great to see Aldo, and a lot of you're gonna recognize a lot of Overwatch League, former Overwatch League players in this APAC Open. We're looking to prove themselves that they deserve to be back in the league, along with other players who just haven't been to the league, I believe, yet. I know 2U was a big name, thinking, why are you here? But this is exciting. Congrats to Aldo having that player of the match, and all of SPG. The fact that they went to game 5, I wasn't expecting them to sweat that hard.
I mean, DAF aren't even, you know, they're only 4th seed from APAC here as well, which means you've got 3 teams that, technically speaking, did better than DAF, and DAF have already, I think, impressed early on in match number 1. I'm really going to be looking forward to what the other APAC teams and also Honeypot on day 2 are going to bring to the table, because we know we've kind of lived by Korea dominance for such a long time, and seeing off the bat a 5-map series that was also super winnable by DAF is exciting.
It's just one of the most recruited regions when you look at how many Koreans are in Overwatch League. I mean, these are just some of the most talented players in the world, but APAC have had a strong showing thus far. If you're a DAF fan, don't worry, they dropped to the lower bracket. They're waiting to face the loser of this next match, Dreamers versus MDY, another Korea versus APAC matchup, but more of a difference in terms of ranking. But if you're looking forward to seeing SPG continue their journey against O2 Blast, those semifinals go down tomorrow, which I'm excited about.
And O2 Blast will take no prisoners here, so it'll be one of those situations where, you know, these two teams play close versus each other, and I'll be surprised if anybody plays close to O2 Blast. They've been a dominant force for their entire history of the last couple of years, so that'll be a lot more of a difficult game, no matter whether it's DAF or SPG going up against them. But with DAF going to the lower bracket, we don't know who they'll be facing yet. They'll be facing the loser of Game 4, which is the loser of Honeypot versus either Dreamers or MDY.
Well, we got to wrap up the rest of Group A. We have 4 matches today, y'all. You better be strapped in, got your caffeine, or getting breakfast wherever you are in the world. Up next, Dreamers versus MDY. We're going to throw it to a break. We'll see you on the other side. welcome back to the Overwatch League APAC Open. We're still continuing Group A. We have 3 more matches left today, and this next one is going to be a good one too. Dreamers versus MDY.
You actually have MDY coming in as the 2nd seed of Asia Pacific, as well as one of our, I believe, 2 full Chinese teams. They might not be contenders China anymore, but Pacific will now be the second home for the Chinese players that still want to play in contenders. And Dreamers as well, which is a pretty stacked team of some super well-known faces, some players that have been in the Overwatch League before, some players that we're surprised are not currently in the Overwatch League as well. But on top of that, I mean, Dreamers is the, I was going to say the dream team. That probably wouldn't be accurate because there's stronger rosters out there, but they certainly have a dream.
Yeah, and this team is named after their tank Dreamer. The whole point of this is that this is his last hurrah to try to make Overwatch League, to try and make a name for himself. And if it doesn't work out, I believe he announced that this would be his last season. So they call this team the Dreamers for him. And I love the unicorn. I love the vibe. Wish them the best.
And you've rounded out this team as well with a couple of special players that have been around the contender scene for a while. Easy Han coming straight from the LA Valley in the last year, which he actually did super well. He was a standout player, especially on the Cassidy here, which is highlighted in terms of the rosters. Spectra is a player that's been around the block on a couple of different rosters. I mean, he kind of flew onto the scene in 2020, playing for Team CC, winning the gauntlet back then. And he's a player that I'm honestly a little surprised currently isn't in Al. I mean, this guy's absolutely Al caliber, has been a flex DPS that has been kind of at the top tier for a while now. Let's see if he can make that dream happen on Dreamers.
Yeah. And then Dreamer, of course, himself, phenomenal tank, played a lot of Ramatra and Wrecking Ball and shared some time with Ligue. Didn't see him, played more at the beginning of the season, and then Ligue took over a lot more playing the Diva once that became more meta. Up against them, though, is MDY, and you can't talk about MDY before hyping up the Sky Show. By far the best player on this team. Huge owl potential.
Get yourself 2 tickets to the Sky Show, because hit scan is, I think we saw a lot of that from in our last series with High Vision, and now Sky Show, another hit scan player for the APAC region, Chinese player on MDY, one of our 2 Chinese teams. The player to watch out for, and a team that I think is fairly unknown right now. These guys haven't had a huge amount of history. MDY is a super new team. The players on them, most of these players haven't been around for that long. Sky Show's had a bit more time, but never on like really impactful rosters. So this is kind of his breakout year, his breakout team, his breakout performance, hopefully coming into the open.
Yeah, and MDY, that second seed from Asia Pacific, but not the one we expected. They got taken out first by Varrel, sent to the lower bracket, then they crushed the lower bracket and went to the finals against Rhodes. So there's kind of this maybe a rivalry between Varrel and MDY, as Varrel was always meant to play the finals, and then MDY took that spot. So keep an eye on that Varrel versus MDY rivalry in the maybe knockout stage if they both get to that, because they're separated by groups. But for now, MDY is in the 2nd seed position, and we go to Antarctic as our first map.
Yes, once again, it's the predetermined control, and we'll take a look at what kind of comps we'll be bringing to the table. We are in a new patch here, so if you sort of looked over our last match, a couple of things have shifted in the meta. Ironically, nothing to do with the patch. We saw a bit of Zarya and the Reaper come through from the Korean side from SPG, even though neither of those 2 heroes really had any changes. We did actually see some Brig, which got some major buffs on that last patch. And a couple of times players in Spawn tease the Life Weaver, which currently does have his buffs as well, including the control scheme change, so you can fire on your right click now. But haven't seen any Life Weaver yet, probably not going to see any maybe for this entire open unless someone wants to be really tricky. But out the gate, it is going to be Dreamer on Rhine. Full brawl composition. Izhar might even just stay on the Symmetric. He does.
That's cool. And yeah, Eaglet playing here, where usually you see Gamion a lot more on the Wrecking Ball, but Eaglet comes in on these off tanks, Zarya or Diva. And of course, this fits better to just have that high ground access. Meanwhile, MDY playing down low, just scouting things out. Dreamers with the obvious brawl comp that holds the high ground.
Our Promise is going to go over towards the Zen as well, and we're going to see the proper Diva double flex kind of composition. Prefer the Diva on sub-level anyway, just because of the verticality. Dreamers going to the low ground, they'll count the point straight away, and this is a very aggressive TP.
just brings the whole squad too. I mean, I'm learning so much about the different interpretations of this meta, of course, with the new patch, as you mentioned, but the fact that you have a Symmetra brawl takes time for her to build up that damage, but the TP allows for this composition to close the gap. That is the weakest part of Reinhardt, is once that shield is down, you just played this cat and mouse. Now they're staggering out Eaglet, which is even more time for Dreamers.
You don't normally see Symmetra anymore. You see it for some mobility, but this is one of the situations where maybe this Ryan comp makes a lot more sense on sub level just because of the sim alone, because the weakness on sub level when you lack the verticality, this Ryan comp is much worse. But because you have the TPs to move between high ground and low ground, it starts to feel a lot more viable as long as Easy Hunt can stay alive, because that's typically the weakness of playing the Symmetra, kind of a brittle hero, easy to take down. MDY are now changing their comp again from D.Va double flex to more of a fire type look. Already got one kill. HR might be risible.
Well, we see from Big Devil too, he's just been solely that Tracer player, so for him to flex to this, clearly a good counter to Dreamers, trying to get behind that Rhine shield. Dreamers just getting run over from multiple angles, and Spectra, he's like, you're on your own, buddy. Oh, but last rocket almost killed Spectra, who's gonna be at full health. And just as far as gonna be so uncontested unless Dreamers can cook up a counter, at least support Easy Hunt a lot more. And
all they have to do is swap over from the sim over towards the Cassidy. And that's part of the reason why you might want to go the Balls of Fire, because you know there's no anti-air at all, and there has to be now. Dreamers isn't going to swap anything else. Dreamer doesn't typically himself play the D.Va, so that's not going to be on board. This isn't even like a good fire map either because of the skybox limitations. So see how far MDY can make this count. Would probably prefer Tracer to the Ashe, but I don't know Sky Show's hero pool deeply enough to know if that's going to be an available character to pick. Dynamite's at least good.
MDY with the first pick, and they got Barrage, but just need to make sure you don't get finished off with the second shot by that Cassidy. Big Devil from behind, but Dreamers just speeding away. And Matrix, Big Devil's gonna hide. Dreamers, they zone it off. They still gotta flip though, so it'll be off to Donghoon or maybe Spectra to anchor that point. Valkyrie available. Promised using it, not wanting to go for the res with Dreamers just that close by. But Dreamers have had map control, but not point control, as now they hope to pressure it and flip it. MDY send the Bob in to contest.
Eaglet has to maybe use self-destruct here, trying to stay alive on the mech. It's the Bob doing some decent amount of work. Self-destruct on the high ground. Okay, not really there to kill anybody, just to make sure you get the mech back and play. Dogman dying's a real tricky situation for Dreamers, given that he still has an ultimate available. Sound barrier would have been pretty huge. And now with Big Devil back into play, Dreamers are stuck. They never really got too much done on the cap, and it's 90% towards MDY. It'll be cap, and there's a barrage in play as well. Oh, the barrage hoses down the shield. Dreamers get saved by Donghoon's sound barrier, but the tank still doesn't keep standing. Dreamers never even got the flip last fight. They get it now, but it doesn't matter. MDY just have the perfect counter swaps. The Pharah to get pressure at range. Sky Show to get the dynamites above the shield, and MDY are still just cleaning up this fight. It's Spectra who's just looming around. MDY gets the flip now, overtime in effect. If the Shatter can land, Double's got Big Devil and Eaglet. Can there be a secondary kill? Those Dreamers trying to save this game. Oh, it's actually Spectra on the backline.
I was thinking MDY would have won that if they would have flipped it a bit earlier, but Dreamers had enough time to come back. The big save by Spectra.
I think, speaking of Spectra, I think he was the one that kept the point alive, right? That's why they couldn't cap it early. If MDY did flip it early, it would have been probably over by now. But the fact that Dreamer gets to come back in with a Shatter, drop it down big time, catches two members, free kill to Big Devil, D-Mech onto Eagle, and then the extra pulse to the back.
Oh, the Suzu!
Promised, saved barely in time by the Suzu.
MDY stand for now. Sky Show's got the protection of Eaglet. Oh, the Spar just randomly kills Spectra like that 5v4. But Missing has the Ant Matrix. Don't think he'll be missing much. Dreamers, though, they just want to make sure that MDY don't get the flip. And Dreamers play stacked around their Reinhardt. Dreamers swinging away at Eaglet. Promise with the Valkyrie to heal and support everyone in the Ant Matrix too from Dreamers. Just pressuring and brawling its MDY. Of course, the Reinhardt comp should be in theory better than the D.Va. Self-destruct available, not able to get back into mech. As promised, not in a position to go for the res, and no one on the point for MDY, who you thought were gonna win the first round.
And they had it maybe locked down a little bit earlier, but it was the flip coming through from Dreamer landing the Shatter, Spectra onto the double pulse bomb kill, then holding on to point as MDY gave up on the fire. They respawn on different heroes here. Couldn't find the opening pick as well. Skyshow, actually, I like. Skyshow did get an omni tech, but not able to really pressure that 5v4 as much as they wanted to. And with the kill onto Eaglet in the final fight, no one to touch point and continue that engagement in the OT. Still a close affair, though.
This rock, paper, scissors matchup, right? Of just the fire from MDY countered by the Cassidy, then back to this and back to that. At least you're off the Symmetra, because I was like, do I have to take note of this? Is this meta? But you go to Icebreaker, you go back to Eaglet, Zarya.
The Symmetra gets punished by any sort of strong dive and stuff like the fire as well. Eaglet, he's misread the comp. MDY rather misread the matchup here. You don't want to play Zarya into Ryan, and as they're backing out, they're going to lose players. They are going to opt towards Diva double flex and the fire. So I'm pretty sure they should pair a Mercy here, unless it's going to be Zen healing only. Okay, it's not going to be fire at all.
Especially on the attack. Cap there from Dreamers, going to play up close and personal. MDY going for that fast comp too. Having to poke down with the Zen to kind of dwindle down this shield. 3-man anti from Achan. Dreamers seem to be threatened too much. MDY playing on this underground side. Immortality has been used. Missing is still very low. MDY still just scared to take the engage, but Skyshow finds the shot. So it's a 5v4 as MDY rush on in. Big Devil harassing the back. Barely any healing stuff from Dreamers, but at least he got a 27% sort of start.
3k for Skyshow so far, and he leads the way by throwing the needle straight into Missing. He's got a bit, maybe a tech pause here, somebody disconnect, maybe high ping, I don't know what it is, but a great start for MDY as they come in strong for the secondary fight. Just give Skyshow a bit of room to play through. He finds kills, even despite the fact that Missing on the opposite end used an Ant Matrix, and Missing was the first one down as well. So the pickoffs that you want to see, the hero swaps that you want to see there as well. You don't want to be playing Zarya into the Ryan. Could have opted for the Ram if you just want to play a brawl situation. But yeah, they got chased all the way back to spawn. They're already down one. And I don't know what Eaglet's hero pool really looks like here. I don't possibly plays a Ram, but as an off-tank play, yeah, I think Diva's a good call.
And I've been hearing whispers of the Sky Show, so already getting those first picks. Cassidy looks good. Of course, Big Devil has a lot of comfort behind that Tracer, probably why they're opting for that. And we'll go back to Icebreaker shortly, and we're still finding out the reason for the pause. Hopefully no disconnects, but probably just a small tech issue.
Something like that, yeah. Well, it's what happens when you play a little bit international. Impressed by MDY so far. This is another situation where, you know, we've only got like a round and a half to play off and look at, but APAC's showing up big time. You know, you would have expected, especially now with Dreamers, I think being the overall better looking team compared to SBG, even though I think Dreamers did struggle in their contender season. They had to actually go through the last chance qualifier. Yeah, this is another one of those games where you would have expected to be a little bit more one-sided, and whether Dreamers win this or not, it's already looking very competitive. And 2 fights into our second round, you're going to have a flip over here. Let's just see how far this one takes us.
We're already back into game, and remember, the Dreamers still have Ligue of all people as a substitute. We'll see what that's going to look like in the next maps. For now, Skyshow got the picks MDY needed to get the point back.
That's right, Liga, the one Chinese player that's not on either of the 2 Chinese teams here in APAC at all. He's playing for a Korean team. See if he gets any game time. But as mentioned, the flip does come on through. Also MDY coming online importantly as well. Spectre with the Blizzard for Dreamers. Eaglet can find this ETH, see what they can do with it.
Yeah, MDY almost losing Eaglet there. Skyshow's been nanoed. Dreamers keeping their shield up and also being aware of that Deadeye from Easy Hunt that almost snuck up on Skyshow, but he's so exposed. 2-man anti from Achan weakens Dreamers.
Oh, the reload.
Just using the Deadeye just to reload. Now that's an ego move. And MDY even still have the self-destruct if they needed a reset. But this backline of MDY just got run over by a Lucio. Achan gone. Not a lot of healing left from MDY.
MDY, they're about to lose everything here. They got a lot of healing in the Transcendence, but there's not a lot of members left to actually heal. Just trying to delay the point capture at this rate. Should be 60% plus, but they've absolutely lost this fight. Dreamers with the extra ult force as well, so MDY are probably okay with that one. I'm not too sure about the self-destruct there. I think Eaglet should just recognize the fight loss and not have given away the extra self-destruct. He traded away the fact that Missing dropped in the air matrix there, so could have been a 1-up in terms of ults, ends up not being so.
Dreamers, Blizzard, and Shatter down these narrow hallways. Gotta look for that execution, but MDY can play on this underground side. They have the mobility with the D.Va to get back to high, and you got both DPS from MDY going through this left side, playing a bit split off from the flock. And Dreamers, if they keep playing kind of split like this, it's gonna be tough to figure out who is a good Shatter target. Dreamer himself charging to the right side, spotting those MDY DPS, but MDY now have an opening on the opposite side, getting access to the Mega Pack. Big Devil's back in the picture. Dreamer's shield is barely alive. He might be pressured to just go for a Shatter on anyone.
Holds this ball, barely survives. Shatter misses, Eaglet baits it out, dives away, flies off into the sunset. Dreamer wishes he had that ult for them at back, but Spectre doesn't care. Double kill so far. Wants a third lockout. The Blizzard's a little bit extra, but they might just win anyway.
Yeah, with 90%, it took so much time for MDY to find any opening from left to right to nothing. Dreamers with the 0-man Shatter, it doesn't matter when Spectre is on your team. 98% plus. Don't see a touch potential. Big Devil is there. Overtime Wick still burns. Deadeye to punish Big Devil and send it back 6 feet under. That'll be Dreamers with the first map.
Wow, and a lot more convincing on that second round on Icebreaker than what we saw coming through on sub-level. I think some of that is down to composition as well. Again, not a huge fan of the Ryan comps on sub-level, any sort of slow brawl comp that doesn't have verticality. As soon as they lost to Symmetra and made the swaps happen, they lose even more mobility. But actually still ended up winning that one. So we didn't see a 2-1 situation here. We didn't get to see our third round come through on Labs. And Dreamers are, again, the expected favorite team, but MDY so far keeping it competitive. I do wonder if they can keep that going for the rest of the series. DAF was able to do that, and then some. MDY have a lot to live up to.
I mean, EasyHunt and Spectre just, while Dreamer was just taking all the hits, they at least delivered the kills. And I think that was what the big difference was. MDY just tried these creative angles, playing split away from their tank. Couldn't really find that pick, that surprise factor, channeling the Deadeye while hidden. Didn't work out for MDY, but hey, that's a good start for Dreamers. I know how much this season means to this team and how much they just want to prove that they deserve to be in Overwatch League. And a map 1 is a good start, but it is a best of 5. It's more action around the corner.
So what MDY picks here is all they have some substitutions to play through in terms of the tank. We don't know if they want to do that. Dreamers has as well, but I think they're very happy to just continue playing through on Dreamer himself, and the rest of the team should be looking comfortable. We'll see what MDY want to pull back through. Sky Show at the moment is at least is kind of proving how good the rumors are. The rumors are indeed true. The Sky is absolutely the hard carry on the team. I'll see if he can do a bit of that high vision cosplay from our last series.
Right. And MDY, I mean, have such a large roster, but they stuck to these starters you see on your screen, minus the tank swap up between Eaglet and Ganyom. So it's finally time for break. Dreamers are up in the series, but it's MDY's choice of map, and we'll find out what that is after the break. back, everyone, welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League Spring APAC Open. It's the second match. We just had banger after banger, but this first map was just taken by Dreamers, the 6th seed coming from Korea, beating down MDY, the 2nd seed from APAC.
Yeah, I think the second round of that opening Antarctica was a lot more convincing from Dreamers as well. What we expect coming through. Easy Hunt to clean things out towards the end. Didn't even matter that Dreamer failed the shadow. They were well baited by Eaglet, if anything else, but the DPS duo of Easy Hunt, Spectra, kind of pulling through, even putting down Skyshow, who himself was some pretty cool stuff. Had some decent opening frags at a 3k in the middle of Icebreaker, I believe. Some good opening picks. Shows a lot of, I think, tempered aggression, which is what you need at times. And we're now going to see the map choice, which is going to come through on Blizzard World, as chosen by MDY. And I haven't heard of any substitutions so far, so they should still be running closer to off-tank type of compositions. My gut feeling is that they're leaning towards some Diva double flex stuff again, because that was what they started out on Antarctica.
But substitution-wise, at least we have Liga coming in for Dreamer.
Oh, we do?
So the dream is dead. Yeah, I just got that announcement in my ear now. So Liga bring it. They usually played a lot of Diva for Dreamers, so at least some dodge potential there.
I'll tell you what, this is an interesting matchup as well, because there's history, you know, when you look at this Dreamers squad, a lot of players have been on Team CC. Spectra, Liga, Easyhan have all been on Team CC at one point. I don't think the other players have, but a bit of a reunion in that case. So, you know, I quite like the fact that three of these former Team CC guys are on the same team together.
It's great to see them still playing. And Dreamers with the map 1 series lead. They'll be on the defense first with this very pokey backline with the Zen Bap. Then you got the double flanker set up with Spectra Easyhan. Get some scouting done. Skyshow looking for the first pick with Widow. We'll see if he sticks with it.
Oh, they're going to get boosted up on the pedal platform as well. A little bit of vision. As Easyhan has to make sure he doesn't die. That, like, you cannot get rocked. You get rocked, that could just be death. So, a little bit tricky. But there it is. Are you guys happy with that? That's officially the first ever Lifeweaver gameplay in pro play.
Wow.
Done. Check it off the list. Check it off the list. It's done. 3 seconds just to platform to boost the Widow. That's it.
Even when the grapple is available. So it's just to make things a bit easier. MDY taking the easy route to the left side, just doing a bit of spy checking. We promise Big Devil's not that crazy. And Dreamers on this top right high ground, looking to maybe dive this backline, cut off the rotations from MDY towards the point.
The fact that Eaglet's going through with the Zarya is quite interesting as well. So they have no real ability to impact this high ground. In fact, even getting bullied out by Liga here. You can start to see the fact that Dreamers having those double swords on the high ground, bringing down death that MDY can't challenge at all outside of Big Devil going for it. And that flank angle's even been marked by Spectrum. Eaglet's gonna go up the hard way. That actually worked. Just double boost up and finds missing.
Trades his life for it, I guess. MDY don't have a tank to now engage towards the point with, but still doing some scouting to find where the Sombra is. And yeah, MDY gonna wait for Eaglet.
I can't believe that worked. And okay, he trades his own life, but it does force Dreamers back. Their entire team has to fall back. Now they lose another player. Tracer for Tracer's trade. Slightly better for MDY given the closer respawns, but Tracer's quick enough anyway. Waiting for first ultimate, so we don't go up first. The Matrix.
Nano 2 from A-Chan. Wondering if Eaglet is able to get some charge going from the adventures he's been on, but thinking not after that reset. Sky Showdown. Not a good start every time MDY approaches. Just Dreamers behind them. Speaking of which, Spectra there on the Tracer. Even the Sombra of Easyhan involved. EMP ready, but not needing to use any ultimates. The focus fire is just that good.
There was a window placed somewhere, but I don't think it even needed to be that impactful for Dreamers, who mostly just dismantled the backline. Spectra finds a solo kill, the Sky Show, that opens up the ability for the rest of the Dreamers to start diving on in. Easyhan and Spectra leading the way. In fact, they're going to close up the fight even. Another kill into Big Devil, just to slow things down further. MDY now on to 135. Still plenty of ultimates missing. And they can't give up these comps now, so they just have to find a way to run towards this point, get this grab down, which would be really important unless it gets eaten away by Liga. And even then, you've still got to deal with this EMP. The great forward scouting from Easyhan tells all information.
Oh. Easy Hunt just
revealed.
keeps getting detected. There we go. Gone for the moment. MDY can safely move forward. They've scouted out and marked Spectra. MDY still have barely had any presence on the point, and there's 1 minute left. Barely any energy for Eaglet. He'll have the rally, and Promise just gets pulsed by Spectra. And of course, not playing a Baptiste means you just can't stop that pulse bomb. MDY just dead again.
That might be the fight over. I mean, Skyshow didn't even get to be part of that play. Eaglet walks forward with the grab, and despite 2 members being grabbed out, there's a transcendence there. There's just far too many ultimates still available for Dreamers. Your Brig is instantly dead from the pulse as well. It just does not go well for MDY in any regard. They had 5 ultimates that play. 30 seconds. I don't know if they can do this anymore.
You've given up all hope, huh? The cope is gone. MDY, I mean, they haven't had the most threatening of fights thus far. The Sky Show tickets have sold out. Easy on his EMP, waiting for MDY to cross by, but Big Devil trying to mark Easy Han, forced him to translocate back. MDY gotta hope someone is there to touch the point, and it'll be Big Devil, really the rest of MDY that have to have a more threatening presence. EMP from Easy Han hits the supports. MDY just obliterated before they could even do anything. No take at all. MDY dead in the water.
Well, this is where you learn that my faith or lack thereof is not misplaced. My lack of faith is not misplaced here. I did not think that MDI were going to get too much more done there. Just a Bob alone, Bob can touch there, but the EMP was going to be too strong. EMP on the back lines, MDY were going to get stuck on rotation. They've been slow to rotate towards the point anyway. Stuff like this. I mean, you look at it, Spectra's right on the sidelines. Easy Hunter and Spectra working together perfectly here for the dive, and it only needs to be those two. Didn't even get to see the nano. H1 dies instantly, just melts. No nano to be played whatsoever.
Yeah, that's rough. And then not being able to play the Baptiste, as I mentioned, you can't have that you can't negate the pulse bomb from Spectra. That had a splash in one fight. Just to get value from a pulse bomb is impressive. It's a hit or miss. And Dreamers did not miss in that last round, fully holding MDY.
I just don't think MDY could get it right, and the defense for Dreamers was too tight.
He's so much right now. Can't believe you got that on broadcast. Well, maybe we'll get a Torb on broadcast too. I love me some Garden
Nobody
Gnomes.
Understood. I was just.
I'm not gonna explain it.
And the Torb on broadcast is. I actually saw this in the previous meta. The pre-Life Weaver patch actually had some brawl with Well, it had some comps with Torb in it as like a pure counter dive. Now, the issue here is if Dreamers just decide to play like Echo or anything that's like not full dive. Got a little bit of trolling there. Okay. Maybe not. Easy Hunt was supposed to get gripped back into spawn, but just got gripped to the wall instead. There you go. We've seen 2 abilities out of Life Weaver now. 2 abilities.
And clearly people still need to learn how he works. I think that's probably why we're not going to see Life Weaver for a little while. Figuring out, just besides the grip and besides the elevation, what utility does he provide better than others? Either way, Dreamers just trying to prove that they're a better team. It's already a top right dive from Ligue, just getting into position, wanting to come all the way around maybe the backside or through the front. MDY playing very deep in their point.
Now, in some ways, I think MDY have baited Dreamers into playing full dive here. And MDY kind of hoping for this because their comp should on paper playing to dive quite well. You've even got the Brig, you got the Torb, you got all the pieces you need. Sigma is just okay for defending against dives. This high ground is falling apart. MDY, that might be it.
The Dreamers just ignored Eaglet, who was anchoring the point, and just dove the high ground and got rid of everyone supporting Eaglet. So that is a one-sided map for Dreamers, and they go to match point.
It was looking close until it wasn't, and by looking close, I was talking about the last map. This map was not close. This was MDY's map selection. Blizzard World attack, very poorly showed there. Defense, one and done from Dreamers, and already at a 2-0 lead. And this is more so what we expected in these kind of matchups. But, you know, I wanted to believe that it wasn't just going to be DAF Esports bringing the heat today, that MDY could also do it. But a map and a half in, I say a map and a half because I still think the opening sub-level was okay. So a map and a half in for MDY, not super impressive so far.
And if Dreamers pull off the miracle, if they pull off the win, I should say, they go up against Honeypot in the semifinal tomorrow. And I'm excited to watch that match in particular, but MDY will have the map pick again. But after what I saw, they just kind of folded over. Just the Zarya, just not aggressive enough, not getting enough charge to be lethal at all. Then Dreamers bring Liga in and look like another day at the office, just getting to play off of the hacks and just the dives of these Easy Han and Spectra. Liga can just follow.
They should probably get a Rialto Havana and hope that Skysho's got a good Widow. That's the only thing I can see bailing them out. If Skyshow is as good as his reputation is, then the Widow should be no problem, and then you play a Widow map, and hopefully that's enough.
We'll see if it will be enough. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we return, it will be MDY's choice of map. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League Spring Stage Open. And we have maybe one more map left to go. The Dreamers keep on dreaming, MDY keep on taking L's unless they got something cooked up for this next map pick.
And like I said before we went to the break, my feeling on this is like, if you have one standout player, SkyShow better have a good Widowmaker. If you can do that, move over towards a Widow map like either Havana or Rialto. This is probably your best shot. And even then, you have to think about how you're going to win the entire series. But at least figure it out one map at a time. Win Escort, figure out Push after that. Push will probably be a bit of a struggle because if we're talking about, you know, push maps where Bull, Sombra, Tracer are strong, and it'll be Dreamers pick as well if MDY win this. Dreamers can just do pretty much exactly what SPG did. Go to New Queen Street, play Bull, Tracer Sombra specifically, which Easy Han and Spectre have shown fantastic performances on. It's going to be rough, so I think we're likely to end this on a 3-1, but we'll take it one map at a time, because I think MDY, if they can get a good Widowmaker performance in here, could still save themselves on Rialto.
I just feel like I don't love the Zarya. I'm still trying to get this meta interpretation from these different regions. Zarya seems to be way more popular than I was expecting, but we know Eaglet's Sigma is also just as good, and I think that would have been better protection, maybe hitting accretion on some of these flankers. I just felt like SkyShow was just getting flanked all the time, and then of course with Big Devil just being on the Tracer against a Tracer Sombra, it just overwhelmed them that 1v2. So it will be Eaglet still staying on, I believe. Gamion not making an appearance on the Wrecking Ball, as we saw a lot more playtime from them. But MDY trying out this newer style.
But I think Rialto favors D.Va, so I expect Eaglet to bring D.Va out here. As far as Zarya goes, I'm mainly reading that as like a counter Winston thing, as in you support a Reaper, which is kind of what SPG did with Aldo. That kind of ruins Winston's gameplay at least somewhat. Not going to see that for Rialto though. Maybe on C we'll see something like a Ram come through. We haven't really had too much flexing from Eaglet yet beyond the... Well, okay, he's done D.Va, Sigma, and Zarya at this point. I think the Ram would complete the 4-piece set there. It's the one thing that's kind of missing for me.
Yeah, and Dreamers, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, it was a bit broke. You got off the Reinhardt, so you went to something better in Liga.
Not doing that again.
I'm a big fan of Liga. Definitely got a lot more playtime near the end of the season as D.Va got more meta. So this is a composition that Dreamers are comfortable on, and these are two rosters that didn't face much roster change as these are starters we're used to seeing.
This is going to be the Widowmaker gameplay as expected. Didn't get to see much of that in the last matchup because one of the few heroes that High Vision didn't play was the Widowmaker. But yes, SkyShow is going to bring it up against Easy Han, who is a stranger to this matchup at all. I think the addition of the Hanzo for Big Devil is going to be difference maker though. So the extra sniping power, the information gain from Sonic Arrow as well is going to be huge.
Yeah, Hanzo has been something Big Devil's been known for on these sniper maps. If it's not going to be the Tracer. So on the offense, though, this looks like Dreamers had the initiative on the defense to just find their way into the backline, to have access to a Zen, and knock down all the pins around it. MDY just didn't see that one coming.
Spectre running Rampage, and the rest of the team following up through there as well. Liga in there. I mean, this is what you want to see from the extra. Okie dokie. SkyShow just outplays Easy Han, who went on a bit of a mission. Rather, I think it was SkyShow who went on a mission. It's cleaned up though. SkyShow flanked the entire map for that one kill.
And you saw how Donghoon had the shield up just for missing. See, Brig has a role in the meta. Still looking to see how these buffs are either going to lock her in further into the meta, how important those stuns are going to be during her ultimate. But hey, if one thing's useful, blocking shots from Widow.
It'll keep you alive. We'll give him that. But you see Dreamers how aggressive they are in terms of understanding their timing for dives, because this is what I was going to mention before SkyShow went for his wraparound play. But when you don't have the extra Hanzo out on board and Dreamers are playing this Tracer instead, how you really utilize that Tracer is to be able to apply a lot more pressure on that backline and actually have these dives occur where you're not just kind of waiting for your flex support, your Widowmaker, to do the work here. You're playing the Ana version as well, so you're hoping to be able to play for nanos and set the tempo and initiate fights a lot more than what MDY are going to be able to do.
these sidelines just favor the defense. They have a lot more options, way more space to work with. So if MDY can just break through this choke, they can set a Big Devil and Sky Show for a lot more than just the bottom left door, the main way, and even MDY can't even feel safe on this high ground because around the corner is Ligue, Donghun, and more. Spectra, that's a big nade that just hit MDY and the collapse. Dreamers! Even nanoing the break for the sustain through it, not even needed. That was clinical.
And I said earlier, you know, I wanted to see Eaglet play the Diva here, and you're seeing the Sigma instead, and unfortunately, you just have no ability to contest high ground. The opening does exist now where Liga is on the baby Diva. You see that Dongun is applying the shield to allow Liga to get a bit more damage in without just dying to a snipe. So there is a window of opportunity here where if you're MDY, you'd love to do more, but you've already lost another player to Spectra, which means a reset. And that also means Liga will get the mech.
Well, at least silver lining if you squint. MDY have close spawns, but Sky Show go to sleep. Night night, 6 feet underground. MDY just, these snipers just can't be comfortable, can't be safe. This Spectra of this Tracer from Spectra is a menace.
And MDY are barely out of spawn. I mean, the Tracer shouldn't even really have huge value until MDY can kind of break into the open, into the courtyard, but Dreamers have held on to this opening choke so effectively. Liga is pocketing well with the Matrix as well, so no one's just dying. Easy Hunt gets escorted out. That could have been a solo kill as well, but Liga understands his positioning on, doesn't want to overextend. And while that's happening, Easy Hunt finds another pick, so more time is lost.
This is that Sigma from Eaglet I wanted to see back on Blizzard World, but we ain't got no support. It doesn't matter. Yeah, Easy Han gets 2. So Dreamers shut down MDY again, but we got old scope.
They need to basically spend the flux just to secure high ground here. I wouldn't be surprised if you respawn, you sort of have your team run up into this high ground where Big Devil's shooting into, and the flux comes through to force streamers either out or find a pick there. And then beyond getting that fight win, MDY can start pushing payload into the open courtyard. But right now, the biggest problem is they just couldn't control this high ground.
I think this is a good brawl potential from Eaglet, who's looking for targets. Will only get the one, barely dodges the sleep. Missing, not even low. Great Matrix from Ligue, but Missing gets accretion, and MDY Transcendence didn't get there in time to keep the momentum of Eaglet and friends.
I think it's over.
Already, huh? Still got 10 seconds.
No, there isn't 10 seconds.
All right, in the eyes of Varrel, there isn't. Yeah, ultimates available from Dreamers. MDY full held on Blizzard World, looking like the same case on this map. Hey, we got a game 5 at the start. 3-0 direction.
Wait, they have 10 seconds?
Got a few picks.
Wait, no, they don't have 10 seconds anymore.
Yeah, it is indeed overtime.
No, no
Easy Han! 2 headshots. That'll be all she wrote. We can just close the book. I don't need to read more. I don't need to see more. And Dreamers will be looking at the semi-final. I think this will be quite an easy push.
I looked at the cover. Didn't even need to read the forward. Looked at the back as well. See the author's face, as you do. I'm like, good book. Good
I don't read.
Good read. Do you like to be read too?
Sure.
You do audiobooks.
Yeah.
You don't like to be read to either?
I don't know. It depends the voice.
Okay.
The voice is more important than the story.
What kind of... Is there an accent in particular?
What am I gonna reveal all my secrets? It's just
Why
something
is it a secret?
calming. It's just a calming voice.
Why is it such a secret?
I'm just exposing what accents are comforting to me. What if it's not yours? What if you annoy me?
That's perfectly fine. So, some accents are. I'm not going to reveal which ones.
Okay. Is it mine?
No. Generally, okay, American is fine. Generally. Even though you're not even American.
Yeah. I don't really sound Canadian either.
Few people don't realize that fact.
Yeah.
Fact number 7 about Lemon Kiwi will shock you. Not actually American.
Fake.
Alright. We're gonna see Lifeweaver again. Hopefully we get to see another ability. Oh, there we go. So the dash. There we go. We've seen 3 different abilities from Lifeweaver now.
But his ultimate.
Not gonna happen.
Out the gates. He's here. Oh, wait. This is cute. Easy Han can't be touched by tracers if he's up in the sky.
Is missing staying. They're confident. They're confident if they're running. No, he's okay. I was gonna say they are really confident if they're running the Life Weaver. I've not heard good things about Life Weaver in scrims, so I will be very surprised to see that as an actual pick. Speaking of which, Easy Han finds the first. And that's no supports left, so
yeah.
You know what? I think I might call it. I might call it. I'll be real
Doing
with
it
you.
now. I'm confident in you for once. Yeah, the Scrimbucks exchange report is in. Life Weaver not all there yet. Dreamers still have to push the card up above though. Is Eaglet by himself. 1v4. I believe in the dream, but that one's dead. But alive and well is Dreamers, who take the 3-0 over MDY, and they go to the semifinal to face Honeypot.
Yeah, as I said, my faith and sometimes lack thereof hopefully is usually not misplaced there. And in that particular map, I could just see the writing on the wall. Unfortunately, MDY checked out. Not even SkyShow could save them there. That is a full round of zeros. I don't think we display the scoreboard. I think it might just be our faces on. You don't get to see the scoreboard, but it's 2-1, 1-0, and 1-0 in terms of how the 3 maps went, which means MDY didn't get a single point. That included 2 full holds. They looked reasonable on sub-level, mostly because they ended up kind of getting this far a counterplay versus Dreamers Rhine, which is debatable on whether they should be playing the Rhine on that map anyway. But beyond that, once we got away from stuff like Rhine, we got into like, you know, there were safer compositions. Liga comes into play the Diva. It's just so much more one-sided. I'm surprised Eaglet didn't try the Diva on Rialto. That's fairly misguided. I mean, Liga knows what he's doing there. Diva is just so much superior on Rialto.
And now we have the APAC report where DAF are looking pretty strong. Yes, they lost their series, but it's a game 5 against a tough team. And MDY not having much presence in that first match, but at least they go through the lower bracket. And I've been hearing whispers in APAC of just how Rose, yes, number 1, they 4-0'd MDY in that APAC final. And there's no one that can touch Rose. They're just a tier above everyone else. And your player of the match from Dreamers is Easy Han.
Even straight to start out with him, you see the highlights coming through from the sim, but also this dive as well. Easy Han plus Spectre together. Some decent solo damage that we saw. The EMPs were flawless on that second map of Blizzard World. I mean, you could pick a number of different players who really stood out here, but I think what really sold it for me was the third map where you start to see the sniping as well. The mechanics on this Widowmaker really just kind of sealed the deal for his play of the match.
I have to just make a YouTube montage from this game alone, but Dreamers didn't really feel tested. You kind of tried out the Reinhardt comp. That was maybe their weakest look, but it was cool to see the Symmetra used with the Reinhardt. That's something I'm used to seeing in North America anyway, the way they were able to travel around as a team. Then once they got countered, they just had answers up their sleeve. So Dreamers not afraid to swap up their comp, not afraid to swap up their tanks, and it looked easy.
It got easier, I think, as we moved along. Like, it got more clear that MDY were probably not going to be able to do too much the further we got in the series. Blizzard World was one thing. You were kind of maybe held on to a little bit more faith on Blizzard World, but on Rialto, you're like, oh, okay, this, you know, easily, sometimes way before the fight is over, you could just see that MDY had very little left to play through. I just think they chose the wrong comp the entire way through for Rialto in general, but also, you know, if Sky shows your best play, and that was one of the only ways you can maybe get a win here, it just wasn't enough when Easy Han is doing, I think, even better than Sky Show was on the Widowmaker there.
And just a reminder of the seedings. I mean, Dreamers is the 6th seed coming in from Korea, who just 3-0'd the 2nd seed from APAC. So it's kind of a toss-up, but Korea seems to be coming out on top when it comes to the Group A quarterfinals. Then we have Group B coming up next. NT versus Varrel, and then Wallplay versus Panthera. You got these last-minute substitutions from Wallplay, Panthera teasing some cool stuff. This APAC Open is just kind of a teaser to what's going to be coming up in the knockout bracket, and if Overwatch League team are just going to have a clean sweep of this, or who are the best are we sending over there?
And we haven't even seen some of the other teams, as mentioned, like O2 and Rhodes yet. I think they are 2 of the favorites in this entire bracket. I would, you know, firmly bet that Rhodes and O2 are among the top 6. To be fair, it's a fairly safe bet given half the teams are going to make it. And it's just a matter of, do you think this team is in the upper half or the lower half? And I think O2 and Rhodes easily are in the upper half.
Oh yeah, that O2 SPG Honeypot versus Dreamers. Those are your semifinals for Group A. Group B will be coming up next, though. Y'all don't want to go anywhere. We have a
Yeah.
surprise for you. Two casters that haven't been announced will be premiering, and that's gonna be so good. I'm gonna go to bed though, but I'm gonna watch the bot. I hope you guys stay alive and well. Get caffeinated. More Overwatch around the corner.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League. This is the Spring Stage Opens East. We've had 2 great matches thus far and 2 yet to go. I'm ZP, joined here by the one and only Hexagrams, and I gotta say, it has been a while.
Yeah, it's been a bit, man. I don't know, I want to say like 6 years. I think the last official we did together was World Cup 2017. It is quite a while, and if you guys don't recognize us, it's because you're younger than us. But you know, it goes a long way back, and I'm just happy to be here with my buddy casting some Overwatch.
Yeah, I know. It feels good, man. Working with you has always been great. And, you know, you never quite know the twists and turns you're going to be around, but here we are, casting some great Overwatch, seeing who is going to go deeper into the APAC side of things. And, you know, we got a lot of talent here, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I've had to familiarize myself with some of these teams. Luckily, there was just an open series, or a spring series rather, of contenders. So a lot of people expected, you know, the Korean contenders teams to really dominate. But from the first matches we've seen, not necessarily the case. Like you said, there is just a lot of talent across the board. And, you know, Overwatch has been such a thing about like path to pro. Well, this is the path to pro. Like, this is how you get there. You start with these open stages, you play contenders. And now, like in the region in the East, these teams are going to be able to play against Overwatch League teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge opportunity. But, you know, speaking of the teams, we got NT here. They took 5th place in Contenders Korea, Hex. And I know there's a few players in particular that really stood out to you.
Yeah, I mean, this NT team is really interesting. They took 5th place in the Contenders Korea Spring Series. There is some pedigree on this squad as well. The team manager, they don't necessarily have coaches or assistant coaches, but the team manager is a person named Unique, with used to play on the Guangzhou Charge, has Element Mystic roots. You see a couple of these players, like Hidden is former Panthera, Lego's former Panthera, and really the player I am looking forward to watching is Hidden. In the matches I've seen him play, just went off on the Sojourn, and we think about like the Western Pro-Am, you didn't see a ton of Sojourn, but in the Contender Series that happened just before this tournament, saw a ton of Sojourn, and Hayden was really carrying on that. I think he's got potential. Now, the narrative with this team overall is potential versus consistency. They have the potential to be great, but the consistency isn't there.
On the other side, we got Varrel, where I believe they were 3rd in Contenders APAC. I might be wrong on that, but also the best team in Japan. And it's really cool to me, Hex, because Japan does have a pretty storied history in Overwatch of being kind of a, you know, a dark horse country, and that obviously it's not quite as big competitively as some of the other countries that participate in the Overwatch scene. But, you know, I think back to great memories like the 2017 Overwatch World Cup, where Team Japan just came out of nowhere at the Australia World Cup stop, and there's a lot of talent here not to be slept on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking ahead at the World Cup, this is a team that in the World Cup qualifiers for the Japanese region, they went through the upper bracket without losing an entire map. This squad did, until they got to the grand finals. But they did win the Japan Open trials for the 2023 World Cup. And it's going to be interesting to see what they play. There is some carry potential. Some of the matches I saw, it seemed like they weren't necessarily favoring dive like a lot of teams are. Some of a slower brawl style. A player who stood out to me in the videos that I watched was Q Loud on the flex support, and mostly on the Kiriko. Went some really crazy flanks, got a lot of value out of it, and we haven't seen as much Kiriko as I was expecting. And again, I love doing these regions that I'm not super familiar with, because it's like reinventing the meta, and I get to learn what these teams are good at. But this is a team not to be slept on at all.
Definitely not. And I couldn't agree more on the idea of meta, right? You know, obviously some things have changed over time in Overwatch as we've watched it grow. Antarctic Peninsula certainly did exist, you know, many, many years ago, but neither did heroes like Kiriko. And as you say, you know, the fact that the teams from different regions are playing different compositions, are seeing what works, and, you know, who knows, we're playing on a patch now where Lifeweaver just got buffed. You know, a little bit of an early present to those playing in the spring stage opens to see if they can be the first ones really make Lifeweaver work, right? And, you know, that's also another X factor we could see, which, you know, there's no prepping for that. It's hot off the press.
Yeah, no more parting gift. Is that a buff or a debuff? I don't know. It's really hard to tell. That was a really interesting mechanic to add to that hero. But yeah, we're going to start off on Antarctic Peninsula, and it's been such an interesting map to watch. Again, you know, I watched a lot of the Western Pro-Am, and you saw all sorts of different styles. You can see Dive, you see Doomfist, you see Ramatra on this, we see Reinhardt on this too. But I think really a lot of this is going to come down to what the DPS wants to play. It's an interesting map, and each stage actually has these weird points where it's both congested points and choke points, but also long sightlines to those choke points. So we've seen a lot of Reaper come in, and NT is going to run that Reaper right now. And on the other side, Varrel is going to go with the long-range hit stand in Nico. So a Sojourn versus Ashe matchup is going to be interesting.
You really have gone back to 2016 looking at hit skin players named Nico. It was Reaper back today. Nico, though, strikes out first, takes down Hidden in the hit scan v hit scan battle. So Varrel looking strong off the bat. I beat for Yuki, though, taking down its turn. Both teams trading out back and forth. Varrel still moving on top of this. Q-Loud 2 on the Zenyatta. Bloodthirsty supports on top of it, Hex. You really have gone back in time.
Yeah, I mean, this was the player I told you to look out for. I saw his Kiriko play, and it's just that aggressive nature of the flex board. And that really should have been, you know, a pretty brutal fight for them. But they come out. Is it Q-Loud or Cloud? I want to call him Cloud, but I'll go Q-Loud for you. Don't have my pronunciation guide in front of me. Not able to capture the point just yet, though. Hidden still got back to the point. He is now onto the Tracer. So a switch up from the composition from NT. They're going to go Tracer Sombra, which, by God, it's the most annoying composition to play against.
Oh yeah, Tracer self-press, I think you can never be sure when you're going to be safe. He comes out mid right now, just desperately trying to stay alive. Under a bit of pressure, is able to stay alive. Cloud though, we're going to go with Cloud. I'm KJ enough. Cloud taken down by Hidden like on the other end. Now, see just where this goes. Hidden right now, not under a lot of pressure. Finding ways to put pressure against the other team. NT 21% on the point. Here we go, Torb being played by Nico. Now a little bit of a swap up. Turret gonna go down, and it's gonna be Varrel getting a little bit of control on the point.
Yeah, and Torb is one of the nice little soft counters to a Tracer and Sombra, right? Because they do have low health pools, and it's just one of those things where you don't have to look for them. That's what your turret is there for. Premier does get a pick off on a Mint, though. That's a lot of healing down.
Is Premier able to get it out early, hit it, still dancing around the point here for NT. Gets Lego down at the same time. Here comes Arpin on the Winston in the back, not quite diving in just yet. Girl on the Moira healing up on the somebody. EMP though got come out, and that could be the end of battle here as Arpin is in after for the cleanup.
They do flip it back over. They are going to be at 33% and counting up now. NT is, I think Nico is going to give it another life on the Torb. Not necessarily the hero you want to play on attack, but man, that ultimate is so good at denying space and creating an area that your team can play around.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, one nice part there for NT, they're able to win that without using the Primal Rage. Premier right now. Oh, he's got the Torb in his sights. Nico doesn't realize. Comes out the back. Still being a pest. He warps back out the other way. 57% right now for NT. Still on Varrel to make a move here. NT more than willing to just kind of stay back and let things stay as it is. Varrel under a lot of heavy pressure right now. Don't lose your sight early as KSG nearly falling, just barely able to get away. Meanwhile, we got multi-core out from Nico, making things hot and spicy. Varrel with the beam up on the other side. Pulse bomb. No, not quite yet. Another pulse bomb here comes Hidden. Hex, he'll take down KSG. A lot of ultimates being used here, Hex, but both teams still fairly healthy.
Yeah, I mean, the Zarya, a much maligned pick over the last several of series, and still going to be a point of contention.
Hidden, meanwhile, into the backline for a little bit of extra cleanup. Fight going the way of NT in the end. 96%. Could be it for the round. Varrel on the Doom now. Gonna be looking for a little bit of delay, but we all know how this story goes. Premier gonna finish that one out. Overtime ticking down, and kind of an interesting opening from Varrel, Hex, but the finish not as good as NT very quickly adapted. A little bit of EMP in here at the end. Overtime, though, is ticking down. How long can the staggers go? Surely not going to be much longer, but hey, we've been through 2 Doom lives here, just hoping and praying for the miracle.
Yeah, you don't want to call those early, but when the staggers are coming in that late, you know it's going to be brutal. Pretty closely contested match there. It's some interesting picks from Varrel. I mean, I think when you see these clashes of regions from Asia Pacific and Korea, you're going to see different picks. And you know, there's a couple teams in this tournament who are known from just playing outside their own meta. And I mean, really, Overwatch as an esport right now is in a really healthy meta because there is no set meta. You're not seeing mirror matches constantly. It's not the same lineups with the same lineups, and a lot of this is rock paper scissors, and that's when the game's at its best.
Yeah, it really is. When you can make those compositional swap ups to, you know, just put over the top, little changes here and there. But BizNT taking round number 1. Now, see how things go into round number 2 here. Varrel, though, Nico still staying up the Torb. It's going to be Torb Reaper. This time around, they're running more of the backing up with Lucio. So Varrel just really wants to get into NT space here and try and make it a quick fight. And they are certainly on the point first. Maxine deals with the turret. NT working around the sides and then gets caught by the Reaper. Both teams trying out 4-on-4 early and often here. Arkham a little bit in the back as both teams feel each other out. Varrel, though, focusing on the point, knocked off by Arkham. As a look at Premier in the back, has to rewind here, Hex. Right back and forth, but Arkham finds Vince.
Yeah, I mean, there's almost nothing to deal with the Doomfist right now. We've seen the Reaper and Zarya work to great effect, and it's been part of the meta for, you know, almost over a year now that you can just bubble that Reaper and he can go in and cause some havoc. But right now, Arpen is just running wild. I think he's knocked the Zarya into stun like 3 times in a row.
Let's see Moira come out. Theme here. Keep things nice and healthy here for Varrel. And, you know, it might be unconventional what Varrel is running compared to the other season so far. Not too bad, 24% on the point Arpen. Meanwhile, Frenzy, that take this guy is looking for something. Postal down for him and gets 2 keys in case he low, but it's not enough to take out the door now. Wow, if she's still alive, she does get taken out. And right after this kiss, she desperately tries to stay alive. It's hidden, pressuring, he comes out. And all this goes on in his team. That's the point, is Varrel is just struggling not to get full white.
Yeah, they are going to be able to pick up the point as Varrel with this Torb ultimate down, just fight into the goo, as it were. Very radioactive with the color scheme as it goes. Still some nice staggers here from NT. They're not going to give it up without a fight. Forcing out Nulls.
Yeah, I mean, also I feel like anytime you blank, it's like everyone's been mad at this year. Nico, though. Arpen clearly in the fight that done on the Doom now, trying to deal with rid of it. Second for the Zarya, punch after punch. Hit it and Arpen is house.
Yeah, and again, Varrel just doesn't have any answer to Arpen. He has been able to do whatever he wants. The Torb turret is maybe a small deterrent. Maybe a Reaper can get there, but with the mobility of a Doomfist, there's no one to slow down that mobility. There isn't, you know, obviously Flashbang isn't in the game anymore, you know, praise that. But they don't have an Ana, they don't really have anything to make sure that that Doom feels threatened. He's in, he's out, he's just causing havoc. It's as disruptive as a ball right now.
However, Varrel for this next fight, Laptop Surge ready to go. Arpen again taking to the sky, building hopes here on Doom, left, right, center, Nixie. Able to take down QP. Graviton used here by Varrel. Get 2 in his. Oh, they're going to be there. Kind of is. Nico meant to go in. However, Arpen is still dancing around, still pretty healthy. Finds Cloud on the slot, and Arpen has continually been a problem here.
I mean, still right now, you see KSG is charged up and he's doing damage on him, but it doesn't really matter. However, during that, Varrel was able to flip it back into their favor. There will be a Death Blossom, and what we were watching the previous matches, we kind of talked about Death Blossom being the new Rocket Barrage, where it's either all or nothing. Another kill from Arpen.
Yeah, I mean, Arpen without does he have ultimate? It doesn't matter. He's finding the ways to jump in on Yuki. Yuki was looking for a good Death Blossom here. Yes, the shield, but it's just immediately focused down. There was the opportunity for the Death Blossom. 84% now for NT, and they don't need a whole lot more. Hit it though. Goes down. We'll try and the rest a little bit more at spawn. Opportunity for Varrel to bring this back, and the upside there, Hex, he does still have Death Blossom, even though he got taken out so early last fight.
Now they got double support ultimates here, and they're going to beat in and maybe try to find some room for this Death Blossom as well. They have to use everything here, 99%.
Arpin, meanwhile, public enemy number one, dancing to and fro here in the Blue's looking for the Boyer, not been able to finish it off. Yuki down on the side. The Death Blossom was used, didn't do much of anything. Hidden just dispatched them. It's became him, and the Pulse Bomb's ready for potentially the finisher. Varrel was able to get the cap in the middle of that, but now we follow the tail of Hidden here. I know what the observers are doing. They go, come on, watch what's going to happen. What's the sound for the Pulse Bomb going to be? It was in so many times before. And here we go, Hidden. Trying to live up to his name. Arpin was on it, and here's the onto that. No, does not quite connect. Varrel, meanwhile, multi-core out. That's certainly going to zone Tracer just a little bit. Premier, though, able to find Mint. NT up one. Arpin super low, not dead yet, but does go down at the very end. 99 to 99 right now. Varrel trying to make this a map, get a point on the board. SG living, dead. Hidden finishes him off, and Hidden his stride.
Yeah, and right now Hidden's going to try to clean it up here in the Tracer duel. They're on the point. They've got the numbers. And I think the really big turn there was the missed Pulse Bomb by Hidden that went up top. Obviously, we were following that POV. But when he comes up, what happens is he forces out that Molten Core early, which you'd want to use all over the point. He only gets a little bit on the point, and then they're able to contest it on there. But I think what's really great is that Doomfist, and specifically that stage of Antarctica, reminds me a little bit of Shrine on Nepal, where there's just walls everywhere. Like, it's such a small point that the Doomfist can operate so well. And the big thing is not just punching people, but punching people into walls, the extra damage and the stun. And you saw it time and time again, so many Z's on the team that he's just knocking them about. And I mean, there was some interesting play to try to do the Torb to deal with the Sombra and the Tracer, but then Arpin, there was just no answer to him. And like it was just a great stage to run a Doomfist, and that's NT taking the first map in rather short order.
Yeah, it was quick. It was decisive. But we are going to take a quick break. We're going to look into some microphone issues that are going on along the way. We're going to take a break anyways, but multitasking. This is the Overwatch League, and we will be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League. We just saw map number 1 between NT and Varrel, and Hex, after doing a lot of our prep for this, we had a general idea of what to expect, and it's still surprising we see Arpen come out there and just crush on the Doomfist, kind of a swap up in the middle of the match, dealing with some unconventional looks from Varrel.
Yeah, generally I saw Arpen play a lot of Diva. That seemed to be the hero that he chose, but it's just a matter of composition wise. And I think Varrel kind of has the right idea. A lot of times, maybe when you feel a little bit outmatched by a team, just individually or mechanically, you start going into your bag of tricks. And I think that's what the Torb was supposed to be about. Also, the Torb, like, when they came out with the Sombra and the Tracer, obviously you have to do a Torb if you don't feel like maybe you have somebody who can run a Cassidy at a high level. Although I've seen Nico play Cassidy at a pretty high level. So it's interesting. I mean, we kind of expected NT to be a little bit better, but I was also expecting the unexpected. And maybe it's just one of those things that we can just chalk up to, like, well, it's Control, and Control can be a little bit wonky. By no means was it completely one-sided, despite the 2-0 score. I mean, both of those rounds went pretty much to the brink, so I'm going to chalk it up to Control. I'm still excited about this Varrel team. Like, I think you can almost unequivocally say it's the best Japanese team in Overwatch right now. So I'm hoping for a little bit better showing as we move on to our next map, which I believe is going to be the old school. We're going to the King's Row.
You know what? Again, I think we've said a few times, so we got to try not to beat it to the ground, but man, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Way back when, it was late 2015 in the Overwatch 1 beta, Hex, we were casting to see if we'd be a good fit on King's Row with a player named Nico, no less.
Yeah, French player named Nico.
Right. Who did eventually make it to the Overwatch League, so he had a pretty long journey as well, but yeah. King's Row is the one solid.
So this is Varrel's map pick. In doing the tape study for this, it seemed a lot of teams were really electing to go to King's Row for a hybrid. Now this might allow them to play some of the more interesting heroes that they like to play. So in my notes, I have that Huki is kind of like one of those oddball DPS players, because a lot of DPS players, it's like, well, I play Tracer, then sometimes I play some other stuff. But you've always got one of those players on a team that's like, well, I play the Torb, and I play the main, I play the Sombra, kind of those weird jack of all trades. Like, I'll pick up the niche heroes. And I think on this map, you can play a Mei, although I would expect generally for the next couple of maps, both hybrid and escort, that we're going to have to start seeing some long-range hit scan and some Widowmaker and some Hanzo has definitely been like the flavor of the day for King's Row.
Yeah, and I mean, again, that's also something that doesn't really change over time. Although, for King's Row, you can never tell right before the gates open, because sometimes you just go Widow or Hanzo, and you look for that miracle pick. Even if you're not playing it, you go, maybe now will be the time. But in this case, Varrel, they don't even really stand it for that long. No Widow or Hanzo on the attack here. Instead, going to be coming out again with the Torb Reaper composition. NT Arpen, this time back on the Diva.
Yeah, and this is kind of more into Varrel's wheelhouse too. Like I said, it seemed like they were favoring a lot of the slower compositions, more of a brawl style. And this is as brawl as it really gets. You got the Zarya and the Moira and the Reaper. They're just going to try to rotate through Hotel and find somebody straggling behind.
Varrel right now, looking out of himself, the rest of his team, PSG, looking for any opening. NT right now realizing we don't really have to follow that. We have to worry about when people go to blitz. We're going to be holding more high ground up here. However, hidden and streamer right now, constantly poking and prodding. Arpen under a little bit further, going, no. Get off our high ground. This is where we're staying right now. You have to come over and remove us.
Reaper is going to get isolated out. Yuki's going to have to fade. I wonder if they're going to follow, but he's going to go back to his team and Yuki just fine. But right now, just defenders on high ground, this is exactly where they want to be.
That really is. Full spawn, ready to go. Looking for the top. Who's going to connect the dogs? Nico out of it in a flash. NT's defense looking iron out right now. They gave up some progress on the point, but they knew just how much they could give up with them losing the point, and this is where they really dive.
Yeah, I mean, as often as you think that Torb can be a counter to Tracer, it's more of a deterrent than a Tracer. Also, like, when you get those one-on-ones, a Tracer v Torb, Tracer should win that every single time, because Torb is pretty much just a walking head. Like, the hitbox is so ridiculous, and you saw there, he may not have gotten the stick, but he ends up getting the kill. And, you know, it just ends up being so quick for your offense here that if you fail on that first push, you're in trouble. They've only got 2 minutes, however, they did get 66%, so they're going to try to piecemeal it. Waiting for the coalescence and the beat. On the other side, there is a self-destruct and both support ultimates for NT. See how this next fight goes. They're going to try to take away the high ground.
Step number one is recruit. Where do they go? Against the nano boost. Over 8 minutes and 2. Real clean picks. What Arpen is able to do just there.
Real clean. And yeah, they took good care of their economy, too. They did end up using both support ultimates, though. You did have to nano Arpen to keep him up. Like, in theory, Zarya should be the counter to that, but both of these supports for NT have been in Arpen's pocket all the way. They ended up using Kitsune Rush, which I am proposing we start calling Foxtrot, because I think it's funny. And now Varrel is down to pretty much their last fight. We'll see if there's a beat engage. They've also going to have the goo, but pretty much NT hasn't been fighting on the point anyway, so I'm not sure that Torb's ult's going to be that effective.
Yeah, it's really hard to see, but Torb's ult, this is one of those things where you hope for the best, maybe, and go it the right way, get the top, but meanwhile, the Overwatch ready to go with Varrel. Over the top, yeah, anything? No, it just gets Arpen the wrong side on Torb. Not quite through, so hoped for. What the focus here, Varrel real close to getting point A. A little bit more on the point, and they get it. However, if you're in T, you're happy with draining that much time off the clock.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about happy. It's just so amazing at this level of Overwatch when you start getting to the higher levels that ultimates are such a gambit, right? I mean, the self-destruct, getting low on health, have to fly it out, but now they're able to hunt down the baby diva. Now you don't have a tank on the point, and it's just... Sometimes you use an ult and it ends up losing you a fight. It's kind of crazy. And meanwhile, Varrel, their economy is in pretty good shape here. They're going to have a Graviton Surge. They're going to have the Reaper ultimate too. So the Brawl style is working out. And we're going to see a counter pick from NT as Premier moves over to the Mei. Mei has always been a good pick on Streets of King's Row.
Yeah, I mean, it's tailor-made for it. You have perfect hallways, essentially, for a wall to go up and block people away, block people into the pub, have them drink whether you like it or not. Arpen, though, finds them super early, and this battle taking place in the pub, it got real frosty. Maybe you should have turned on the heat. As NT, you'll get used to that Mei, Hex, for all the reasons you just said.
Well, I mean, and you want to run a Mei because you want to get back to this point right here when the wall can just completely cut off a team from trying to get through the archway. Now Varrel has to make the decision, do they want to try to brute force it right here and go through, maybe get segmented in half, or do you want to take the long way around, take over the high ground, and try to come over the top with maybe a bubble into a Reaper ult?
All right. Hang out the Torb, runs on Surge at the ready. No, just lost a foot on in from Yuki. No, does not connect with anything whatsoever. Varrel.
Yeah, KSG able to run that one through, and now the Diva is going to be taken down because Defense Matrix is good for a lot of things, cannot stop beams right there. ZP is going to try to fix up his microphone, and, you know, we're doing a good old throwback cast, as it were, to 2016 and what it would be a throwback cast without some audio issues. We're trying to get our audio synced, working with production on that, so right now you guys are stuck with me just for a little bit, 55 seconds, as Varrel will try to take this next point. It's going to be a good spot for the Torb to be able to throw down the ultimate. He's going to coat the cart around it, give himself and his team some space. Still no picks on either side just yet. Now Varrel has the bank empty when it comes to ultimates, and this is where Hidden's going to take an angle, and he hits the ultimate. Now he's got one headshot on the Nico. Mint is not looking long for it. He hits another headshot, and Hidden was the player I told you to look out for. Has the carry potential on the DPS, especially the Sojourn And Sojourn may not have been super popular in the Western Pro-Am, but in everything we've watched from the spring series of contenders in both Asia Pacific and Korea, Sojourn has been a great pick for both of these squads. Now 10 seconds for Varrel. Might have to try to speed in, get the Lucio ult down, and just get some clock going here. Tracer's going to try to blink in, but they know this. They have to prevent it. Nico's able to get the touch. Has to stay alive. Now the slow's going to come onto the carts. They are able to get the beats down. I didn't see anyone get hit. I don't know if Mint just missed on that one. Cloud is going to try to get Coalescence up, but it does not matter. Suffer as I have. Ramatra is going to clean up. Hidden with another couple of headshots. Nails it right away, and that's going to be the cleanup for NT. They will hold the defense right before second point, and Kings Row traditionally, that second point has been absolutely brutal. The problem is once you lose a fight there, it's such a long walk. There's a reason why there's buses on this map, because you should be taking public transit to get to this. And this was the point I was talking about. Comes on the flank, hits the overclock, and able to just take down two immediately. Gets everyone in the corner, and that is all over. But the crying for Hidden, who comes out of the shadows, carries his team through a fight. Now, NT looking to take a 2-0 map lead. And we don't know what they're going to run on the offense. I would imagine that you're going to see Hidden on long-range hit scan. And Varrel, right now on their defense, doesn't look like they want to switch it up a whole lot. Like I said, prefer some brawl compositions, prefer in-your-face. It might be a case of just not wanting to try to 1v1 a player like Hidden, but definitely clashes of styles and meta coming out. As we see the Moon Boots jumping up and down from Exy. And it looks like it's going to be kind of an ambush tactic here as Varrel is lining up their defense in the hotel. They might be waiting for a moment, waiting to see someone, and then it could be a rush in to try to get a really forward hold, but a really nice sonic arrow there shows everyone's position. And the offense for NT is going to come out. Premier is going to run that Mei. Also great at the offense here because this choke is brutal to come through, especially if you're not going to run a shield tank and they're going to run the Matra instead. So the wall is going to change the architecture of the map. The map under the Mei comes in strong. Ramatra is going to get in there, fighting Brawl with Brawl right now. Pellets off, and so far NT has got a pretty good position. The Mei Ice Block is forced out early, but it's pretty much NT taking whatever space they want. Already one tick, no contest right now from Varrel. They're trying to get back in, but also cut off again. The map editor in full effect for Mei. Lego gets a nice kill onto Kyuki. That's almost all of the damage from Varrel down. That is all the damage from Varrel down, and it is NT who is going to roll through that.
All right, buddy, I am back. Thank you for bolting down the fort as, you know, broadcast luck just continues. Hopefully things are good now. All the best stress testing in the world sometimes runs afoul here, Hex, but you know it's not running afoul. NT rolling on through with a very quick time and not too far to go.
Yeah, everything was great 4 hours ago, but we had some long maps. Maybe your mic decided to call it an early evening. NT is going to be able to roll through here. They're going to have the Dragon, and Dragon not the best ultimate as far as securing kills, but this corner right here in Streets is where we've actually seen some of the better Dragons in Overwatch history. No grab to combo with it, but you can just rocket through the streets and get a pretty full hold. An early fade, a nice defense there to crack the wall, but the Dragon does come through and get some kill.
Does jump here, building up the Blizzard here. Multiple eliminations coming from NT, and you know this is rough for Varrel. Getting staggered to this extent, not really getting a clean fight. Because you take a look at what NT has in reserve, it doesn't get much better. They're gonna be able to just rush in with the Ramatra ult, the sound barrier. They got everything and then some. Hex Varrel's in trouble.
Yeah, Varrel might have to come out here and use a defensive grav, but even a defensive grav's not going to do much because you're going to be able to counter it with the sound barrier. I don't see a path to victory for Varrel unless they get super aggressive and try to isolate someone and get an early kill. Grav's going to come out. Gotta come out.
The Annihilation, and Annihilation's the name of the game. Nothing but white in the kill feed, and NT looking to run away with this one here on Kings Row. Just need to push in a little bit further.
Oh,
They doing that was intentional.
I like
Kinda
it.
like to see it.
I like it. Yeah, Annihilation, not only one of the best films of all time, also a pretty great ultimate. And it's, walk forward, punch some people. Sounds pretty good. Romantic good. Right now, Varrel, they're just looking for answers. And it just seems they're outclassed. Their compositions have not been great. And I think so far, the story, at least of day one, is Zarya meta? Where does Zarya fit here? We saw, some early play with it that Zarya and Reaper can work well on control, but that was the last time we saw super effectiveness. But for the most part, and following the community and the chat, it's everyone's like, oh, see, they switch off Zarya and win. I'm not saying that chat's smarter than everybody, but I don't know. The Zarya has been a strange pick, and it's one of my favorite heroes, but it just seems like I think there's better tanks right now. But we'll see. Maybe they have a strategy specifically designed around it. I saw a lot of Zarya played in the Contenders Open, the Contenders Spring Series, and I don't know if people just aren't adapting to it yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's always tough to tell. The meta is always shifting, especially with tanks. Now, we're in the era of Overwatch 2, and, it is just a single tank as opposed to, a tank team. But, you want to talk about tank variety. Arpen been looking real good over the course of the day. We talked about the Doom earlier. The Diva highlights here, Hex. Definitely something special as he got nanoed.
Yeah, I mean, the Diva, works out pretty well. This is a great spot to use the Coalescence. As we see, there were some bright spots for Varrel as they won a couple of team fights, but it just couldn't put enough of it together. You saw some moments from KSG on that, but really, the player to look out for was hidden, and it's such a clutch moment and able to rock that Sojourn.
Definitely true. But NT now up, still in the series, looking good on Kings Row, 2-0. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see if Varrel can bring things back the other way, and also see if audio is just a little bit smoother. We'll see you soon.
And welcome back to the Overwatch League Spring Stage Opens East. I'm Hex. I'm joined by ZPAVRL. Avril, how are you doing, my friend?
This is what ZP really looks like when he comes out of the cave. That's correct. He sounds different. He looks different. You know, when he switches between Diet Coke to regular Coke, this is what it looks like. It's just a change up. You know, we're changing it up.
So you said that you've seen the score line. Are you surprised by it so far? As we,
Probably
you know,
not.
we've got that was a very, very quick answer.
I mean, what can I say? Like, I was pleasantly surprised already with how well DAF did. I think MDY, I was like, okay, that's a little bit more expecting their result.
Yeah.
And seeing the O2 so far. When you tell me, was it? I didn't see the actual maps. Were they close O2, or was it like a pretty one-sided O2?
Yeah, I mean, control was control. There were some weird things that happened there. You know, like, you know, any team can get up to 90% against any other team really on control. So yeah, that one is a little closer. Kings Row, not so much. I mean, I guess the question remains, and you've seen a lot of these teams in contenders regions. You're more tapped into that than I am, perhaps. I think that the big question, and seeing the chat and the community, is Zarya meta? I mean, is it supposed to be a diva counter? I mean, what are you making of these Zarya picks? Because it seems like sometimes it's working and sometimes it's not. You know?
I think it's meant to be a Winston counter because you're normally meant to pair the Zarya with the Reaper and playing this sort of Zarya style rush. I also think it's the off-tank rush composition, because what you have now is, as much as people keep wanting to say, and I've seen these similar sentiments, the community is like, oh, there's no off tanks and main tanks anymore. It's like, maybe not in your games, but at the highest level, there is still, like, there are still hero pools which exist because players have a lot more experience on one side or the other in terms of whether they favor the off tank hero pool, the main tank hero pool, because that's just the way they play the game forever. And even trying to swap between the hero pools, it's difficult because you're up against players with thousands of hours on Winston or thousands of hours on D.Va when you don't have that. So you still have off-tank and main-tank hero pools. What that means is when you have off-tank players who they're not going to be confident enough to play, for example, Ryan or something like that because they don't have the hours on it. And apparently Ram is a lot weaker on this patch. Not that anything changed. I mean, he didn't get nerfed or anything, but teams have just figured out how to play against him. Some teams are opting to play the Zarya instead as an alternative to the Ram, I think, in those brawl-type compositions. So that's my particular read on that meta. And also I heard Winston got more playtime in this particular meta, where the Zarya Reaper has always been pretty good versus Winston. So there's that as well. That would be my read. I still don't think it's as good on certain maps. Like, even in the previous games that I was here with Lemon, it's like, in these positions, I'd prefer to see a diva, and their teams are still playing something that wasn't diva, which I felt was weird.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at these rosters, when I was doing a little bit of research, there was, you know, a couple of players that I've really liked on this NT team being hidden. Is there anyone that you think we should look out for? Maybe on Varrel? I mean, he's been playing a lot of Tor, but Varrel can play a pretty solid hit scan and a pretty good tracer. I mean, is there anything that you want to see roster-wise change up? Is there any, you know, hidden gems of players that we should be looking out for that perhaps we've overlooked so far?
I thought Premier had a good season last year on Poker Face. Premier's a reasonable player, but not like super standout. I think Hidden, you're right there. Hidden is, I think, the standout on this team. What did Arpen play? Because last year, my criticism of Arpen was he was kind of a Winston one trick and didn't really have much else to play through. Okay. So I don't know if Arpen's played a little bit more today, but if he did play a bit more today, that would be a good showing.
Arpen rolled the heck out of him on a Doomfist on Antarctica. And was just kind of all over the place and pretty much stomping through Team Varrel. And then he played Diva, which is what I've seen him play in some of the spring series as well. So not so much just the one trick on the Winston, but the Doomfist was very impressive. So maybe we'll see some more of that. But yeah, I mean, that's definitely something to look out for. Our next map, as NT is up 2-0 in the series, looking to close it out, it's going to be Team Varrel's pick. And for their pick, we will go to Rialto. Now, pretty much on every straight-up escort we've seen, it's been snipers. Would you expect anything different as we go to Rialto, Kevin?
I mean, in the escort pool, the only non-sniper map is Shambali, and even then, I think you can force a sniper. So yeah, literally all the escorts are pretty sniper heavy, and Rialto is no exception to that. However, I will say that talked about the tanks a little bit here. This is where I want to see some diva action. I don't think there's been a substitution yet announced for this map. So Arpen's still in, which means he's not going to play the D.Va. He's going to be forced on probably a Winston here.
Yeah, I mean, the
I
substitutions.
Would not like to see a Doom. Definitely not a Doom.
Well, I mean, it's strange because previously on Escorts, we've seen from Team NT that maybe Bono would come in and play a Sigma if they wanted to play a Sigma. And I mean, that is what we're seeing. We didn't get the substitutions told to us early on because we were, I mean, dealing with tech issues because, you know, that just happens. But this is exactly what I expected to see. Bono will come in and play the Sigma. We talked about this actually in our rehearsal, you and I, that this is the map that you would see him come in on. Bono, kind of a Sigma, one trick, which is a loaded word to throw around, but if that trick's good, it's good, and we're going to see him come in for this map.
I actually say that about Plankton on Varrel, but he's not going to play at all because KSG, who by the way is a main tank player, who's now shifted onto off tank heroes, which more tanks need to start doing. But I don't remember seeing too much of Bono last year. I'm trying to remember what team he was even on, but I would still prefer the D.Va on this particular map. I mean, you'll see it when, you know, once NT sort of lose control high ground. Well, it depends if Varrel is going to be a good enough team to punish, but
yeah,
we'll see how Varrel do. I like what Varrel will bring to the table first and foremost in terms of comps.
Right. I don't mind the Sigma on the defense here if you want to try to hold the corner, but you're right. It's going to be an issue once they get off of high ground. Right now, we're just going to enter into the Widow duel as Hidden is going to hit a shot, but not get confirmed on the kill. It's going to be QT versus Hidden on the Widow duel. Premier's going to try to help out with the Tracer in the back line as little pokes coming through so far. It is a hard one-on-one takedown, a Tracer versus a Kiriko, and sometimes if you don't feel like you got it, you just got to get out of there because a couple of those kukris and you are going to be done for. Wide angle as Varrel rotates around left side here, trying to get something. Still no deaths in this fight just yet.
It's the Tracer 1v1 that's been the most exciting so far, and it will come to a conclusion. A little bit of help coming through from XE as well in the assist. Confirm the 5v4 there. Doesn't look like Varrel going to get any trades, so it's just a reset.
And meanwhile, the cart has pushed about halfway through here. Premier's got to be a little bit careful on these pokes. You do want to get the damage in, but that Widow is going to be looking that way. Perhaps Hidden can take advantage of that while the attention is divided, maybe get a headshot. Looks like Varrel's going to rotate all the way around as a full-on group. That is almost a confirmed kill, but not quite. Nico's going to take down XE. That's the Zen down.
Lego survives on 1 HP. Nope. Dies anyway. Anti-lose double supports here. Nico doing heck of a job on that back line. With only Bono and Premier alive, this should be the payload moving forward. Bono still being fairly annoying on the front lines, and this is a massive slowdown for Varrel. Cannot get rid of these last two remaining players on time.
Yeah, this is pretty enormous. Just a nice stall from the two of them. And if they can get out alive... Oh, XE comes back. He was the first death in the fight last time. So the spawn is going to come in. He's going to take down Nico. That's going to make Premier's job a lot easier, not getting checked by the other Tracer. And miraculously, they're going to hold on to this app.
I mean, that's disastrous. They had two players alive on NT side. Varrel should have cleaned them up for sure. No supports, by the way. All damage was going to be permanent. I couldn't do that. Bono held on the payload. I think that was just a stall tactic. Like, we're going to stall out the payload. Our respawns will be here. They'll play for the next fight, and then NT are like, hang on, we're actually winning this. XE, who, like you mentioned, first dead, is now back in. Frags out. Supports are here. Bono stays alive, and Varrel, I mean, that was the time. That was the time for them to get some move on. They didn't get any movement.
Yeah, and you see the frustration as the different tank is going to come in. Now KSG is going to go to the ball here, try to get some disruption going on. And, you know, it's been an uneventful offense so far, but only a minute remains. They do have Kitsune Rush and a Pulse Bomb. If either can hit, Premier's in trouble, but he's going to rewind out. Meanwhile, Cloud is down. Kitsune Rush gets used, though.
And it gets used on the side of the map, and what's it really hitting right now? I guess it's Nico running forward that's doing most of the work. The Kitsune Rush allows him to dive forward. The Kitsune Rush doesn't really connect with NT, but allows Varrel just to run very quickly into NT, and I'm surprised they didn't spend more ultimates like a Transcendence to slow things down, disengage away from the Kitsune Rush, because my one critique of the Kitsune Rush there is it's not really an impactful space to allow you to push the payload forward. But if NT just stand there and get eaten up by the Kitsune, that's a different story.
It is a different story. It looks like they do want to come back here and to contest. Meanwhile, Varrel has gone to the full-on Rush Annoyance comp. It is going to be a Tracer, Sombra, and Ball. Try to get back in here. A hack on the Bono, but no confirmed kill. NT is hacked. They do have both support ultimates, though. It's going to be the last fight if Varrel does not confirm this first checkpoint.
Should be seeing the window come through this fight as well. And Hidden's going to do a lot of damage through that. Varrel run out of time. This is final fight. They go hacked out, still alive for now. Double support ultimate, super important here. Nothing on board for Varrel, no ultimates at all.
Yeah, they haven't had to use anything too. That window's going to be an enormous deterrent, trying to get the damage through. If they end up in trouble, XE's going to have the Transcendence. Meanwhile, KSG is down. That is a big health pool now off of the board for Varrel. Eat is going to come in to initiate now. They still only have 4 players alive as they try to push back in. KSG is going to be able to get back into this fight. EMP is ready to go.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, rocked! Absolutely rocked out of it. Rock got a little bit of a nerf recently, but not enough. It is 3v2, and the grab is going to miss the ball. There's going to be stall out on the point, but we'll see if NT is able to finish a fight a little bit better than Varrel was able to. They are off of the points. And an unceremonious end to Varrel as they started off some fights in pretty good order. Looked like they should have had first point in one way, were unable to clean up the kills. Looked like they should have had that last fight, but the EMP gets absolutely rocked out of it. Varrel, so close, but so far.
Well, they win the fight that I expected them to lose, and they lose the fights that I expect them to win. So that's the very interesting situation so far. They don't get a push on when it's just Premier and Bono alive, but then the Kitsune Rush, which I thought wasn't going to be well placed or used very well, ended up getting them that fight when even gets this payload towards the end of A. But NT, they have the support ultimates. Actually, after Lego burned the Transcendence, I was thinking, or maybe Exi burned the Transcendence, I was thinking, this is still kind of winnable for Varrel, because double support ult are gone now, no trans to counter the EMP. If you can just get in there, drop the EMP, we're looking at a pretty decent situation for Varrel, but as you sort of mentioned there, gets rocked, it's taken down, couldn't even use the EMP, no further ults to play through. I think Nico still got a pulse bomb in there. Yeah. Can't save the day on your own though, and NT end up holding with the fact that they have respawn advantage there as well, and they still had a flux available, which didn't even end up needing to do too much.
No, I mean, it was ended up being a zoning flux there anyway. But I mean, the rock onto the EMP is enormous, and it's just demoralizing. Like that is the ult that should... It's the ult in all of Overwatch that should just win you team fights, right? That's what EMP's for. That's what Sombra's for. It's just to charge up and get EMP, and it's Q to win a team fight, essentially. It's one of the most impactful in coordinated top-level Overwatch, and to lose that is brutal. No Life Weaver coming out just yet. Sometimes we've seen it, saw it a little bit, but it might have been a little bit of a troll pick. Varrel is going to be on a Tracer and Widow composition. On the other side, Tracer Hanzo, so Widow should technically have the advantage here. We'll see, there's no contest on the card.
Outside of the Hanzo, there's not really any sniping at all from NT, and see if the Hanzo does too much to beat Kuki. That being said, Kuki needs to be able to threaten these shots to actually be a threat on the board. And for Varrel, I mean, they're, I think, still playing the quote-unquote better composition, but NT are just the better team overall, so they can make the Sigma work. It really depends on annoying. Like, NT going to be able to get past this opening choke pretty comfortably, because once they take high ground and force Varrel off, the Sigma's not going to be as weak, and they're actually already in the open. I mean, they haven't really even had to fight, they're already in the open.
Yeah, KSG's in trouble. He got rocked early on, and now all the healing is going to go to him. Meanwhile, QK is going to be ignored with that heal. Premier does finally get that kill as the duel's been going on in the backline. 2 on the cart pushing for NT. Now they're pulling forward again. There's nothing really going for Varrel as far as the defense. No ultimates up for either side. That is the kill that they needed.
It's just like
no one on the carts. NT is going to take this map and this series, and it looks like Varrel is going to go out not with a bang but a whimper. It is double elimination, but not the greatest showing for our Japanese team, Kevin.
Man, Varrel had 5 alive as well. 5 alive, no touch on the payload. Technically, I guess it is a C9. They even had ultimates coming online. It was Mint sitting on 87%. NT were about to get a pulse bomb, but nothing else. I mean, I think a nano play onto probably would have been KSG in that situation. Possibly a good fight for Varrel coming up, but they ended up being zoned straight off the payload. I mean, talk about playing this game with the fear of God in you. Just no one was even there to touch. Yeah.
They had all the chances in the world, and I mean, if you're a Varrel fan, that was just a really frustrating series. There is no other way to say it. I mean, as I watched them, you know, throughout the tape review, they were a fun team to watch. But this is what you missed, Kevin. This is Arpen going absolutely wild on Antarctica, and what I mentioned is this is such a great point for a Doomfist because there's just walls everywhere. It's such an enclosed point, but this is what you missed from Arpen early on in the map. This Doom went wild.
Wow, I mean, I'm seeing some of the mechanics now. Arpen did play some of the Doom last year. Doom is still generally, I think, like a more unsafe pick. But when you are NT and you're that much better than Varrel, even looking over towards Rialto, I'm commenting about how I think NT's comp is worse than Varrel's, but like when you're that much better, it almost doesn't matter. You can just
Yeah.
make it work. You know, what are the weaknesses of X or Y click on this part of the map? I mean, they don't even come up because NT, they get past the bits of the map that are difficult for their heroes, and it doesn't look like it makes a huge difference because Varrel didn't push where their advantages were going to be based on comps.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a fair outclassing the teams.
I'm not like a sports psychologist by any means, but it did seem like Varrel went into it and started playing like they weren't as good as the other team, trying out different comps and just losing that confidence. And I think that even rolled over into what we saw in Havana. Like when you've got like it's a 4v2 on the cart for first points, and they can't clean up a Sigma and they can't clean up a Tracer, and they end up losing that fight, and then they get rocked out of it. It just seemed like they just didn't execute in the way that we expect those high level teams to execute. I think they have a path to be able to bounce back, but I think it's one of those times where you forget about this match. You forget that it happened because there were almost no good things that happened from Team Varrel. Meanwhile, NT is living up to kind of what we expected. Like I said, this team has some good pedigree. And you know, they've got players who've been on Panthera. They've got a manager who's been in Overwatch League, and they just looked absolutely outclassed. But we know we made you take a long break before as we tried to work out some issues. We do have one more match left for you tonight. Kevin, do you want to stick with me? You want to stick around and do one more match?
I mean, what's the other option? You just got to do it on your own.
You have no other options. It's a rhetorical question. You're supposed to be excited and say yes. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break. But when we get back, it is going to be Wall Plays versus Panthera. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Overwatch League Spring Stage Opens East. My name is Hex, that handsome man on the screen. I don't know which direction it is. Next to me is Avril. We have one more match for you tonight. It is going to be Wall Play versus Panthera. Wall Play, 5th place in the Asian Pacific Contenders Spring Series. They've moved a lot of players around. In fact, yesterday, April 22nd, I believe they dropped 5 players, but they added a couple different players. I just generally, before we get into the rosters, which will come up, what's your read on this matchup, Kevin?
Well, the problem for Wall Play is Panthera might be the second best team in this tournament after O2 Blast. And I say might be because Pokerface is also in this tournament, and they also might be the second best team. And the reason I also say might there is because Panthera and Pokerface never got to play each other in the last contender season because Korea did this 2-group thing, and the groups never met because they were just qualifying to this. Right. So in some ways, this is kind of like the playoffs for Contenders Korea. Even though there's also 2 groups here that will not meet, so I don't know about that.
So definitely an uphill battle for Wall Play, who even watching some of their tape coming into this, like I said, they finished 5th place in the Asia Pacific Contender Spring Series, so not even the best showing there. And obviously they weren't happy with those results. Like I said, a wholesale roster move, so even like all of the tape study that I've done is kind of useless now. Now I did surprise you even though that there is an Overwatch League connection for this Wall Play team. Some of you may remember this name. It struck me because I remember it from way back, but one of their coaches is a fellow by the name goes by John Galt. Used to be a coach on the Los Angeles Gladiators, I believe in 2018, 19. And then the Washington Justice in 2019. But here is the roster, Kevin, for Wall Play. Is there a player that you think could carry it, could give Panthera some trouble?
It's gotta be Soggy from Mindfreak in Contenders Australia. Soggy's played in Contenders Australia the whole time. So this is the first time since, I think, APAC opened back up, Soggy returned to a Southeast Asian team with Wall Play. But this is a majority Singapore roster. I think they got a couple of non-Singaporeans on this team as well. But is this a different roster than the one that you remember seeing? Is this a wholesale swap?
Not wholesale, but like I said, Soggy is just added yesterday, if my information is correct. They did end up dropping like about 5 different players yesterday. And the weird thing is, when I was watching this team, is that they ended up shuffling people around. So R3K has been on this roster, but he's played DPS and tank. They had a player who they dropped called Apester, who had played DPS, tank, and support. Lumi has been on this team when I was watching them as well. And Lumi was actually working like really well with a kind of like Tracer Winston dive. So Lumi on the Winston looked really good for this team. And so far, what I've seen when this team does win fights, it is predicated off of a very strong dive. In my very limited experience with this team, it seems like they prefer to run a dive composition with a Winston and a Tracer. When they've had to switch to those escort maps and had to play snipers, it was a pretty bad showing. Now, on the other side of things, here are some familiar names. What do you think about this Panthera squad?
Well, I think that Fate coming in is huge. I mean, this is the guy to watch out for. If anyone's been paying attention to Twitter or Reddit or anywhere where you get your Overwatch League updates, Panthera had some very interesting roster moves they announced on Twitter. Eris leaving the team, Ballastoria leaving the team. I wonder where those guys are going to. Couldn't tell you. I could, but I'm not going to. But Fate comes in. Fate comes in from absolutely nowhere. No one had heard anything about where Fate was going in the offseason. We are curious, like, okay, well, Fled is a tank for Shanghai Dragons. Now, what happened to Fate? We know Void went to Dynasty. What happened to Fate?
Yeah.
But Fate's just appeared on this roster, so he's got to do it himself. He's got to do the Thanos thing. He's like, I'll do it myself and make it back in the Overwatch League this way.
Fate has had such a strange career path. I mean, it's almost too long to talk about. He's been on Valiant when Valiant was like legitimately in Los Angeles. He's been on Mayhem. He's been on Shanghai.
Is he from season 1?
Yes, he was on Los Angeles Valiant season 1.
He's on it now, on a franchise team.
Yeah, he was a green jersey Valiant player, as far as I recall.
Goodness.
Yeah, and so like you said, they lost Bellastoria and Iris. So who's going to replace Iris? They did sign another support player named Youngjin. So we'll see. They also have Becky on this roster, I still believe. Becky will come in and play more of the niche heroes, your Hanzos and your Bastions, things like that. So they have a very flexible support line with Neist, Alien, and Becky. First map up is going to be Antarctic Peninsula. It has been the first map all night. and we'll see what they want to run. When do you think of Fate? What do you think is his best hero?
Well, if Fate's in, to be fair, I haven't seen him in 2023 yet, so the tank situation's changed considerably with the introduction of Ramatra, and the biggest question is, does Fate play Ramatra? Because if not, you're looking towards Panthera playing more Rhine-based stuff. I don't think you're going to play ball on this map. Fate Winston is obviously going to be something we'll see plenty of during this series, and there's no other tank, by the way, so you're not going to see Diva. I don't think Fate's going to really lean into any of the off-tank heroes unless he's been doing some real training behind the scenes. He actually just hovered, by the way, the Ramatra, but coming through with the Rhine first and foremost. That's probably a little bit more expected for somebody like Fate. As far as the support line goes, with the departure of Eris, they actually have now a main support player, because they had double flex support before. Youngjun actually plays the Lucio, which is important for this team.
Yeah, both new pickups who just came onto the roster are in this lineup right now, in that Fate and Youngjun. Of course, Fate, when I think of Fate, I think of the Reinhardt. It does work well on this point in particular. They're going to try to take some space early.
He's already got a pin.
It's a blind pin. Soggy is going to make a mess on the wall. Some abstract art there that is enormous. That's going to make the backline feel much more secure. Meanwhile, R3K goes down. Alien has been a revelation for this squad. He's been really putting up some good numbers. Do you think it's a schematic thing that both of the DPS have a 1 in their name? It's just team unity.
They've just picked all the people with 1s in their name, apparently. But I think that another thing that's really good about this roster is Nyx on the Mei. He's been a fantastic Mei throughout his career. And Nyx is a player that I think deserved Al this year. He really proved last year why he's a good enough player. Wallplay coming into second fight. Lumi's already got a ton of trouble. If you thought some of the stuff we saw today was off meta, I can tell you Junker Queen is very off meta.
Yeah, the Queen is back into it. I mean, she can work on some of these more brawl-style maps, but right now it is just all Panthera. Green lighting up the kill feed. They will continue to clean it up with 3 kills, 30% and counting up. Meanwhile, Slay, as I watched a little bit of him. Also, I just love the name. It's a perfect name. Alien hits it from a different planet, and that's going to stall out Wallplay's next push.
Slay, by the way, actually, I think his Contenders debut was on Ground Zero in Contenders Australia, so there's another Contenders Australia alumni alongside Soggy, who's been on Mindfreak for the longest time. It's 51% for Panthera, counting up. They have basically all the ultimates coming online soon. Wallplay have some to play through. We'll see if this Rampage does anything for them. It's probably the Ant Matrix first.
Right there,
the Rampage does nothing.
Yeah. It's 2 kills immediately. The sound barrier comes up and saves everyone. As you mentioned, the new support line coming in. Youngjun, the main support, able to get that barrier down. A single kill so far for Wallplay is going to be Soggy, who takes down Alien, but it is all for naught. 76 counting up. Panthera's economy in great shape. They're going to have a dragon to stall it out. And as I mentioned, Antarctica is such a strange map because there's choke points, but with really long sight lines, you can get this dragon in and get a lot of damage done. Failing that, they're going to have a blizzard. They're going to have a shatter. This better be the best play in the world.
Free shatter as well, and it catches Akame. The only member that could have saved them from the shatter, the Suzu, gets caught in it. Fate just rounds the corner, drops it down. It's got to be the map.
It's going to be the map in rather short order. Pretty unceremonious. The most one-sided Antarctica stage we've seen so far. This evening, this morning, this afternoon, wherever you are, we are a global game broadcast. And so far, obviously they're good players, and we know they're good players, but some pretty good debut for the new support and the new tank for Panthera.
I mean, Panthera, seeding-wise, very deserving of a second seed A. There's, like, multiple first and second seeds for Korea, because, again, how that sort of worked. Let's take a look at this Fate Shadow again. Just rounds the corner. No one's ready for it. Kame would have had to drop the Suzu immediately upon seeing Fate, recognizing the shadow was coming on through. And just couldn't react in time. And it's a free shatter because there's nothing on Wallplay that blocks it. As soon as the Wallplay is scouted out, it's done for. Wallplay needed basically Suzu into Blade for any hope of winning that. And even then, I'm not too sure it would have been good enough.
Yeah, Kami's got to be trailing behind that to Suzu it, but like I said, even then, there was going to be a blizzard. There was everything in favor. See if Wallplay goes for a different strategy. No, they're going to still run the Queen coming out. You're trying to get a little bit of damage. The Shout comes in early, trying to get a little bit of poke. I got to see something out of this Queen to really start understanding why they're running it. It's been so off meta.
I mean,
yeah.
This could be Wallplay just waving the white flag a little bit and saying, look, if we try and play meta, we're just going to lose in the mirror matchup. Maybe we do something crazy. Speaking of crazy, Panthera are running this sort of Zarya comp without the Zarya. We saw other teams run this already, where you have the Reaper, you have the Sojourn, but you have a Zarya to actually bubble the Reaper. Fate doesn't play that, so he's got to play the Winston instead.
Yeah, it's a bit of the brawl. You know, Fate is going back to his old heroes. He's going to get a nice jump into the back line. Meanwhile, Lumi has gone down to big play Slay, as it were. Reaper's going to get away in control. Wallplay has smuggled away the points, but it is fleeting. 13% and counting up. They will die on the point. Again, a tidal wave of green in the kill feed as Wallplay is able to, well, excuse me, as Panthera is able to flip that one right back.
Oh, Lumi.
It's going to be a stagger. It's going to be a
Solo.
stagger.
Just twice in a row, Lumen dropping. This is kind of the weakness of Junker Queen, right? Yep, yeah, you got to shout, but 200 green HP is not going to be enough to keep you alive. You don't have better damage mitigation than that. It's going to seriously slow things down. Slay's already looking towards an ult, but look how far ahead Slay is compared to Kame.
Yeah, just getting better healing all across the board. Meanwhile, Alien is going to try to set up this. I'm a little bit surprised. It's strange. Is this a Junker Queen dive? Because you see the Tracer, you see the Genji.
Yeah, it's a
would
dive.
expect dive, but they haven't been initiating.
Oh, Lumi's dead at the start of every fight, so no chance. Dead again.
And there it is. Dead again. And Nice will just walk through and clean it all up. Alien with a nice triple on his way out. 49 and counting. Is Lumi going to stay on this and just hope for... Yeah, hope to get an ultimate up?
You delete your ultimate. You delete your...
Yeah.
You delete whatever ultimate you have towards your Rampage. The current 70% is just gone if you shot swap, so...
Yeah.
They kind of stuck.
Saga's going to switch. Saga's going to switch over to the Reaper to try to maybe mirror match this. I think if Wallplay wants to initiate, you might even try to initiate with Barrier just to try to get through it, but meanwhile, Fate beats them to the punch as he will be
Fate
punching
takes no
people
prisoners.
around. Lumi, for the third fight in a row, is the first casualty in the kill feed. Meanwhile, Panthera still holding on to their ultimates. They've got 3 left, 78%. Wallplay's got to show us something. It's time to hit Q and hope for them. They will hopefully get to a Rampage. I kind of don't want to see Lumi go all match without hitting a Rampage here.
It'll be the
Wallplay.
same as last map. He'll Rampage and it'll get instantly countered by Sound Barrier. I think the Young should just save it for that. In the meantime...
Well, they do open up with Rush.
Sooner Rush.
Here comes the Katsume. Oh, a nice Pulse Bomb is going to get it, and that is 2 quick kills. All the damage for Panthera is now out of the mix. Panthera is going to invest the Sound Barrier late here. Maybe they know something I don't. Trying to win this 3v5 so far. The 3 are still up. 2 coming back, but that is too late. Wallplay will finally get some percentages back on the point as they will take control. And the moment we've all been waiting for, Kevin, Rampage is up and ready
That's
to go.
the first fight they won. That's the first fight Wallplay won so far on this map.
It is.
When I
That
say
is-
map,
that
I
is
mean
true.
both the rounds. And Panthera should have actually given that one up. They had 3 alive, and they shouldn't have support ulted that. And just wait to the next fight. But they were really confident they want to play. This is a Rampage opportunity. See like 5 people in front of you. Surprised when we didn't go for it.
Yeah, meanwhile, Alien takes out R3K, so there is no Tracer pressure on the point. It looks like they're just going to give it up for point. That Rampage does hit too, though. Can they follow it up?
Suzu.
No, the healings are right there. It gets absolutely cleansed immediately. The Suzu is there. Lumi does get a kill, takes down Nice on the other side, so it is pretty even. Here comes the Kitsune Rush, though. Let's see if they can get any damage. It's a little bit far away. Meanwhile, Alien is just going to try to come up over the top. The UFO over the top from Alien. Lumi is going to go down again, and a last gasp from Wallplay ends up with very little. Panthera will win the round rather easily. We've talked about this with both, in some of the other matches tonight, when you have these kind of cross regions between Asia Pacific and Korea. And what I've seen so far is a lot of these Asia Pacific teams just don't want to run the same comp because it feels like they need to throw curveballs. I mean, is that an accurate assessment in your case? Or what do you think is happening with some of these very strange off-meta picks, Kevin?
Well, this is the first really off meta pick. I don't consider the Zarya to be that off meta when
Yeah.
we've seen the Korean teams play that as well, so I'm not going to put that in the same category. But
There's a lot
Jungle
of
Queen
Torb, though,
is
tonight, too.
very off meta. Torb is not even that. I even saw Torb in the last contender season.
Yeah, Torb is
specifically
control
in
is fine, yeah.
anti-dive.
But
But
it is
Torb
like-
I
so-
wouldn't even consider to be
Okay.
really off meta. Jungle Queen is off meta,
Off-meta,
exceptionally. So if you're
Exceptionally
playing
so.
Jungle Queen, you are like you're on a different planet. I don't know what's going on there. I think they maybe just lack the confidence in the mirror, but you've now shown they're going to get stomped playing this. So I don't know, something they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and consider other compositions during the break, I think.
Yeah, back to the drawing board. Panthera has retooled their roster and the new additions look great. Wallplay struggling, but we still have to play to a best of 3. We will see if Wallplay can find a different strategy, maybe off meta, maybe on meta, right after this break. And welcome back to the Overwatch League Spring Stage Opens East. My name's Hex. That guy's Avril. And we are in the last match of this evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you happen to be. So far, Panthera looking pretty dominating over their opponents in wall play. And in these situations, Kevin, I kind of like to ask, what should wall play do? I mean, is there a chance? Obviously, Panthera is the heavy favorite, but let's root for the underdog.
Is that toxic? Am I allowed to say no?
I mean, it's on
honest,
brand. I'll be honest with you, Kevin. That's on brand for you.
No, well, I can't shift off brand. Just like ZP will never stop drinking Diet Coke. You can't shift off brand.
No, that's true.
This is... Let me contextualize. I'm not being a jerk or anything. Let me contextualize
no,
this.
No,
you have, fair. In my opinion, I said this in the pre-show, in my opinion, what is probably the second best Korean team here. Maybe Poker Face is better. We've yet to see that. They won't play against each other, so we'll never know. Versus the lowest seed from APAC.
That's fair.
The only way you could make this more mismatch is if O2 Blast were playing wall play now. That would be the only way you could make it more mismatch. So
it's true. I'm
not trying to be like a downer about wall play, but it is a very mismatched matchup in terms of strength coming in, seeding, expectations, etc. Everything.
Look, at some point you just have to be honest about it. This is a mismatch, and everyone loves an underdog story, but they're an underdog for the reason. The only thing I think I have wall play ahead of Panthera on is perhaps team logo. I mean, that's a pretty cool logo. So I'll give them that.
What, you don't like Kongdu Panthera? It does look like the old Kongdu logo, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. So I mean, I think if you're wall play, you're trying out new things. I mean, I'm not going to say you're happy to be here, but again, this is a completely retooled roster. Like when I was looking up their information, and obviously they don't get a ton of press on the subreddit or anything, but I was looking it up on some of the information websites that we have. They dropped 5 players on April 22nd, and they picked up 2 new players. Maybe they were trialing them, maybe they didn't announce it yet, but obviously there's some retooling that's going on.
I think their team had something like 8 players. So you add 2, drop 5, you just have the core 5. I think that's respectable still. Yeah, they probably had too many players, so it sounds more die than it really is. They just had an excess bulk of players.
They did. And like I said, it was weird because when I was watching them, they had DPS players move over to tank in R3K, and then they had another player who played DPS, tank, and support. It seemed like they were just very confused throughout, so maybe they were just working through it, trying to figure it out right now. Now, on defense here on King's Row, which will be our next map, Panthera is going to play Fate on the Winston, so, kind of odd, a dive defense, but you don't want to be sitting there with Rhine. And really, I want to keep my eye on Alien with that long-range hit scan. Wallplay is playing a quasi-dive here, both DPS on the dive and a Lucio, but this time they're going to run, well, not a Junker Queen, but a Zarya.
So they're moving slowly towards the right direction, which is an improvement. Zarya is far less off-meta than a Junker Queen is. In fact, Wallplay already on that point. Really like that Youngjin made the right meta call here. Considered that maybe Wallplay were going to play dive, so they started on the brick, which is nice to see.
Yep.
They lost a lot of space, though, so Panthera, they need to get some map control back.
Some nice help there as Fate recognizes that perhaps Alien needs a little bit of help. Will jump up and chase that Genji away all the way back to spawn as Soggy will be taking the ride back. Meanwhile, they're stuck in the hotel here, going to try to get out. Really no damage is being done to Fate. He's going to back out and grab a little mini pack. The Tracer 1v1 happens off screen, and that is going to go in Panthera's way as well. So 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. Wallplay has made no progress on the point. There's a Nano.
This is the one advantage that Wallplay do have because they've been taking more damage. A couple of players have died, but they haven't had a team wipe yet. This is huge. They didn't go now with the Nano advantage before Slay can match.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think a Nano Blade, but Soggy had died so early there, he was only on a 30% of the Blade, so he's going to switch over to the Reaper. You can Nano a Reaper without ultimate.
Now. Conley had a window. The window's closed.
Yeah. Well, the Nano is going to come out, and Kame's going to die immediately. The Nano does come out from Panthera, actually. It's going to go on to Fate as they're going to push it back. Nice with a nice 2K on the back line. He's going to kill the Zarya with the Pulse Bomb. Alien's going to get the cleanup. So the Nano window may have been closed, but the Nano window is now open. It did cost them a team fight, but Wallplay can come back with their own Nano. Who's your target here? Is it the Reaper or is it the Zarya?
It's probably going to be the Zarya. I think you could be the Reaper. I don't know. I think the Zarya makes a lot more sense to me personally, but then again, Bloomy has no energy charge to play through.
Right.
Bob's going to come through this fight. Yeah, okay, the Nano window's open up for Kame, but just about every other window's opening up for Panthera very soon.
Nice anti is going to get a couple. Counter anti is going to hit the Ana, both just poking and prodding away now. You would expect Panthera to perhaps dive on this with Fate. I mean, you've got the Winston on the defense. It's still kind of a dive defense you can go with. He is going to go right on in, get some pressure, and now Kame's in trouble, forces out the barrier.
such an easy force. Wall player playing so scared at the moment. They need to be pressing forward. And it does go to Soggy. They're just running away from Soggy though. Can't catch anyone so far.
Yeah, meanwhile, the backline continues to be abused as Kame goes down to Nice. Primal is going to come in, and that is Azaria. They put Baby in the corner, and Baby goes down. And finally, a kill from Wallplay as R3K uses the ultimate, gets a nice pulse bomb kill onto Slay. But the rest of the team for Wallplay stuck in the basement.
Stuck in the wall.
Gonna try to get out. 60 seconds left. Wallplay has... I mean, they've got the Zarya and Reaper combination here. You can get a grab, you can get a bubble, you can get an ultimate. There's not a ton of counterplay from Panthera, but we'll see if that new new Brigida ultimate can pull it off.
This is going to be a solo grab, I think, because you're not going to see a lot of Panthera members stacking together. Maybe the backline, but I don't think Lumi's going to find the backline given the height advantage here. So Youngjin can pre-rally this one, build up some green HP. Time's about to run out now. There's a rally now. Oh my god, well that's the grab gone.
The bomb. Yeah, the rally does come in, the bomb comes in and takes out Lumi, and that pretty much spells the end of the fight, because now you can't grab with it. You're going to have to hold, but now are you ever going to be able to get back in position? There's only 10 seconds left. 4 people died. The only person who's going to respawn quickly is Lumi. The grab comes out, but there's almost no energy, no follow-up. This is brutal. This is a sad day for wall play as they get full held on Kings Row. Panthera making it look easy as we expected, but I'm always rooting for somebody to come out fighting a little bit.
They don't have tempo. They're playing super scared. They had a window. As soon as Kami hits Nano, the comms should be 95 to Nano. Can we start making plays now? Start walking forward. Doesn't matter what the other team has at that point. You should know your Nano timing is really good. Even if the other team has Nano, you still have to play through yours. At that point, you just got to make them move forward. And then the other situation as well was like, okay, well now you actually do have a Nano advantage. You've been reset. Panthera playing slowly. You actually note that Panthera playing slowly for a second, and you can see the confusion on Panthera. They're sitting there like, a wall play got a push? No, I guess we just got to jump into them. Fate runs at Kame and Jay, forces a sound barrier. Just a solo Winston forces a sound barrier. That cannot happen because wall play are sitting on their hands. Like, you're on the attacking side here. You know what ultimates you have advantage on, and they played so slowly.
Absolutely. I mean, look, it reminds me a little bit of how Varrel played against NT, especially on Rialto. You know, you have advantage, you're not able to execute, not able to clean these things up, and, you know, I think there's something to be said about playing scared and feeling outclassed. But in the past, when I've seen teams who were straight up outclassed, when they can pull it off, is just by dumb aggression. Just be as aggressive as possible.
I'd prefer that. I'd prefer some dumb aggression right now compared to what
if you wait, your windows are gonna close. So I think you go as hard as you can, go super aggressive. If that's a brawl, if that's a dive, if that's something.
Here we go.
But I mean, playing scared is a really quick way to lose. Panthera is going to come out and play a little Bastion Symmetra.
TP Bastion strat, so we'll see where they go to. They should be TPing towards the opposite side of the map onto the high ground, maybe?
Yeah, you think top right, usually where that Widow hangs out is a good place to stay?
Or where? Where are they going?
Are they going to go straight up? Okay, and it looks like Wallplay's not going to be able to do anything about this and jump up. I mean, if Lumi jumps up, he's just going to get melted, so they have to play this low ground. Oddly, it's a bit of bring around the rosy. They kind of switch positions here. You want to get the Bastion up here. So, I mean, I think that's why you run the Brigida too, so you get a shield.
I was going to say Knight should either be on Tracer or Widow coming out from spawn, because now they can sort of pincer this point situation. Yeah.
Well, so far no progress onto the point as Panthera has dropped down to the low ground. Sagi goes down to Fate of all things. A nice sleep. The Bastion's woken up immediately. Fate is going to claim his pound of flesh. He's going to cleave through this team. Gets a kill onto Jay. Now the Bastion is in turret mode. Alien is able to clean up the fights, and as quickly as we came to Kings Row is as quickly as we will leave it. A little bit of style points for Panthera there, but you know, that's not even, that's just a straight up good strat. You know, a teleporting Bastion, you get 2 shields up, and what's the other team going to do about it? I mean, Winston jumps up, he gets fried. There's really no one to touch it. And like you said, it's a beautiful call, Kevin, because then they can come down with a Widow and with a Tracer, and then what are you going to do? You got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
I actually think it's better for the Sim to die there. Nice dying there was actually good for the team, because then he gets to respawn and have a play off angle while his team pressures high ground onto the point. Like, that's actually better for the team. Because I don't really rate Sim that high. I probably wouldn't have mattered. Even if Nice lived, he probably would have done decent on Sim in that particular matchup.
Yeah,
but when you're the attacking side on a map like Kings Row, or any map really, and you can just scout the enemy defense, it didn't even really matter what they were playing. You have the attacker's advantage in terms of composition. You can play whatever, you can counter with whatever
Absolutely.
you like, and just force the enemy into a bad situation. So that was a quick map.
Yeah, it's been a quick series so far. I mean, there's a reason why, when you run sim, you usually put out the teleporter, then you switch, right? It's just not the greatest in a brawl. Pretty much that composition hinges on getting Bastion behind a couple of shields. I mean, that's it. It's been, ever since Bastion's been in the game, let's put a couple shields in front of him. Thankfully, there's only one tank shield, but now, Brigida's got a shield. We've seen Brigida be kind of a quasi-tank for some of these things too, where she'll sit in front of a Widowmaker. However, it has been about, 40 minutes, and we are 2 maps down. Panthera will look out to close this series against Wallplay. Before that, it might be the final map of the night, but you'll have to stay tuned to find out. We're going to take a little bit of a break. See you on the other side. Welcome back to the Overwatch League Spring Stage Opens East. My name's Hex, that's Avril. Well, Avril, you started off the evening with a 5-map series that took about 5.5 hours. Meanwhile, we've had pretty one-sided matchups ever since then. This one is looking that way as well. Wall Play is the last kind of lowest seed from the Asia Pacific region. They were going up against Panthera, who you believe is at least the second best roster in Korea, and also they might have I don't know if they've improved, but they've made changes, and those changes don't seem to be slowing them down at all.
Yeah, the changes are like side grades. I mean, you could argue that you prefer Ares to Youngjin, but at the same time, I prefer the fact that you have a more balanced support line with one player that's a dedicated main support and the other player's a dedicated flex support as far as hero pool goes. So I think that's possibly an improvement there. Fade is generally considered to be the better player compared to Bellasaria, so you take that, even though Bellasaria is the one going to a mystery team and not Fate, but we're not going to get into that discussion. Ain't no podcast, save that one for Plat Chat later. As Shambali Monastery coming up as the next map. You know what, Hex, I'm also glad, you know, we've made it through 2 classic Hexagram Kings Rows. It's been good tonight.
Yeah. Pretty much one-sided there. I do want to take it Bellasaria. I mean, I think if the meta was a little bit different, I mean, Bellasaria is often called Ballosaria, right? Very, very good at some of those niche tanks, but Fade is more of a straight-up old-school tank, I guess. We're having old-school night as it is already. I am on the broadcast, and I'm the oldest person alive. So, I mean, more of the Winston and the Reinhardt kind of things. We'll see if the meta shakes up, but I mean, I think this is... I mean, the meta's not solid, but I think it's a meta that you can almost always run a Winston in, and if you're on Antarctica, which we will be for a lot of these stages, that Reinhardt is just fine on. Next, we will go to Shambali Monastery. As you mentioned, it is, you know, one of the newest maps. I don't know if it's the newest, because I think Antarctica came out afterwards, but as with all escort maps, I really think we're probably going to see some Hanzo and some Widowmaker. What do you think?
Definitely on A. I think past A, you'll start to not see those heroes, but there's a fair chance of it on A. I don't even think it's a guarantee. An interesting thing about this map is in the last meta, so before this patch, we actually saw a lot of Sigma, and we will actually see that again. As my biggest question was like, well, if Sigma's really good on this map, what's Fate gonna play? Because that's never been his hero pool. He's gonna bring it out. Yeah. So if there's a shot for wall play, you asked me if there's a chance for wall play, the chance would be if Fate's not a good enough Sigma play, perhaps there's an avenue of victory here for wall play. By the way, Becky's in. Play his
that's a good question. Yeah, Becky, so we mentioned a little bit in the well, I don't want to say pre-show, but as we were teeing up these teams, I mentioned it. Becky is one of those players that I always love seeing because he always plays something weird. He's always on a little something that you don't necessarily expect. It's not like Becky comes in to play the Tracer for you necessarily. It's always something a little bit of off. It's like May and Bastion and stuff like that. So we will see the echo from Becky. Meanwhile, Alien just over the top and just puts R3K back in spawn as he's 2 feet outside of it.
I wasn't laughing at Becky, I was laughing at the fact that Alien, like a UFO you've said, just comes down from above. He just abducts R3K into the skies.
Yeah. You just don't see it. Oh, and the beam of pain comes back, but no one dead just yet. They're going to have to force out the lamp early on. Fate's going to swing through that. And now Becky, the pincer move, the echo from behind, doesn't even know where the team is, just going to get that balanced beam out. Pain train out. That's, I mean,
can I say,
the horn comes out. Team kill.
Slay dying here is actually huge. So the fact that Wallplay only got a 1-for-5 trade there is not a bad trade for Wallplay. And I mean that seriously because now Panthera down 1. It's going to take a while for Slay to come back. If there's no Lucio to taxi you in, the respawn distance is fairly long for Slay. There's a real opportunity. So Wallplay got to go quick. They need to go right now.
Well, and you see Panthera's going to back up a little bit too because they know exactly what you're talking about. They're going to back up and wait. Now they're going to meet them at the gate. It's going to be a Sigma versus Sigma battle. We'll see who gets the rock. Fate is the one who is rocking and rolling. R3K goes down during that. Meanwhile, it looks like Lumi's going to try to push in. It's not over just yet, but that might just spell it. The dragon comes through. Space Dragon, if you will. I don't know how many alien puns I can fit in, but Space Dragon is something we used to see with the Graviton Surge and the Dragon combination. And just like that, 2 fights are now over. 2 push attempts by Wallplay. 0 progress, really. The cart's rolling backwards. They've only gotten a single kill yet.
And that was the best shot for Wallplay as well, because it was technically a 5v4. Slay still coming back from spawn. Jay with a massive ult lead over Slay anyway. It wasn't enough. Fate just gets an instant rock kill. Fate, who by the way is not a Sigma player. This is one of the
he is right now.
Time I've seen him play Sigma like ever.
Yeah, I mean it's been a bit. I couldn't. I'd have to go back in the histories to see when I've seen Fate play Sigma. It may not have ever played it. He might be correct. Well, Fate's going to have the Graviton Flux. We'll see if he's got the mechanics down for that. They're going to use the rally early on here to just push through it, and I think they might just end up saving the rest of this. There's no point. Lumi does get a kill on the Becky.
He got rocked.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'll tell you what. One of the key things that makes you a good Sigma player is if you can rock another Sigma out of their ult, which Fate just did.
You know, I love
brilliant to see.
I love tank mirror matches for that exact reason. Like, I love Rhine v Rhine, the Rhine games, the mind games that goes into it. But Sigma v Sigma is almost just as juicy to me because you've got shield management, you've got rock management, and you see plays like that. It's absolutely brilliant.
The time is very much running out now, and once again, we're relying on a blade, which is, you know, in previous metas might have been really good, but right now, Genji not in a good place. You have to go up against a Brig, go up against
there's
a
almost
Lamp.
no support for him too. I mean, a nano blade.
No one else can dive in.
See happening. Right, there goes the grab, and it's going to force out Transcendence. So I think rather, you know, you got Becky waiting. Alien's going to have another Dragon to be able to come through. There is some fighting pressure on the cart from wall play.
So
meanwhile, Slay takes down Sagi. Sagi's not even able to get his Dragon Blade off. 3 kills for Panthera on the defense. 30 seconds remain. Maybe that's a good thing because you still have the blade left. That's just, blade doesn't seem like something you can do by itself. It needs another piece. It needs something else going on with it. I don't see it happening here. Also, yeah. Well, I mean, there's the blade does come out. It does get Becky. Becky should be able to rejoin rather quickly. Echo's got some movement ability. Sagi's going to pick up another couple. This is the big window wall play, and I will have to eat my words. And as much as it pains me to say it, if you know me at all over the years, not a fan of Genji, but he just got 2 on a naked blade, able to keep this alive for wall play.
So you say not a fan of word eating. I do enjoy me some word eating as Panthera going to come through the Fate Doom, try and hold on to. This is some decent push from wall play now. It happens in the OT. Lane getting 2 is decent value.
Yeah, Bob's going to come up. I wonder if they want to window this Bob. Meanwhile, Sagi is still in the background. We said that Sagi might be the player. He's the most recent pickup. He's going to get 2. He's been carrying these last couple of fights. Maybe he can finish. The Lamp is going to come out, but R3K able to take down Fates. Let's see if Sagi wants to take this duel with the Baptiste. It's a duel you should win. It's a duel you should win. It's all right.
It is a duel you should win.
It's okay. It's okay. It's not a big deal. It's just a stagger kill as his team's able to take the point. He's going to come through and finally take it down. He was just being very patient with it. I'd rather... Yeah, they got the cap. No reason to force that. You know, strategic. It's a stagger kill. And this is finally signs of life from wall play, and a lot of it has come off the back of Sagi. Meanwhile, they're still going to have Graviton Flux, and Jay's been holding on to the window, you know, waiting for Overwatch 3, so they got plenty to work with.
Jay actually, he used the window super early last time, but they won the last fight without needing too many ults, so we'll see if it comes down now and has. Lumi would love to flux, but he's low HP.
They just walk right through the window and are going to pressure this down. Meanwhile, Jay goes down. But it's Lumi and Sagi. Again, Lumi coming to life on this Sigma. Is Lumi the better Sigma, perhaps? I mean, early on, Fate got the better of him, but it's not been the case so far. A nice little stagger kill onto Slay. They're going to roll through it. There will be another defense up for Panthera here. Slay will have the window to put up. They should be able to get good position of it. And Alien near another dragon.
I wouldn't say he's the better Sigma, but he's certainly the one that had the ultimate in the closed space of B tunnels, which is where it's going to be really strong. There's that to work through. Panthera now get to be the ones playing through. And they have a Dragon Strike plus the window.
The window was going to come down immediately. See if this Dragon comes through. He's going to be pressured in the backside by Sagi again. Sagi has been a menace for them. It's something they have to deal with, but the Dragon is going to come out and at least zone them out on the right side. It's going to force out some abilities there to try to keep them alive. Meanwhile, R3K harassing Becky. Becky has not gotten a ton done on this Echo. Meanwhile, Alien and Slay will pick up the slack and push 1 through 2. Wallplay is going to have to back up and go one more time. They will have 30 seconds to push. It's a long walk. It's really tough to set up good on the offense here, as you know the defense is going to be able to catch every angle. We're going to have a Bob and a Blade ready for Wallplay. Sagi's been the carry so far. We'll see if he can get anything done. Meanwhile, Fate is going to have the Graviton Flux, which is great on defense, especially on final pushes. You just throw it on the cart and forget about it.
They might have 2 actually. Becky could get the copy in there as well. Fate's going to go straight away. Watch for Becky's copy. Could be onto a Sigma. Lamp to save most members here. If the Blade can't kill, Wallplay can't win.
Sagi tries to get the deflect as he's waiting for it, but meanwhile, Alien's waiting for the deflect to go down. He does take down Sagi. Jay will follow suit and go down to Alien next. Meanwhile, Here comes the rally coming in from Kame, but Alien around the backside takes down R3K. That will be the end of the push for wall play, but it is the best they've looked so far tonight. A lot of it was Lumi, who's been on this team for quite a while, had a pretty good Sigma play, able to get the ultimate and use it effectively. Look, I'm grasping not at straws here necessarily, but I do want to highlight the things that they are doing well wall play. And, you know, the Sigma looked all right. I doubted the Genji, and Sagi made it work. So if Sagi can have performances like that, we'll see. I do worry maybe who plays the hit scan carry, which you would like to see on the defense here. But this, meanwhile, we talked about Sagi, but it's the other Shimada who pretty much was a consistent entity in the kill feed, and that was Alien.
Straight from minute one, not even minute one, second number one, out the gates. R3K gets sniped by Alien off the rip, which was hilarious to me. So that set this tone for, I think, the rest of the map pretty well.
One step out of spawn, we just get sniped. That's
with 1 point, so they're not going to get 0 point locked out. We've only had one team with a 0 point lockout today. It was MDY versus Dreamers, where MDY got nothing. Varrel at least got the 1 point on Kings Row versus NT, and now we'll play at the 1 point minimum versus Panthera. This will now have to be a big-time defense. Soggy on the Genji still.
You're a total optimist. I don't know why people don't think you're an optimist. Like, you're looking on the bright side. They're not getting shut out. They got a point.
They got the 1 point, which means they did better than MDY today. You take that.
Absolutely. Now, is Panthera going to actually come out on the Life Weaver? We do see it. It's out. It might just be for a pedal to get the Widowmaker up and get one of those really cool sight lines. There's the pedal, the grapple up to it. Oh, and he hits the ceiling. It doesn't work. And he has to grip him back and back to spawn. Look, I appreciate the efforts. I think there are cool plays you can do.
Florida Mayhem's like, write that down, write that down.
It's probably
is that illegal? Write
somewhere.
that down.
Yeah. Let's get to comp ops and make sure that that's a legal play we could do. But he does end up hitting the architecture, so maybe a little more practice on that one. But I do appreciate the idea there at the very least. Now they're back to a standard push, gonna go alleyway here. Ooh,
my God!
A nice little shot on the
fate. He got rocked and then straight into a couple of arrows. This is a quick fight for wall play.
Defense looking solid. And it looks like Panthera's going to have to go back to the drawing board unless Becky wants to come in. Of course I say you don't bring Becky in to play Tracer. Capable of playing Tracer, but, not necessarily what you think of when you think of Becca. Yeah, I mean...
his heroes are a Tracer, Echo, Genji, which is actually fairly standard for Flex DPS, so...
Fair enough. I was just watching some of his films so far in the open series, and he was just playing some weird stuff. But, it happens on occasion. You are correct, but Becky has, actually had a pretty good showing in a couple occasions last year for the Valiant. I watched most of those matches, and he was occasionally a bright spot. Huge nade, gets all 5. And that is going to be Fate walking through. Meanwhile, Sagi does get 1 or 2. Actually gets 2. It is a 3v2. Only Becky alive now. And it does seem like Wallplay is going to hold on to it. Becky will go back to spawn as Sagi increases his kill count quite a bit.
There's a standout. Like I said earlier, when we're looking at the roster, we're thinking about who the standout players are going to be. Soggy, for me, has been a fairly standout player for a while. He is forcing this hero to work, but he is at least making it work. And time will tell how long it will continue to work for, as now Panthera coming up for some ultimates. Becky's making that swap. He's going to go back to his best hero again, which is the Echo.
Yeah, and the Echo can be so difficult to deal with, and Wallplay doesn't really have any hit scan. It's going to be up to Baptiste. Meanwhile, Baptiste will drop a window that is Kame early on, and Panthera's just going to say, I don't want to look through the window. I'm just going to hang out back here. You can keep your window pane of pain by yourself, and we will regroup.
Panthera have a huge win condition, though. Nano Annihilation is probably the strongest ult combination in the game at the moment, so
yeah,
as soon as Fate walks up with that and gets nanoed, I think Wallplay just have to back out if they can.
It's pretty brutal. There is the Nano. No one will Annihilation just yet as Sagi comes back. He takes down Alien. I don't think they need to use it. He actually will pop it late.
I don't know about that one, Fate. Probably should have kept that one in the bank. You already won the fight. That's a little overkill.
Yeah, no need to suffer as he has the ultimate of Nano plus W will end up closing out the fight.
That made me suffer a little bit. It's totally unnecessary. The Annihilation will be really good for this last fight here, but they'll just have to rely on the Transcendence.
Yeah, especially considering
both teams have it.
Considering the choke that they have to fight through the next point up top, would it be nice to have that. R3K is going to have the Dragon up. It's not the best angle for it because it might have just dived him right through the cart. Meanwhile, the Graviton Flux comes up, will grab a couple. All right, so far no kills. The rally's going to come out for wall play as they want to keep into this fight. A purple nade out of them is going to hurt just a little bit. No kills so far, but Sagi will be the first to fall. Becky picks up that kill. Meanwhile, Panthera looking for more. On the offense, they still need the push, but wall play kind of falling back a little bit. Oh no, Lumi gets anti. Lumi is really in trouble. Yeah, Lumi will fall. Becky is going to fall on the other side, but that will be Panthera grabbing the second point. They will move spawns forward. Fate will clean up the rest of the kills as they try to move up and get positioning here into the hallway and the stairs angle.
The transcend, well, not the transcend. Yeah, the transcend is actually from Slay. Did save them from the flux. It was double flux from Lumi. Surprisingly caught Becky as well. Thought Becky was really high up in the air, but still enough to catch him. And with that out of the way, now 3K's Dragon Strike going very far wide. All it would take for Panthera is to sort of wait for Fate to get into position, get Alien into his Dragon Strike range as well, fire a straight to Lumi's face and get that kill. The early frag into R3K, it's already 5v4 for the potential of the cap, but Halo still needs a bit of movement.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to have the combination of Nano and Annihilation. This window's going to come up. It's going to get stymied just a little bit by a shield up top. They try to go for Becky, but meanwhile, as Kami is looking up in the sky, it is Alien on the other side. Becky off of the map, perhaps, somehow. Meanwhile, Fate is going to make short work of that. Brigitte. It is a pretty one-sided matchup when that Ramatra is running right at you. One kill from Sagi at the end.
Is that Matt?
That is, yeah, that's going to be it. At the very least, they're going to drag, and they could Nano, they could Annihilation, and it's a visual feast of fireworks on the cart as Panthera cuts through wall play. Wall play showed some sign of life a little bit towards the end there, but not going to be enough. This is the result we expected. There's some bright spots there for wall play. I always like to give a little bit of respect for the team. Sagi stood up a little bit, a new addition to the roster. He looks good. It looks like they have some things to build on, but this is the result we expected. What did you think mostly of Fate on the non-Winston, non-Reinhardt? Well, what's your grade on his Sigma Ramatra?
Not bad. I mean, he didn't get tested enough this series. Like, you got to go up against some better teams, I feel.
True.
So
Yeah,
for Panthera versus Rose, I mean, that'll be a much more difficult matchup. I think Panthera probably on paper still favored, but Rose are no joke. They're really
Rose is a
team.
solid team, yeah.
So, you know, you want to see how Fate looks on his off-tank picks versus Rhodes. That'll be weird. I don't even know if he'll get to play Sigma again, because the only map where, like, I feel like you have to play the Sigma is Shambali. Whereas if Panthera can just avoid that map, whether it's their choice or whether Rhodes don't like to go there either, Fate can stay on Ramatra, he can go on to other picks. He's clearly, like, still not amazingly confident on the Sigma. You can tell he'd rather just play the Ramatra, which is what he did in the attacking side. But it's possible. I mean, from what little we saw, it was definitely possible. Not a bad Sigma, for sure.
Well, let's speak of Fates, and let's see him on his best heroes. I mean, he kicked it off with a bang right here as our player of the match. He comes in, he gets a blind charge, and then, I mean, it's pretty easy to look good on Ryan against the Junker Queen here, but he still looked pretty solid. The Winston mechanics are still there. Look, the question about Fate has never been his Winston or his Reinhardt. It's just a matter of, can you be the only tank on a team? Can you carry all of it? And yeah, I mean, he looks solid. So far, my grade on Fate, incomplete. We didn't really see him. Had some good moments on Sigma, had some questionable moments on Sigma, had some good moments on Ramatra, had some questionable moments on Ramatra, so we'll see. But I think so far, as you mentioned, it's a side grade at the very least from Ballasria, and we'll see how far he can take this Panthera roster.
I mean, I think in terms of the heroes that both he and Ballasria share, he's a better player than Ballasria. I would consider Ballasria's best hero is Ball, but I would consider Fate to be one of the better balls anyway. So you don't even get to see the Wrecking Ball today. You probably won't see the Wrecking Ball unless you're on something like a New Queen Street. So Fate hasn't even needed to pull out his, what I would consider best hero. Really, for Panthera to make the distance in this tournament, in this open, the Ram is what you got to look at the most, because I think that's going to be his most important hero. You can't play the Ryan everywhere. You're probably going to end up playing the Ramatra more often than the Ryan if you end up in certain brawl situations.
Yeah.
That, I mean, or especially, I think he's trying to force Winston a lot.
It feels like we see Ramatra a lot on Control, and especially Antarctica. Ramatra made a great showing in the Western Pro-Am, so I think it is definitely something you need in your kits, especially if somebody's going to play a very good Rhine into you. However, let's take a look at today's results. It is our first day here, and it ended up being a long one. It is 6 hours of broadcast here, but so far...
5 of that was the first match.
Yeah, 5 of that was the first match. DAF versus SPG. DAF looked pretty solid for, you know, one of those Asia Pacific teams. Dreamers went 3-0 against MDY. NT versus Varrel, pretty one-sided. Wallplay versus Panthera, pretty one-sided. Any big picture takeaways here, Kevin?
Outside, yeah, the biggest takeaway is DAF. Holy cow, DAF came in all guns blazing. That was a super entertaining match to watch, and DAF kind of APAC filled me straight away. They're like, oh man, does this mean the rest of the APAC teams are going to be just as good? Sadly, not the case. MDY, NT, and Panthera. Maybe you could say that they had harder games. Certainly, I think Wallplay had a very difficult game, so
yeah.
Is it disappointing for Wallplay to walk away 0-3 in that fashion? I guess, but Panthera are an insanely good team, so it is what it is. DAF are impressive, though. They came out so strong. They had every chance to win that series. Perhaps they're kicking themselves a little bit for not doing so, but the fact that they have the capability to means that they're a dangerous team, and I'm going to keep my eyes on what DAF are going to do here.
Fair enough. So here is the bracket, DAF versus SPG. So tomorrow's games look like O2 Blast versus SPG. That's going to be a tough one. O2 Blast, obviously, everyone knows kind of like their history. Well, not everyone knows, but they're a very, very good team. Honeypots, the representative of the Australian region, will be going up against Dreamers. Game 5, Game 6 yet to be determined, but this is just Group A. So we'll see. MDY went to the lower bracket. Here is Group B. NT will move on against Poker Face. Poker Face is a team that I think we're really excited to see. And what might end up being one of the matches of the night, Rhodes versus Panthera. I mean, Rhodes is one of these great rosters. Anything that you're really looking forward to for tomorrow's group brackets, Kevin?
I think the best games will be Rhodes Panthera for sure. The best that APAC has to offer, with a ton of ex-Overwatch League talent in Rhodes versus Panthera, which also has a decent amount of ex-Overwatch League talent, and hopefully soon will be Overwatch League talent. It's two very strong teams, and eventually, because I'm not going to be here for it, but eventually, you know, I kept teasing and sort of talking about the fact that who actually is the second best team in Korea outside of O2 Blast. Poker Face and Panthera haven't played each other yet this year. Yeah. So if they both win their games, they're going to end up playing each other, which is going to be really good.
Yeah. That's your straight up schedule right there. As you can see, Game 3, Game 4, Game 3 and 4 in those brackets, but they will go in the order that you see. Convert your Pacific time, whatever times that you're on. And yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to so many of these matchups. What I'm really looking forward to, like we've got like 5 days of gameplay to see who gets into the play against some of these Overwatch League teams. I mean, I think it's safe to say after watching the Western Pro-Am that I think the teams that come out of this have a legitimate chance against some of these Overwatch League teams in the Eastern region. I know that there are some strong teams, but the Eastern region has been so inconsistent in the last couple years that you can look at a team like Spark and they look really good one day and they look bad the next. And now the region is in such flux. Do you think like the teams that come out of this tournament at the end? I mean, do you see them being pretty competitive against the Overwatch League teams in the East?
Like the top 3 for sure. I think when you look at maybe even top 4, when you look at O2 Blast, Panthera, Poker Face, those are the teams, and mostly because they're just stacked, and a lot of them have ex-Overwatch League talent anyway, which are all proven. Yeah, they'll definitely be able to compete. But I think the biggest thing that East region needs overall, in terms of talking about the Overwatch League teams, is they need depth, because 6 teams is not enough. So being able to round out that with another 6 teams, where they can all be on the same patch and play against each other, because that was a big problem last year. You know, even when contenders finally got the game, they weren't on the same patch, and that caused all sorts of issues with practice. Now that you have a lot more teams to practice against in terms of rounding out the depth of the region, that will help out the entire Eastern region a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it helps as far as like even scrim partners. Of course, you could always be scrimming against contenders teams, but it wasn't the same meta as you mentioned. So rounding out that region is going to be really important. And I mean, just watching the Eastern region last year, it was like, all right, Spark is going to play Philadelphia again. This team's going to play this team again, and like the familiarity almost bred like contempt, and it got a little bit stale to watch. So I'm looking forward to this influx of not necessarily new talent, but new teams. Some of the cooler logos that we've got. You know, I mean, I like professional branding as well, but hell, I mean, give me a unicorn logo. I'm all for it. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the league plays out, how everything is going to go. We've got 4 more days of action of this, but of course it starts all tomorrow. Kevin, any last words quickly?
See you guys there in the chat. I want to be there.
Thank you guys for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow for more of the spring stage opens in the East. Thank you. Have a good night.